The Cabin on the Lake, north of Coos Bay, Oregon, October 3rd, 2019. I spent 30 years as a chief millwright at a lumber mill. I know wood. I know what it sounds like when a branch hits a wall. I know what a bear sounds like pushing through brush. I know what the forest does at night. I'm telling you this so you understand. I am not a man who scares easy, and I am not a man who makes things up. My wife and I built that cabin ourselves. Every board, every nail. It sat on the edge of a lake, deep in the woods north of Coos Bay, Oregon. No grid, no neighbors. We ran a generator for power, and that was it. It was our place. The place we were going to spend the rest of our lives. October 3rd, 2019. We'd been up at the cabin for a few days. Quiet trip, same as always. That night we had the kitchen light on, one lamp in the front room, the TV going low. Nothing special, just a regular evening. Around 10 o'clock, something hit the side of the cabin. Not a tap, not a branch falling, a bang. A deliberate bang, like someone slapping the flat of their hand against the wall. Hard enough that we both stopped what we were doing and looked at each other. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, walked the whole perimeter. Nothing. No tracks I could see, no animal, nothing knocked over. I came back in and told my wife it was probably a deer bumping into the wall. She nodded. We went back to watching TV. A few minutes later, it happened again. Same wall, same bang. Maybe harder this time. My wife turned off the TV, turned off the lights. I moved to the bedroom window at the back of the house. From there, I could see the generator shed. The shed had a light in it, the only light still on outside, and it threw a yellow glow across maybe 15 feet of ground. That's when I saw it. Standing just outside the reach of the shed light, there was a figure. Huge. Not a bear, not a man. It was standing upright, completely upright, and it was watching the shed window like it was curious about the light. Then it took a step forward, into the light. I have never in my life seen anything like what I saw in that moment. It was, I want to say 8 feet tall, at least, covered head to toe in reddish-brown hair. Not fur the way a bear has fur. This was more like hair. Coarse. It covered everything. The face was flat, with a heavy brow ridge that stuck out. The nose was flat, almost flush with the face. The mouth. I could see the mouth because it was slightly open. Had teeth that looked blocky, almost square, like human teeth but bigger. Lips, like a person's lips. The arms were long. When it moved, it swung one arm out to the side, casual, the way you or I might walk down a hallway. It walked upright, completely upright. 2 legs, no hunching, no knuckling, just walking. And the face, the expression on that face, it wasn't angry, it wasn't afraid, it looked interested, like it was studying the light the same way I was studying it. There was something behind those eyes that I can only describe as intelligence. It knew what it was looking at. It was thinking. I called for my wife. I don't know what I said exactly. Something like, "Get in here, you need to see this." She came to the window, took one look, and ran into the other room. She told me later she knew immediately what it was. She said the word before I did. Sasquatch. It stood there for about 2 minutes. 2 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but when you're standing in a dark room, watching something that isn't supposed to exist look back at you through a window, 2 minutes is an eternity. Then it turned. Not fast, not spooked. It just turned and walked into the tree line. Calm. like it had seen what it wanted to see. We did not sleep in that cabin that night. We drove out to the main road and called the sheriff's office. 2 deputies came back with us. I'll give those men credit. They didn't laugh at us. They didn't try to tell us it was a bear. They walked the property with flashlights and found a pathway pressed into the grass where the thing had walked from the shed into the woods. The grass was crushed flat in a line, straight into the trees. I asked the deputies if they'd ever gotten calls like this before, from around that area. They looked at each other, and I'll never forget that look. The look of 2 men deciding how much to say, and one of them just said, "Yes," a few times. The next morning, in the daylight, I went back to the generator shed. I wanted to know how tall that thing was. I measured from the ground to the top of the shed window frame. Then I thought about where its head was relative to the window. 8.5 feet, at least. I spent 30 years working in lumber. I built that cabin with my own 2 hands, every beam, every joint. My wife and I were going to grow old there. We sold it. I don't go into those woods anymore. I don't go to that lake. Whatever is out there, it isn't aggressive. It didn't try to hurt us. But I looked into its face, and it looked into mine. And I am telling you right now, that thing is real. It is out there, and it is smarter than we think. The Siege at Ape Canyon, Mount St. Helens, Washington, July 1924. I kept quiet about this for 43 years. People can call me whatever they want. A liar, a fool, a man who saw things that weren't there. I know what happened to us on that mountain. I was there. I have the scars to prove it. And I am not the kind of man who makes up stories. There were 5 of us. Me, Marion Smith, his son Roy, Gabe Lefevre, and John Peterson. We'd been prospecting for gold in the Mount St. Helens country for 6 years. Hard country, remote. The kind of land where you don't see another human being for weeks at a time. We had a claim called the Vanderwhite, 2 miles east of the mountain, near a deep canyon. We'd built a log cabin below Pumice Butte. Nothing fancy. 4 walls, a door, a roof with a hole cut for the stovepipe. It kept the rain off. That was enough. The trouble started about a week before the attack. Every night, right around dark, we'd hear it. Thumping. Deep, heavy thumps. Like a big man beating his fists against his own chest. And then the whistling. Sharp, shrill whistles coming from the ridgelines on either side of us. One whistle from the east, an answer from the west. Back and forth, like a conversation. We didn't know what to make of it. We told ourselves it was wind through the rocks, or maybe some bird we hadn't heard before. But none of us believed that. Not really. Then we started finding the footprints. 14 inches long. Shaped like a man's foot, but wider, deeper. Pressed 4 inches into the hard ground around the springs and trails. Whatever made those prints was heavy. Far heavier than any man. We found them everywhere. Around the spring, along the creek, once right outside the cabin door. After that, we started carrying our rifles with us. Everywhere. Even to get water. It was on one of those water runs that Marion and I saw the first one. We were at the spring, maybe 100 yards from the cabin. Marion stopped dead, raised his rifle, and yelled. I turned and looked. On the other side of the spring, standing next to a big pine tree, was a creature. 7 feet tall, maybe more. Covered in blackish brown hair, head to foot. It stood upright like a man. It had seen us the same moment we'd seen it, and it stepped behind the tree. Quick, deliberate. and then leaned back out from the side, peering at us. Marion fired 3 times. I saw the bark fly off that tree with each shot. At 100 yards, I saw the bark fly. But the creature was not hit. It pulled back behind the tree and vanished. A minute later, we spotted it again. 200 yards down the little canyon, running. Running upright, fast, the way no bear runs. I raised my rifle and fired 3 shots. I missed. It disappeared into the timber, and we did not see it again. We hurried back to the cabin and told the others. Nobody argued. Nobody said we were seeing things. We all agreed we would leave at first light. We should have left right then. Around midnight, something hit the cabin wall so hard it knocked the chinking loose between the logs. Chunks of dried mud and moss rained down onto Marion where he slept. We were all on our feet in seconds, rifles in hand. Through the gaps where the chinking had fallen out, we could see them. 3 of them. Grouped together in the dark, maybe 30 feet from the cabin. Big, massive shoulders, long arms, standing upright. They were picking up rocks, not pebbles, rocks, and hurling them at the walls. Then they started pounding. Fists against the logs. The whole cabin shook. I could feel it in my teeth. One of them got onto the roof. I don't know how. The roof was 8 feet off the ground, but it was up there, jumping, stomping, trying to cave it in. The logs groaned. Dust and splinters rained down on us. Marion and I aimed up through the stovepipe hole and fired. The shots were deafening inside that small cabin. The creature jumped down off the roof, and the pounding on the walls started again, harder. Roy, Gabe, and John were at the door. One of them, the biggest one, was ramming its body against it. The door was buckling inward. The 3 men threw their weight against it, but it wasn't enough. They tore boards off one of the bunk beds and braced them across the door frame. 3 men and a wall of lumber against whatever was on the other side. It held. Barely. Then a hand came through the wall. One of them had found a gap in the chinking wide enough to reach an arm through. A massive arm, covered in dark hair, with a hand that wrapped around the handle of an axe leaning against the inside wall. It was trying to pull the axe out through the gap. I lunged forward and grabbed the axe handle, and for a moment I was in a tug of war with this thing, its hand and mine on the same piece of wood. I could feel the strength in that grip. It was like fighting a machine. Marion put his rifle against the gap and fired. The creature let go and yanked its arm back through the wall. The attack lasted 5 hours. 5 hours of rocks hitting the walls and the roof. 5 hours of pounding and ramming and those god-awful thumping sounds from the darkness. 5 hours of us burning through ammunition, firing through every crack and gap we could find. When dawn came, it stopped. Not gradually, it just stopped, like someone had thrown a switch. The thumping ceased. The rocks stopped falling. We stood there in the silence, 5 men covered in dust and sweat, ears ringing from the gunfire, and listened to nothing. We waited. We waited a long time. Then we pulled the boards off the door and stepped outside with our rifles up. The ground around the cabin was torn up. Rocks everywhere. On the roof, against the walls, scattered across the clearing. The chinking was knocked out in a dozen places. The door frame was splintered where they'd rammed it. I looked toward the canyon rim, about 80 yards away, and I saw one of them, standing there, watching us leave. I raised my rifle and fired 3 times. The 3rd shot hit. I saw it stagger. It stumbled backward, arms reaching, and went over the edge. 400 feet straight down into the gorge. I heard it hit the bottom. We didn't go look. We didn't pack our equipment. We didn't take our supplies. We left the gold claim, 6 years of work, and we walked out of that canyon and we never went back. Marion reported what happened to a ranger at Spirit Lake. I went home to Kelso. Somehow the story got out to the newspapers, and the next thing we knew, people were flooding into the mountains with rifles, calling it the Great Ape Hunt of 1924. They named the gorge Ape Canyon. It's still called that today. They never found the body at the bottom. They never found the creatures. They found our cabin and the rocks and the damage, but nothing else. I want you to understand something. We abandoned a gold claim, a working gold claim that we had spent 6 years developing. No prospector walks away from gold unless he has a very good reason. We had 5. Those things are still up there. I believe that with every bone in my body. And on May 18th, 1980, when Mount St. Helens blew itself apart, I thought, just for a moment, maybe the mountain buried them. Maybe it's over. But I know better. Whatever they are, they were there before us. They'll be there after us. And if you ever find yourself in those woods at night, and you hear whistling from the ridgeline, one call and then an answer, you get out. You don't wait for morning. You get out right then. Because morning might not come fast enough. The Scream on the Reservation. Lummi Reservation, Bellingham, Washington, September 2009. I want to be clear about something before I start. I'm a professor. I teach at Northwest Indian College on the Lummi Reservation outside of Bellingham, Washington. I study indigenous cultures, indigenous relationships with the natural world. I have degrees, I publish papers. I am not the kind of person who chases after monsters. But I know what I heard, and I know what found me. For several years, I rented a house along Haxton Way on the Lummi Reservation. The road runs east to west and ends near Lummi Point, close to the ferry. My house sat a few feet off the road on the south side. Behind it, maybe 100 yards of heavy, dense woods. And beyond the woods, Lummi Bay. It was a quiet place. The kind of quiet that people who live in cities don't understand. Not the absence of sound, the presence of stillness. You could hear your own breathing out there. September 23rd, 2009, a Tuesday. I had a 5:40 flight out of Bellingham to Seattle, connecting to Durango, Colorado, where I was giving a talk at Fort Lewis College the next day. I was up before 4 in the morning, carrying my travel bags out to the truck in the dark. Cold morning. Crisp. Almost cloudless. The kind of morning where the air feels like glass. I had 1 foot off the porch when it hit me. A scream. A cry. I don't have a better word for it, but neither of those words is right either. It was a vocalization. One long, flowing sound that cut through the silence like a blade. Loud. Not distant loud. Close loud. 50 yards, maybe less, coming from the woods directly behind my house. It lasted about 5 seconds. Then it paused. 2-3 seconds of silence. And repeated itself. Identical. Same pitch, same duration, same impossible volume. Like something had pressed play on the same recording twice. And then every dog within a mile radius lost its mind. The barking came in waves. First the nearest dogs, then the ones farther out, then farther still. A chain reaction of alarm spreading outward from my backyard like ripples in water. What had been absolute silence 5 seconds earlier was now chaos. I turned off my porch lights. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. I sat down in the dark on my porch and I waited. 15 minutes. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I wanted to hear it again. I never did. Whatever made that sound went quiet and stayed quiet. After about 10 minutes, the last of the dogs settled down. The stillness came back. But it was a different kind of stillness now, a watching kind. I'll tell you what went through my mind. The first thought, the immediate reflexive thought before my rational brain could intervene, was, that was a primate. The second thought was, Bigfoot. And the third thought, the one my education tried to supply, was, that's ridiculous. Think of something else. So I tried. I went through every animal I know, every bird, every mammal native to the Pacific Northwest. Coyote? No. Owl? No. Elk? Absolutely not. Cougar? Not even close. I have spent years in the outdoors. I know what the local wildlife sounds like. This was none of them. The closest comparison I can make, and it is a very close comparison, is the howling cry of a howler monkey in the jungles of South America. That deep, resonant, carrying quality. That sense of something with a large chest cavity and a throat built to project sound across distance. Except, there are no howler monkeys in Washington state. I went to Colorado. I gave my talk. I came home. I tried not to think about it. 4 days later, it came back. Saturday, September 27th. I'd been pheasant hunting at Lake Terrell, a few miles from the house. Good day. Came home with 2 nice roosters around noon. To the right of my driveway, there was a small clearing over the septic tank, and at the edge of the woods, I kept a pine log set up for cleaning birds. I'd gut and pluck them there, toss the remains, feathers, entrails, into the tree line for the raccoons and opossums to carry off. I'd done this dozens of times. I had just finished cleaning the first pheasant when the woods in front of me exploded. 20 feet away, maybe less. A tree, not a sapling, a tree with a trunk maybe 10 inches across, began swinging violently side to side, as if something enormous had grabbed it and was shaking it like a man shakes a stubborn fence post. Branches snapped. Leaves rained down. Smaller trees around it were being struck, pounded, broken. Then it stopped. For maybe 3 seconds, silence. And then the sound of wood breaking. Loud, deliberate cracks, like someone taking thick branches and snapping them over their knee, or beating the ground with them. I was on my feet, skinning knife in hand. My Labrador, Robin, who had been lying beside me chewing on a pheasant wing, was up too. He didn't growl. He didn't bark. He stared into those woods with an intensity I had never seen in him before. And then, slowly, he began to back up. Toward the house. Without taking his eyes off the tree line. That's what got me. Not the sound, not the shaking tree. The dog. Robin was a lab. Labs don't back away from things. They charge into things. They retrieve things. They are, by breeding and by nature, the dogs that go toward the commotion. Robin was retreating. The shaking started again. The same tree, whipping side to side, more branches falling, more wood cracking. Whatever was doing this was less than 20 feet from where I stood, and I could not see it. The brush was too thick, the foliage too dense. I was staring into a wall of green and hearing something enormous tear it apart, and I could see nothing. I want to be precise about this. Whatever was in those woods was not running away. A startled deer crashes through brush and is gone in seconds. A bear that doesn't want to be near you makes noise as it leaves. This creature was not leaving. It was staying. And the tree shaking, the branch breaking, that was not panic. That was a display. That was a message. The message was, leave. I gathered up my birds, half cleaned, blood on my hands, and I walked to the house. quickly. Robin was already on the porch, waiting for me to open the door. I learned something after those 2 encounters. I started asking around. My students, Lummi students, Coast Salish students, they weren't surprised at all. Many of them had their own encounters. Almost everyone knew someone who had seen one. The Lummi don't call it Bigfoot. They have their own name, and they don't question whether it exists. To them, that's like questioning whether the rain exists. It's just there. It's always been there. I found out that my house sat in an area well known for sightings. I'd been living in Bigfoot's backyard and I hadn't known it. But the Lummi knew. They'd always known. I used to think that some mysteries were meant to be solved. I'm not sure I believe that anymore. I think there are things in this world that exist just beyond the edge of what we're able to understand. Things that have been here longer than us and will be here after we're gone. And I think, maybe, the reason we can't prove they exist is because they don't want us to. I still teach. I still go into the woods. But I listen differently now. I pay attention to the silences. Because sometimes, at 3:30 in the morning, the silence breaks open. And what comes out of it changes everything you thought you knew. 6 days in the valley. Toba Inlet, British Columbia. Summer, 1924. I kept this to myself for 33 years. I didn't tell my family. I didn't tell my friends. When I finally got out of those mountains in the summer of 1924, a logger found me stumbling through the bush and asked me what happened. I told him I was a prospector and had gotten lost. That was the story. That was the only story for 3 decades. I didn't tell the truth because I knew what would happen. They would say, he's crazy. They would say, the Swede has been in the bush too long. And I was not crazy. I was never crazy. What happened to me was real, and I have sworn to that under oath. And I will swear to it again right now. My name is Albert Ostman. In 1924, I was 30 years old, a lumberman by trade, living in British Columbia. I decided to take a vacation, go up to Toba Inlet on the coast, do some prospecting, maybe find traces of a lost gold mine I'd heard stories about. I hired an old Indian guide to take me to the head of the inlet by boat. He was a talkative man, told me stories about the gold, about the country, and then he told me about the Sasquatch. He said, they have hair all over their bodies, but they are not animals. They are people, big people living in the mountains. I didn't believe a word of it. He dropped me off at the head of the inlet, and I made camp in a good spot. Flat ground, near water, good timber around. I set up my bedroll, my provisions, my rifle. I spent my days hiking the ridges, looking for signs of gold, hunting for camp meat. Good country, wild country. Not another human being for miles in any direction. The first 3 nights, something came into my camp while I slept. I'd wake up in the morning and things would be moved. My pack shifted, cans rearranged, food missing. Not the way a raccoon takes food. A raccoon tears things apart. This was deliberate. Something with hands had gone through my things. The 3rd morning, I'd had enough. That night, I climbed into my sleeping bag, fully dressed, boots on, with my rifle beside me and several cans of provisions stuffed down in the bag with me. If something was coming into my camp, I was going to be ready for it. I didn't mean to fall asleep, but I did. I woke up being carried. I was still in my sleeping bag, cinched tight, and something had picked me up, bag and all, and was carrying me. Not over the shoulder the way a man carries a sack of feed. I was being held against something's chest, pressed against it, cradled almost. I could feel the movement, up and down, up and down, the rhythm of something walking with enormous strides. Uphill, I could feel the incline. Branches scraped against the outside of the bag. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't get my arms free. The rifle was in the bag with me, but I couldn't reach it. I don't know how long I was carried. 3 hours, I estimated later. 3 hours of being hauled through the mountains in the dark, unable to move, unable to see, feeling the heat and the smell of whatever was holding me. A heavy, musky animal smell, but not like any animal I knew. When it finally put me down, I got the bag open and looked around. It was just coming on daylight. I was in a small, sheltered valley, almost like a bowl, with steep walls of rock and timber on all sides. And standing around me were 4 of them, a family. That's the only word for it. An old man, an old lady, and 2 young ones, a boy and a girl. The old man was the one who had carried me. 8 feet tall, I judged, somewhere around 800 pounds. His chest was enormous, barrel-shaped, with shoulders wider than any man I have ever seen. Covered in dark hair everywhere, thick and coarse. His arms hung down past his knees. His face was broad, with a wide jaw and a heavy brow. He looked at me the way a man looks at something he's brought home and isn't sure what to do with yet. The old lady was shorter, 7 feet maybe, but wide, very wide through the hips. She moved with a rolling, goose-like walk. She didn't seem pleased about what the old man had dragged home. She chattered at him. They had a language. Not words the way we use words, but sounds, patterns, something with structure to it. They communicated. There was no question about that. The boy was nearly full grown. 7 feet, maybe 300 pounds. Curious. He would come close to me and then back away. The girl kept her distance. She stayed behind the old lady and watched me from there. She never came close. Not once in 6 days. They were covered in hair. All of them. Except the palms of their hands, the soles of their feet, and a small area around the eyes and the upper part of the nose. Their hands looked human. The feet were broad and flat. The eyes were dark and intelligent and aware. I had my rifle. I had my knife. I could have tried to fight. But they didn't hurt me. Not once in 6 days did any of them make an aggressive move toward me. The old man watched me constantly, and I understood very quickly that I was not going to be allowed to leave. But I was not harmed. The old lady gathered food. She would disappear into the trees and come back with armfuls of grass and roots and spruce tips and hemlock branches and some kind of nut that grows underground, sweet tasting. She washed the roots in a small spring nearby and stacked them in piles. I never saw any of them eat meat. I never saw them cook anything. They ate raw, and they ate constantly. They slept under blankets. I need you to understand that. They had made blankets out of cedar bark strips, woven together, and they slept under them at night. These were not mindless animals. They made things. I ate my canned provisions, and I watched them, and I waited. I needed a plan. The old man was curious about my things. He would pick up my cans and shake them, smell them, turn them over in his hands. On the 4th or 5th day, he found my snuff box. He picked it up, pried it open, looked inside, and before I could stop him, He tipped the entire contents into his mouth and swallowed it. The reaction was immediate. His eyes went wide. He started to gag. He grabbed my pot of coffee, still hot, still full of grounds, and drank the whole thing in one motion. Then he sat down, hard, and started groaning. The old lady rushed to him. The boy came over. The girl backed further away, watching. This was my chance. I grabbed my rifle, grabbed what I could carry, and I ran. I ran for the gap in the rocks that I had spent 6 days studying, the low point in the valley wall where I thought I could get through. I heard the old lady behind me. She was fast, faster than something that size should be, and she was making a sound I had never heard before, a kind of chattering scream. I turned and fired the rifle into the air. One shot. She stopped. She stood there and watched me go. I did not look back again. I spent the next several days walking through the bush. I had no compass. I had no map. I followed water downhill until I hit a logging road, and then I followed the road until I found people. I told them I was a prospector. I told them I got lost. That was the story for 33 years. I'm telling the truth now because I'm 64 years old, and I've read the newspapers, and I know that other people are seeing these things. I know that I'm not crazy. I know what carried me into that valley. I know what I lived with for 6 days. They are not animals. I want to be clear about that. They are people. A different kind of people. They have a language, and they make things, and they have families, and they take care of each other. The old man got sick from my tobacco, and the first thing the old lady did was go to him. That is not an animal. That is a wife. I could have shot them. I had the rifle the entire time. I chose not to. I still believe that was the right decision. What right do we have to force our way of life on other people? I don't think we have that right, and I don't think they would like it. The noise and racket of a modern city. They would not like that any more than I do. Let them be. That's all I ask. Let them be. The Thing in the Hollow. Appalachian High Country, Virginia. July. Sometime in the late 1980s or early 1990s. I grew up in the Virginia High Country, deep Appalachia, the kind of place where secluded doesn't even begin to cover it. Our house sat on a ridge where the timber grew so thick the sun gave up halfway through the afternoon, half a mile to the nearest neighbor. No sidewalks, no streetlights, no sounds at night, except whatever the woods decided to send your way. The forest wasn't our backyard. It was everything. It went on in every direction, as far as you could walk, for as long as you could walk. And when you stopped, it kept going. When I was about 7 years old, I spent my summers the way mountain kids do. Out the door after breakfast, back before dark. And in between, the woods were mine. I had 2 dogs with me everywhere I went, a golden retriever and a black lab. Good dogs, big dogs, dogs that weren't afraid of anything. It was a July afternoon, hot, the kind of heat where the air feels like a wet wool blanket pressed against your face. The cicadas were screaming. The birds were going. The woods were alive the way they always were in summer. Loud, buzzing, full of noise. We were pushing through a stand of old-growth oaks, the dogs out in front of me the way they always were, when everything stopped. I don't mean it got quieter. I mean it stopped. Like someone had reached down and turned the volume knob to 0. No birds. No cicadas. No wind in the leaves. Just a sudden, pressurized silence. The kind that pushes against your ears. The kind that feels like the woods are holding their breath. My golden stopped mid-stride, his ears pinned flat against his head. A second later, the lab froze too. The hair along her spine stood straight up, a ridge of black fur from her neck to her tail. They were both staring at the same spot. A massive, rotted-out stump about 30 feet ahead of us, half buried in dead leaves and moss. I looked where they were looking. At first, I thought it was just the forest floor. A mound of leaves and earth and rot, piled up the way things pile up in old woods. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized the mound had a shape. It was long, it was wide, and it was breathing. Something was lying there, curled up beneath a layer of dead leaves and moss, like it had pulled the forest floor over itself, the way you pull a blanket up to your chin. It was enormous, scaled up beyond anything I had a word for at 7 years old. And through the gaps in the leaves, I could see fur. Thick, matted, rust-brown fur, caked with dirt. The dogs didn't bark. That's what I remember most clearly, all these years later. They didn't bark. They didn't growl. They didn't do any of the things dogs are supposed to do. They trembled, both of them, standing rigid, shaking, staring at that mound with a look I had never seen in their eyes before and have never seen since. Then the mound moved. A low groan came up out of the ground. Not out of the creature, out of the ground itself. That's what it felt like. A deep, guttural vibration that I felt through the soles of my sneakers before I heard it with my ears. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't a roar. It was the sound of something immense waking up. The shape began to uncoil. That's the word. Uncoil. The way a snake uncoils. Except this was the size of a man, and then some. Leaves slid off its back. Moss tore loose. The thing was rising. We didn't wait to see the face. All three of us, me and both dogs, turned and ran. I don't remember making the decision to run. My legs made it for me. We crashed through the brush, branches whipping my arms and face, my lungs burning, the dogs right beside me. And behind us, that groaning kept going, low and rhythmic, reverberating through the trees like a sound the mountain itself was making. We made it to the house. I threw the deadbolt. The dogs pressed themselves against my legs. I stood at the window and stared out at the tree line. The same tree line I had walked into 1,000 times without thinking. And it looked different. It didn't look like my woods anymore. It looked like something else's woods. And I was just allowed to be there. In the weeks after that, things changed. The nights got louder. Sounds I couldn't name. High-pitched whoops that cut through the dark. And low, heavy cracks, like someone taking a baseball bat to a tree trunk. They came from different directions on different nights, but always from the woods, always close. Then came the cookout. My family had people over. It was evening, the grill going, the adults talking and laughing. I was standing near the fire, and I looked toward the tree line where the shadows were deepest, where the oaks grew close together and the last of the daylight couldn't reach. Something was standing there, a dark, vertical shape, perfectly still, broad shoulders, a head that sat low, almost between the shoulders, the way something looks when it's watching you and doesn't want to be tall enough to be noticed. It didn't step into the light. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there, at the edge, where the world I knew ended and the world I didn't know began. I knew those shoulders. I knew that shape. It was the thing from the hollow. It had followed us home. Or maybe it had always been there, and I just never looked hard enough. It never came closer. It never made a move. Eventually, I stopped looking, and when I looked back, it was gone. The sightings faded after that, or maybe I just stopped going deep enough into the woods to find them. I grew up, I moved away. The hollow is still there. The oaks are still there. And somewhere beneath the leaves, in the places where the sun gives up and the silence presses in, I believe it's still there too. I was 7 years old. I know what I saw. The dogs knew what they saw. And none of us ever went back to that part of the forest again.
The town that was taken.
Portlock, Kenai Peninsula, Alaska. 1930s through 1950s. I was born in Portlock in 1934. By the time I was 16, there was no Portlock left to be born into. People ask me what happened. Writers come, television people come. They want the monster story. They want me to say the word, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and give them something they can put on a screen. But that's not what we called it. We called it Nantinak, and it is not a story. It is why I grew up somewhere else. Portlock sat at the bottom of the Kenai Peninsula, on the edge of a bay so beautiful it would stop your heart. Salmon so thick in the rivers you could almost walk across their backs. Clams on the shoreline the size of your fist. The cannery ran all summer. The fishing boats went out every morning, and the forest climbed up the mountains behind us like a green wall. It was a good place. It should have been a good place forever. But the forest was not ours. The elders knew. They always knew. When the Sugpiaq first settled that bay, generations before I was born, they learned quickly that something lived in those woods. Something old. Something that did not want us there. They called it Nantinak. Those who steal people. Not an animal. Not a spirit exactly. Something in between. Something with hair on its body and hunger in its heart and the intelligence to wait and watch and choose its moment. The old stories said they were giants, taller than any man, broader, stronger. They moved through the fog like it belonged to them, because it did. When the fog rolled in off the bay and the tree line disappeared into gray, the elders would bring the children inside. No one went to the lagoon in the fog. No one went into the forest after dark. These were not suggestions. These were laws. The town had rules. A curfew at night. Armed men walking the perimeter of the cannery and the school. You carried a rifle if you went beyond the last building. You told someone where you were going, and you told them when you'd be back. And if you weren't back, they came looking. But they came looking in numbers, and they came looking armed. For a while, the rules were enough. Then Andrew Kamluck went into the forest to cut timber. That was 1931. They found him with his head crushed. A piece of his own logging equipment had been used on him. Something so heavy, it would have taken his dogs to haul it to where he was working. The dogs were dead too, torn apart, not eaten, just destroyed. After that, the rules weren't enough anymore. Hunters went up the ridgeline to hunt Dall sheep and did not come back. Cannery workers walked out to check trap lines and were never seen again. A school teacher who came through in the 1940s, she lasted one season. She said the workers at the cannery kept vanishing, one by one, like the forest was taking attendance and crossing off names. Bodies turned up in the lagoon, not drowned, placed there, dismembered. Wounds that no bear could make, no wolf could make. These were not animal kills. Whatever did this knew what it was doing. The footprints appeared after every disappearance, 18 inches long, pressed deep into snow and mud. They came out of the forest and went back into the forest. They came down to the lagoon and went back up the ridge. They circled the town the way a predator circles a pen. A man named Tom Larson saw it on the beach once, face to face. He said it was enormous, 8 feet, maybe more, standing upright, covered in dark hair, watching him with eyes that were too human for something that wasn't. He ran for his gun. When he came back, it was gone. Just the footprints leading into the tree line. People started leaving. Not all at once. A family here, a family there. A fisherman who packed his boat and said he was going up the coast to Seldovia and would be back in the spring. He didn't come back. Then another family left. Then another. The children. We heard the warnings every day. Stay away from the lagoon. Stay away from the forest. Don't go past the last house. Don't go out in the fog. We grew up inside a perimeter that shrank a little bit every year. The town was getting smaller, but the forest stayed the same size. The forest was always the same size. By the late 1940s, there were barely enough people left to keep the cannery running. The school closed. The boats went out less and less. You could feel it. The town dying the way a campfire dies, one ember at a time. We left our houses. We left the school. We left everything we owned and started new lives in Nanwalek and Port Graham, up the coast. My family was among the last to go. I remember the day we left. I remember looking back at the buildings from the boat, the cannery, the houses, the dock. Everything we had built, everything we had tried to hold on to, sitting there at the edge of the trees, getting smaller and smaller as we pulled away. And I remember thinking, even at that age, that the forest looked like it was leaning in, like it had been waiting for us to leave, and now it could finally have what it wanted. The post office closed in 1950 or 1951. After that, Portlock was officially gone. Nobody has lived there since. The buildings are collapsed now. The cannery is rust. The trails are overgrown. The forest took it all back. The way the forest always takes things back when you stop fighting it. People go there sometimes. Hunters, filmmakers, people looking for the Nantinak. A television crew spent 40 days there a few years ago. They heard things. They felt things. They didn't stay. Nobody stays. My grandchildren ask me if it's real. If the Nantinak is really out there, in those woods, after all these years. I tell them what the elders told me. The forest was there before Portlock, and it will be there after all of us are gone. And the Nantinaq is part of the forest. You don't ask if the fog is real. You don't ask if the tide is real. You just know that when it comes, you go inside. We left our homes. We left our dead. And we never went back. That should tell you everything you need to know.
45 miles in the dark.
Canooma River, Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Fall, 1928. I need to tell you about Harry. Muchalot Harry. That was what the white people called him, after the Muchalot Inlet where he trapped. His people were Nootka, Nuchanolf, from the west coast of Vancouver Island. He was not a small man. He was big, strong, quiet. The kind of man who spent months alone in the bush and came back with furs stacked to the gunnels of his canoe. He knew the forest the way a fish knows a river. He was not afraid of anything. That's why what happened to him was so hard to believe. Not the story, the fear. Seeing that kind of fear in that kind of man. That's what convinced us it was real. It was the fall of 1928. Harry had taken his canoe up to the Canooma River, maybe 45 miles from the village. He had a favorite campsite up there. Good trapping country, remote, nobody else around. He set up his camp the way he always did. Tent, blankets, rifle, provisions. He'd been running his trap lines for a few days. Nothing unusual. Then one night, and I'm telling this the way he told it to us, when he could finally talk about it, something came into his camp and picked him up. He was asleep, wrapped in his blankets, wearing nothing but his woolen long underwear. No boots, no coat, no shirt. Something grabbed him, blankets and all, and lifted him off the ground and carried him. Harry was a big man, 200 pounds, maybe more. Whatever picked him up carried him like he was a child. He couldn't see. He was tangled in the blankets, pressed against something massive, something warm, something that smelled like nothing he had ever smelled before. A thick, rancid animal smell that got into his throat and stayed there. He could feel the movement, long strides uphill through brush, branches snapping. The rhythm of something that covered ground the way an elk covers ground, but on two legs. 3 miles. He figured it was about 3 miles, based on the time and the terrain. 3 miles through the forest in the dark, held against the chest of something he couldn't see. When it put him down, the sun was just starting to come up. He got free of the blankets and looked around. He was in a clearing. Not a natural clearing. A place where the brush had been beaten down, where the ground was packed hard, where the trees had been broken back to make a kind of open space in the forest. And standing around the edges of that clearing, watching him, were Sasquatch. Not 4, like Osman's family. Not 3, like the ones at Ape Canyon. 20. All sizes. Some enormous, 8 feet, 9 feet, with chests like barrels and arms that hung past their knees. Others smaller, younger. All of them covered in dark hair, standing upright, watching him with eyes that caught the early light. They didn't attack him. They stood there. Some of them came closer, cautious, curious. They reached toward him. Some of them pulled at his long underwear, the woolen fabric, like they'd never felt anything like it. They touched his skin. They turned him, studying him the way you'd study something you found in the woods and couldn't identify. And then Harry looked at the ground. Bones. The clearing was scattered with bones. Not arranged, not buried, just lying there in the dirt and the packed down brush. He couldn't tell, not right away, what kind of bones they were. Animal? Human? He didn't know. But there were a lot of them. More than could have come from 1 animal or 2 animals or 10 animals. Harry had spent his life in the bush. He had skinned bears and gutted elk and cleaned fish by the hundreds. He was not a man who was bothered by the sight of remains. But standing in that clearing, barefoot, in his underwear, surrounded by 20 creatures that were not human, and not animal, and not anything he had a name for, looking at a ground covered in bones, that was the moment he understood he might die here. He waited. He watched them. When they gathered together, not all of them, but enough of them, distracted by something, maybe food, maybe each other, he ran. No rifle. He'd left his rifle at camp. No boots, no coat, no knife. Just a man in his long underwear, barefoot, running through the forest in the early morning, branches cutting his arms and his face and his feet, not knowing which direction he was going, just knowing that he had to move and he could not stop. 12 miles. He ran 12 miles through the bush to get back to the river where he'd hidden his canoe. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how a barefoot man runs 12 miles through Vancouver Island timber without collapsing, but he did. He got to the canoe. He got in. He picked up the paddle and he started paddling. 45 miles. 45 miles of open water, back to the village. He did not stop. He did not sleep. He did not rest. He paddled for hours, through the inlet, along the coast, in his torn underwear, bleeding from his feet and his arms, until he reached the waters off the village. We heard him before we saw him, screaming, wild, raw screaming coming from the water, from the inlet, in the gray of early morning. People came running to the shore. They found Harry in his canoe, collapsed over the paddle, soaking wet, frozen, barely conscious. His underwear was in shreds. His feet were torn to pieces. His arms were covered in cuts and scratches from the brush. It took 3 weeks to bring him back. 3 weeks of rest and food and people sitting with him before he could tell us what happened. And when he did tell us, he told it once. He did not tell it again. His hair had turned white, not gray, white. Every strand of it, as if the color had been pulled out from the roots. He was not an old man. He was in his prime. But the hair that grew back on his head after that night was the hair of someone who had seen something that the human body was never meant to see. Muchalot Harry never went back to the Canooma River. Not once. Not even to get his rifle, his traps, his supplies. Everything he owned was at that camp, and he left it there. The man who had spent his life alone in the forest would not set foot in those woods again for as long as he lived. If you want to know whether the Sasquatch is real, don't ask a scientist. Don't ask a television crew. Ask the people who have been here for 10,000 years. Ask the Nuchanolf. Ask anyone from our village who was on the shore that morning when Harry came in screaming. We know. We've always known. The Cattle Car. Missoula, Montana, 1950s. My father told me this story when I was young, and I've carried it with me my whole life. He wasn't a man who made things up. He was practical, methodical, the kind of person who went to forestry school because he wanted to understand trees, not because he wanted an adventure. But he got one. This was the 1950s. We were living in Missoula, Montana, while my father attended the forestry program at the university. He spent most of his time in the woods. That was the job. That was the education. That was his life. He and the other students were out in the backcountry more days than they were in a classroom. One afternoon, my father came home in the middle of the day. That never happened. He was excited. Not scared, not upset. Excited. In a way I had never seen before. He started gathering things. Ropes, nets, a rifle. He was moving fast, talking fast, trying to explain what had happened while he packed. His buddy, another forestry student, had been out in the woods that morning, working in a remote area where the old logging railroad used to run. The rails were long gone, but some of the rolling stock had been left behind. Abandoned cattle cars, rusting in the brush, half swallowed by the forest the way old things get swallowed when nobody comes back for them. His buddy had heard something inside one of those cattle cars. Something moving. Something alive. He went to look. The sliding door on the side was partially open. Just enough of a gap for something to squeeze through, but not enough for something to easily get back out. He looked inside. There was a young Sasquatch in the cattle car. Small. Not an infant, but young. Maybe the size of a large child. Covered in hair. Standing in the far corner of the car, looking around, confused. It had gotten in and couldn't figure out how to get out. Or maybe it could have gotten out, but it was scared. And when you're scared, you freeze. Even if you're something that isn't supposed to exist. My father's buddy didn't think. He just reacted. He slid the cattle car door shut, all the way closed, latched it. And then he ran to find my father. That's when my father came home. Ropes, nets, rifle. They were going to go back out there and I don't know what exactly. Capture it, I suppose. Bring it back. Prove something. My father was a scientist at heart. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. He wanted evidence. They loaded everything into the truck and drove back out to the site. It wasn't far. Maybe 30 minutes from town, up one of the old logging roads. When they got there, the cattle car was destroyed. Not opened. Not tipped over. Destroyed. The steel walls were bent outward. The door had been ripped off its track. Not slid open. Ripped off. The way you'd tear a page out of a book. The wooden frame was splintered. Pieces of the car were scattered across the ground in a radius of maybe 20 feet. Something had torn that cattle car apart from the outside to get to what was inside. The baby was gone. There were no tracks that I know of, or if there were, my father didn't mention them. What he mentioned was the cattle car, the state of it, the force required to do what had been done to it. A cattle car is not a cardboard box. It's steel and iron and heavy timber, built to hold animals that weigh 1,000 pounds and don't want to be held. And something had peeled it open like a tin can. My father stood there, looking at the wreckage, and he understood two things. The first was that whatever had done this was stronger than anything he had learned about in any classroom, or any textbook, or any lecture on North American wildlife. The second was that it had done it to get its child back. That's the part of the story that has stayed with me for over 60 years. Not the baby in the cattle car. Not the ropes and the nets and the rifle. The parents. The parents came back for their baby. And when they found it locked inside a steel box, they didn't give up. They didn't leave. They broke the box. My father never talked about it much after that. He finished his degree. He had a career. He raised a family. He was not the kind of man who chased after things he couldn't explain. But I know it changed something in him. I know that when he went into the forest after that day, he went differently. He paid attention to things he hadn't paid attention to before. He listened to silences he used to walk through without noticing. He never saw one himself. Not that he told me about anyway, but he believed. After that day, with the cattle car torn open and the baby gone, and nothing left but bent steel and splinters, he believed. And so do I. The man who was looking. U.S. Highway 64, Macon County, North Carolina, June 23rd, 2015. I've spent 15 years looking for this thing. 15 years of driving back roads at night. 15 years of interviewing witnesses in their living rooms, watching their hands shake while they tell me what they saw. 15 years of hiking into places where the reports cluster, setting up trail cameras, making casts of prints, cataloging sounds. 15 years as a field investigator for the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. My name is Jeff Carpenter. I'm from Otto, North Carolina, Southern Appalachians, Macon County, deep mountain country. My father, Irvin, taught me what it means to be an outdoorsman. I can track, I can hunt, I can read a forest the way most people read a newspaper. I know what belongs in these woods and what doesn't. I've seen more bears than I can count. I've heard coyotes and bobcats and screech owls and every other thing that makes noise in the southern mountains after dark. And on the night of June 23rd, 2015, I saw something that wasn't any of those things. It was a Monday, waxing crescent moon, not much light, but enough to see shapes against the tree line. I was driving US 64, heading through Macon County. This was routine. I drive these roads at night as part of my research. You'd be surprised how many sightings happen on highways. These creatures cross roads. They follow creek drainages that pass under bridges. They use the same corridors the deer use. And sometimes, if you're driving slow enough and paying attention, you see them in your headlights, the same way you'd see a deer. I came around a slight curve, and there was a coyote on the right side of the road. That's nothing unusual. I slowed down, watched it trot off. Then I looked to my left. Something was standing just off the road, behind the guardrail. I need you to understand the distance. This was not 100 yards away in a foggy tree line. This was right there. Close enough that my headlights lit it up. Close enough that I could see detail. Close enough that when I stopped the truck, I was looking at it the way you'd look at someone standing on the other side of your front yard. It was upright, tall, well over 6 feet, maybe closer to 7, broad through the shoulders, with a head that sat low, almost sunk between the shoulders, the way a linebacker's head sits when he's in his stance. It was covered in dark hair, not fur, hair, and it was watching me. Not running, not flinching at the headlights, just standing there, behind the guardrail, watching my truck the way you'd watch a car pass your house. Then it turned and moved into the trees. Not fast, not panicked, deliberate. 3 or 4 steps and the darkness took it. I sat in my truck for a long time after that. I have interviewed hundreds of witnesses. Hundreds. I have sat across kitchen tables from farmers and hunters and hikers and fishermen and state troopers and school teachers. And I have listened to them describe exactly what I just described to you. And every single time, I believed them. I want to be clear about that. I didn't come to this as a skeptic. I've always believed. My community, the people I grew up with, we know these mountains hold things that don't show up in field guides. But there is a difference. A physical, chemical, bone-deep difference between believing someone else's story and standing 10 feet from the thing yourself. When it's your eyes, when it's your headlights, when it's your hands gripping the steering wheel because your body has decided, before your brain catches up, that what you're looking at changes everything. I filed my own BFRO report. I'd spent 15 years filing other people's. Now I was filing my own. And I wasn't the only one. Around that same time, a pair of hikers were backpacking on the Appalachian Trail through Macon County. My county, my mountains. They'd laid down for the night in their tent when they heard a howl. Not a coyote, not a dog, not a bear. Bears don't howl. This was a single vocalization that lasted 10 to 15 seconds, sustained, powerful, coming from the ridgeline above them. Then silence. Then, over the next 2 hours, random whoops. Sharp, punctuated calls, spaced out at irregular intervals, from different directions, as if something was circling their position. The next morning, they found tracks crossing the trail. Not bear tracks. These were bipedal, 2-footed impressions in the soft ground, about 5 feet apart, with heel strikes sunk 3 inches deep. They followed the trail in both directions for about 150 yards before it disappeared into the brush. A mile further down the trail, they found a second set of identical tracks crossing the path. They reported it to the BFRO. I investigated it. The tracks were real. The spacing was consistent with a bipedal creature covering ground at a walking pace with a stride length far beyond what a human could produce. The heel impressions were deep enough to suggest a body weight of several hundred pounds. These are my mountains. I was born here. My father was born here, his father before him. The Cherokee were here before all of us, and they have their own name for what lives in these hollows. Tsul-Kalu, the slant-eyed giant, the lord of the hunt. These stories go back further than anyone can remember, further than the Trail of Tears, further than the first European who set foot in these hills. When people ask me if Bigfoot is real, I don't argue with them anymore. I used to present evidence. I used to show them casts and play recordings and point to the database. I don't do that now. Now I just tell them what I saw on Highway 64 on a Monday night in June, standing behind a guardrail in my headlights, looking at me with a calm I will never forget. It didn't run. That's what stays with me. Everything else runs from headlights. Deer freeze, then bolt. Coyotes scatter. Bears lumber away. This thing looked at me, assessed me, decided I wasn't worth worrying about, and walked into the dark. When a myth turns into reality, it's a hell of a thing. It's hard to describe. You spend your life looking for something, and then you find it. And the finding doesn't feel like victory. It feels like the ground shifting under your feet. It feels like the mountains you've known your whole life suddenly have a room in them you've never opened. I'm still out there. I still drive the back roads. I still take the reports. But I drive a little slower now, and I look to the left a little more carefully when I come around a curve. Because I know what's standing behind the guardrail. The Hunt. Fiction. Based on the story Hunting for Bigfoot by Red Nova Tyrant. Not every encounter with Bigfoot happens in the forest. Some happen in the mind. What follows is fiction, but the thing it's about is very real. It was a Saturday morning when we went hunting for Bigfoot. The sky was overcast and gray, matching my mood perfectly, until we pulled over on the side of the old highway. The moment I popped the trunk and slid my hand over the wooden stock of my grandfather's rifle, my focus returned. I cocked the gun in sync with the spark of rage that flared in the pit of my stomach. I looked at my brother, Darren. He'd taken his weapon in hand too, though with noticeably less intent. Come on, Darren. Enough sulking. You know what we need to do. Yeah, I know. He slammed the trunk shut and slung his bag over his shoulder, keeping the rifle in both hands as he trudged past me toward the woods. Let's just get this over with. His exasperation was on full display. It sickened me. We pushed into the tree line. I had the trail marked. The game cameras, the footprint casts I'd taken last spring, the scratches on the bark 8 feet up the trunks. I knew this thing's territory better than it did. I'd been studying it for 2 years, ever since Dad. Darren didn't believe any of it. He thought Dad was killed by a bear. He thought the police were right, that the coroner was right, that the nice officers who came to our door with their hats in their hands were telling us the truth when they said it was a tragic accident in the backcountry. I saw the body. Darren didn't. I saw what was done to our father, and no bear did that. No bear leaves prints 19 inches long beside the body. No bear tears a man apart and arranges the pieces. Don't say it again, I growled when Darren started. I crouched by a creek bed and pointed at a track in the mud. Huge, 5-toed, sunk deep. Do you see the pattern of the pads? This is not a bear's foot, and it ain't one of our boots. That's the footprint of our Bigfoot. Darren just sighed and stood up. Come on, let's just lay the traps already. And you're on the first watch. It's way too early for me to deal with your crazy mess. We set the leg traps along the game trail where I'd found the most activity. Steel jaws, chained to stakes. I'd brought 4 of them. Darren thought I was insane. I thought he was weak. Night came. The storm hit. Rain hammered through the canopy and turned the ground to mud. We sat in our blind, a shallow depression behind a fallen oak, covered with a tarp, and we waited. Darren fell asleep. Of course he did. He didn't care. He'd never cared the way I cared. He wanted to move on, process the grief, talk to someone. I didn't want to talk to someone. I wanted to put a bullet in the thing that killed my father. I sat there in the rain, rifle across my knees, watching the tree line through the scope. Hours passed. My hands were numb. My back ached. The rain wouldn't stop. Then I heard it. A snap. Then another. Heavy movement through the brush, coming from the direction of the traps. Something big. Something that didn't move the way a deer moves or a bear moves. Something deliberate. I raised the rifle. Through the scope, in the gray half-light of the storm, I saw a shape. A large, dark, vertical shape, maybe 80 yards out, at the edge of the clearing where I'd set the traps. It was standing over something on the ground. Its arms were raised above its head, and it was bringing them down. Hard, rhythmic, violent, slamming into whatever was beneath it. I could hear the impact through the rain. Wet, heavy thuds. The traps. Something had been caught in the traps, and this thing was attacking it. Or finishing it. I didn't think. I didn't wake Darren. I ripped a bullet off my belt, slammed it into the chamber, shoved the bolt forward, and put the crosshairs on the center of its chest. I pulled the trigger. The shot echoed through the trees louder than any thunderclap, and the bullet hit. I watched the shape stagger. I watched it clutch at itself. I watched it crumble slowly to the ground. I scrambled to my feet. I was slipping in the mud, grabbing at branches, pulling myself forward through the rain. My fingers screamed in pain from the cold. I kept the gun close, in case it wasn't finished, in case it got back up. I reached the clearing, the spot where the thing had fallen. There was no creature, no massive dark body, no fur, no prints, no blood trail leading into the forest. There was only my brother. Darren was face down in the mud. His blood was mixing with the rain to form a dark, foul sludge beneath his body. The bullet had gone through his chest. He must have woken up. He must have gone to check the traps. He must have been standing right there, in the clearing, in the rain, when I looked through the scope and saw what I wanted to see, instead of what was there. I don't know how long I stood over him. I don't know when the rain stopped. I don't know when I started screaming. I know that I spent 2 years hunting a monster. I know that I was so certain, so consumed, so full of rage and grief that I couldn't tell the difference between a Sasquatch and my own brother standing in the rain. I know that the thing I was hunting was never in those woods. It was in me. The Affidavit, Mica Mountain, near Tête Jaune Cache, British Columbia, October 1955. I, William Rowe, of the city of Edmonton, in the province of Alberta, make oath and say that what follows is absolutely true and correct in all details. I want to start there, not with the story, with the oath. I signed this document in front of a notary public, under the laws of Canada, because I wanted there to be no question about what I'm telling you. This is not a campfire story. This is not something I heard from a friend of a friend. This happened to me, and I am willing to swear to it under penalty of law. I have been in the woods my whole life. Since I was a boy in Michigan, I have studied the lives and habits of wild animals. When I was raising my family in northern Alberta, I supported us by hunting and trapping. I have spent more hours watching wild creatures than most people spend sleeping. I know what a grizzly bear looks like. I know what a black bear looks like. I know what a moose looks like, and an elk looks like, and a wolverine looks like. I know what belongs in the forest and what doesn't. What I saw on Mica Mountain in October of 1955 does not belong in any book I've ever read. I had been working on the highway near Tête Jaune Cache, British Columbia, about 80 miles west of Jasper, for about 2 years. It was October, and I had a day off. I decided to hike 5 miles up Mica Mountain to an old deserted mine. No particular reason, just something to do. I had my rifle with me, but I wasn't looking to shoot anything that day. I came in sight of the mine around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I had just stepped out of a patch of low brush into a clearing when I saw what I thought was a grizzly bear on the other side, maybe 75 yards away. I'd shot a grizzly near that same spot the year before, so it wasn't unusual. But I had no way of getting a bear out of there, so I sat down on a small rock, rifle in my hands, and just watched. I could see part of the animal's head and the top of one shoulder. Then it raised up and stepped out into the opening, and I realized it was not a bear. It came across the clearing directly toward me. I'm going to describe it to you as carefully as I can, because what I saw deserves to be described carefully. It was about 6 feet tall. I would guess close to 300 pounds. It was covered in dark brown hair, tipped with silver. Not fur, not the dense undercoat a bear carries, but hair. Short hair, none of it longer than an inch, even on the head. The hair on the face was shorter still. It was female. I could see the breasts clearly. They were not like an animal's. They hung the way a woman's would. The face was broad and flat. The nose was flat, almost flush with the face. The ears were shaped like human ears. The eyes were small and dark, like a bear's eyes, but set in a face that was not a bear's face. The neck was thick and short, shorter than any man's neck I have ever seen. The shoulders were wide and heavy with muscle. It walked upright, not hunched, not shuffling, walking, the way you or I walk, It swung its arms as it moved, and as it walked, it was eating. It would reach out and strip leaves from the low bushes, wild cherry, I believe, and push them into its mouth, chewing as it walked. I sat on my rock and I watched. For several minutes, I just watched. My first thought was that some movie company was filming nearby, and this was an actor in a costume. But I studied it, and I knew no costume could do this. The movement of the muscles under the skin, the way the hair lay flat and shifted as it moved, the weight of it pressing into the ground with each step. This was a living thing. This was real. Then it got my scent. It stopped. It turned its head and looked directly at me through an opening in the brush. And when it saw me, I will never forget this as long as I live. A look of amazement crossed its face. Pure amazement. The way a person looks when they come around a corner and find something completely unexpected. Its eyebrows went up. Its mouth opened slightly. It looked so startled, so genuinely surprised that I had to grin. I couldn't help it. It was comical. Still crouched slightly, it backed up 3 or 4 short steps. Quick, careful steps, keeping its eyes on me. Then it straightened up to its full height and began to walk rapidly back the way it had come. Not running, not panicking, just leaving, quickly and deliberately, the way a person leaves a room when they realize they've walked into the wrong one. As it went, it looked back at me over its shoulder. Once, maybe twice. Not with fear, exactly. More like caution. As though it simply wanted no contact with anything strange. I raised my rifle.
I want to be honest about that.
I raised my rifle. I had the thought, just for a moment, that I should shoot it. For a specimen. For proof. To bring something back that would show the world what I had just seen. I looked through the sights. I had a clear shot. It was walking away from me, unhurried, and I could have put a bullet between its shoulders as easily as I've put a bullet into a deer at that distance 100 times. I lowered the rifle. I couldn't do it. It was too human. The way it walked, the way it looked at me, the way its face showed surprise. That was not an animal's face showing animal surprise. That was something closer to us than I was comfortable admitting. And I could not shoot something that close to human and live with myself afterward. It disappeared into the timber. I sat on my rock for a long time. Then, I hiked back down the mountain. I didn't tell anyone for almost 2 years. Not because I was afraid people would think I was crazy, though I was, but because I didn't have the words yet. I needed time to understand what I had seen before I could describe it to someone else. In 1957, I agreed to put it in writing. A journalist named John Green asked me if I would submit a sworn statement, and I said yes. The affidavit was drawn up by the legal department of the city of Edmonton. I signed it on August 26, 1957, in front of a notary. I did not have to do this. No one made me. I did it because I wanted this on the record, in my own words, under oath, so that after I'm gone, there would be no question about what I saw. I am not a scientist. I am not a researcher. I'm a man who has spent his life in the woods, watching animals, and on one October afternoon on Mica Mountain, I watched something that is not in any field guide, any textbook, or any museum. It was real. It was alive. It was eating leaves. And when it saw me, it was amazed. I grinned. And then I let it go.
59 seconds. Bluff Creek, Del Norte County, California. October 20th, 1967. People think I went to Bluff Creek because I believed in Bigfoot. I didn't. I went because Roger asked me to. And Roger was my friend, and I wanted to ride horses in good country. That's the truth of it. If there was a Sasquatch out there, fine. If there wasn't, and I figured there wasn't, I'd still have a week in the mountains on horseback, and that was good enough for me. Roger Patterson was a different kind of man. He'd been chasing this thing for years. He'd written a book about it. He'd been out to Bluff Creek before, found tracks, talked to loggers who'd seen things. He was making a film, a little movie about cowboys hunting for Bigfoot. He had a rented 16mm camera and 100 feet of film. He was certain, the way some men get certain about things that haven't been proven yet. I wasn't certain about anything. I just liked riding horses. We agreed on one thing before we went out. We would not shoot whatever we found, unless it came at us. I carried my rifle, but the agreement was clear. No shooting unless our lives were in danger. We drove out to Six Rivers National Forest in Northern California. Bluff Creek is remote, 18 miles east of the Pacific, deep in logging country. You couldn't get there by car. We brought 3 horses and a few days' worth of provisions. We'd been riding for several days, following the creek upstream, looking for tracks, looking for anything. October 20th, 1967, a Friday. The weather was clear and dry. Good visibility. We were riding northeast along the east bank of the creek, the horses picking their way through the gravel, the water low, the sun high enough to throw shadows across the sandbars. It was sometime between 1:15 and 1:40 in the afternoon when we came around a bend. There was an overturned tree with a root system big enough to block our view, like rounding a corner in a hallway. On the other side was a log jam, debris piled up from the flood of '64. And behind that log jam, on the far side of the creek bed, something was moving. The horses knew before we did. Roger's horse spooked, reared up, fighting the reins. My horse went stiff, ears forward, nostrils flaring. And then I smelled it. A thick, heavy, musky stench, like a skunk, but worse, deeper. The kind of smell that coats the inside of your throat. Roger was off his horse almost before it stopped moving. He was scrambling for the camera. It was in the saddlebag, and he was fighting the buckle, fighting the strap, trying to get it out while the horse was still dancing sideways. I stayed mounted. I held the horses, and I looked at the thing on the other side of the creek. It was walking, not running, not crouching, walking upright across the gravel bar, away from us, with a stride that was long and smooth and deliberate. It was large. Roger's horse was spooked at close range, but the creature was maybe 120, 130 feet from where Roger was running with the camera. Big shoulders, big frame, covered in dark hair, reddish brown, almost black. The arms swung with each step, the way yours do when you're walking with purpose. And I could see clearly, even from that distance, that it was female. The breasts were visible. This was not a man in a costume. I've been around animals my entire life, and what I was looking at was a living creature with weight and muscle and movement that no suit could replicate. Roger was running toward it now, camera up, filming. The first seconds of footage were shaky. He was still moving, still finding his footing in the gravel. Then he dropped to one knee and steadied the camera. And that's when the creature did something that has been frozen in photographs and printed on 1 million t-shirts and analyzed by 1,000 experts for almost 60 years. It turned its head and looked at him. Not a glance, not a flinch. It turned at the shoulders and the neck, and it looked directly at the man with the camera. And the expression on its face, I've heard it described a lot of ways. Disgust, annoyance, indifference. I'll tell you what I saw from horseback. I saw something that was not afraid. It looked at Roger the way a person looks at a stray dog on a sidewalk. It acknowledged him, assessed him, and decided he was not worth stopping for. Then it turned back and kept walking. Into the tree line, into the brush, gone. The whole thing, from the moment we rounded that root ball to the moment the creature disappeared into the timber, was maybe a minute. Roger's film ran out at 59 seconds. 59 seconds that changed my life forever, and not in ways I would have chosen.
After the creature was gone, we went back to the sandbar. We found tracks, 14.5 inches long, sunk deep in the wet gravel. We found a wet footprint on a rock leading up the cliffside, and up on the cliff, we found a wet impression in the mud, a large, flat area where something heavy had been sitting. We think it had been watching us before we ever rounded that bend. It knew we were coming. It chose to leave. Roger drove to Willow Creek that evening and shipped the film. I stayed with the horses. When the film came back developed, it was 60 feet of footage that would make Roger famous and make my life very complicated. I need to tell you something about what happened after. Roger took the film on tour. He showed it everywhere. He made money from it. Not a fortune, but enough to draw attention. He was called a genius by some and a con man by others. In 1972, 5 years after we filmed at Bluff Creek, Roger died of Hodgkin's lymphoma. He was 36 years old. After he died, people came for me. A man named Bob Hieronymus said he wore a gorilla suit for Roger that day. A costume maker said he sold Roger a suit. A Skeptic magazine published a whole investigation. Roger's own son, decades later, said it was a hoax. The world decided it had been figured out, that 2 rodeo boys from Yakima had pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. I have been asked about this every year for almost 60 years. At conferences, in interviews, in parking lots, in grocery stores. People approach me like I owe them an answer, and I give them the same one every time. I was there. I saw it. It was real. I did not wear a costume. I did not help stage a hoax. I did not conspire with Roger or with anyone else. What I saw walking across that creek bed was a living, breathing animal that I had never seen before and have never seen since. I watched it move. I watched it turn. I watched it look at us with an intelligence that I recognized, even though I had no name for what was behind it. Bob Hieronymus says he wore the suit. Let me tell you something about Bob Hieronymus. When he tried to demonstrate the walk for cameras, it looked nothing like what's on that film. When the costume maker tried to recreate the suit, it looked nothing like what's on that film. The muscle movement under the skin, the way the hair lays flat and shifts with each stride, the proportions of the limbs. I've watched the experts argue about this for decades, and not one of them has been able to reproduce what's in those 59 seconds using the technology that was available to us in 1967. You don't have to believe me. I stopped needing people to believe me a long time ago. I know what I saw, and I know this. I've spent 58 years being called a liar, and in all that time, I have not changed a single detail of my account. Not one word. Not one. If I were lying, I would have slipped by now. 58 years is a long time to maintain a fiction.
People get old, they get tired, they let things go. Hoaxers confess. Con men move on to the next con. I'm 94 years old, and I'm still telling you the same thing I told the first reporter who put a microphone in my face in 1967. I was there. I saw it. It was real. Roger's gone. The film is 59 seconds of grainy, shaking 16mm footage that will be argued about for another 100 years. And I'm just a cowboy who went for a ride in the mountains with his friend and came back with something I can never put down. I don't know what it was. I know what it looked like. I know what it smelled like. I know the sound my horse made when it caught the scent. And I know the way it looked back at us. That slow turn, those dark eyes, that face that was almost human, but not quite. Not quite. And I know that whatever it was not afraid of us. We should have been afraid of it.
The Ohio Flap, Portage County and Trumbull County, Northeast Ohio, March 2026. Everything you've heard so far happened in the past. Some of it decades ago, some of it a century ago. What I'm about to tell you happened last month. March 6th, 2026, 12:23 in the afternoon, broad daylight. A researcher is standing in a field near Mantua Center, Ohio, a small town in Portage County, southeast of Cleveland. Rural country, farms, woodlots, the Headwaters Trail greenbelt running through the landscape like a green vein. He's not hunting. He's not looking for anything in particular. He's just out. And then he sees it. 120 yards away, at the edge of the tree line, something is standing upright, 9 feet tall, brown hair covering its entire body. It is looking directly at him. For a moment, he doesn't know how long, a few seconds, maybe more, they are locked in eye contact, man and creature, across an open field, in the middle of the day. Neither moves. Then the creature turns, and it doesn't walk. It moves, fast, fluid, covering ground in a way that something 9 feet tall shouldn't be able to, and it vanishes into the trees. The researcher gets out of the field, fast. That was the first report. It was not the last. The next night, 10:52 p.m., same general area, a different witness. An 8-foot figure, dark brown, emerges from the tree line about 40 yards from the Headwaters Trail. The witness doesn't see it first. He hears it. A deep, vibrating grunt that seems to come from everywhere at once. The kind of sound you feel in your ribs before you hear it in your ears. He looks toward the sound, and there it is, standing at the edge of the trail, in the dark, watching him. It steps back into the trees. Gone. 2 sightings, 2 days, same corridor. March 9th. 3 more reports come in, scattered across the county. Garrettsville. 2 sightings, different witnesses, different times. Then Wyndham. An older woman. And I want you to pay attention to this, because she's important. This is a woman who did not believe in Bigfoot. She had never given it a second thought. She was outside her home when something massive came out of the woods, crossed an open area, and went back into the woods on the other side, on 2 legs, not walking like a bear walks when it rears up, walking like a person walks. She called it in. She was shaking. Then Streetsboro, another sighting, same night, March 10th, 4 in the morning, Newton Township. They've crossed the county line now. This is Trumbull County. A man takes his German Shepherd outside. The dog gets to the door and starts freaking out, lunging toward the tree line, then pulling back, then lunging again. The man looks where the dog is looking, a large, dark figure, 9, maybe 10 feet tall, standing in the tree line, motionless. The dog couldn't stop shaking. 8 sightings in 4 days. 8 unconnected witnesses across 2 counties. No photographs, no video. Every encounter lasted seconds. Too fast,
too unexpected. These weren't Bigfoot hunters with cameras ready. These were people walking dogs, hiking trails, stepping outside at 4 in the morning. They weren't prepared for what they saw. Jeremiah Byron runs the Bigfoot Society podcast. He's conducted over 1,000 witness interviews in his career. When the reports started coming in, he mapped them. And what the map showed wasn't random scatter. It was a route. An eastward line tracking from Portage County into Trumbull County, following the Headwaters Trail. A wooded greenbelt that connects the small towns like a highway through the trees. Something was moving through the corridor, and it wasn't alone. The sizes varied. Some witnesses described a creature close to 10 feet. Others described something around 6 feet, possibly younger. Different colorings: dark brown, reddish brown, black. To Byron, the pattern looked like a family group on the move. He called it the biggest cluster of Bigfoot reports since the 1970s. And he wasn't the first person in Northeast Ohio to say something like that. August 1978, 50 miles southwest, Stark County. The Caton family lived on Lincoln Street in Paris Township, about 2 miles west of Minerva. Their property backed up against an old strip mine. Dense brush, heavy timber, the kind of ground that humans stopped walking through decades ago. One evening, something appeared at their kitchen window. 7 feet tall, at least, covered in hair. The witnesses described glowing red eyes. It came back. Night after night, it returned. It threw rocks at the house. It stood at the tree line and watched. The family called the Stark County Sheriff's Office. Deputies came out. They searched the property. They found no animal, but they noted a strong, unusual smell in the air. A musky ammonia odor. Heavy, chemical. Nothing like a bear or a deer or any known wildlife. The Caton family told their story. Researchers followed up in 1985 and again in 1991. The family's account was, word for word, the same as it had been in 1978. They never recanted. They never changed a detail. The case became known as the Minerva Monster, and it made national headlines. In Ohio, they don't call it Bigfoot. They call it the Grassman. It's described as taller, sometimes more aggressive than the Pacific Northwest Sasquatch. It uses waterways as travel corridors. It follows the creeks and the green belts, the way deer follow game trails. Invisible until you happen to be standing in the right place at the right time. Or the wrong place at the wrong time. Portage County Sheriff Bruce Zukowski went on the record in March 2026. He told reporters that 10 individual people had come to him describing a large creature with a musty odor. The Ohio Department of Natural Resources said they had received no reports of Bigfoot activity. No official reports were filed. No evidence was recovered. No photographs exist. But 10 people, in 4 days, across 2 counties, described the same thing. A hair-covered creature walking upright, moving through the woods along the Headwaters Trail, triggering fear responses in dogs, leaving nothing behind but a smell that hangs in the air long after the thing itself is gone. The investigation is still active. Byron and the Bigfoot Society are still collecting reports. The Ohio Sasquatch Project has researchers in the field. As of right now, as of the moment you are hearing this, nobody has found a track, a hair sample, or a clear photograph. But nobody has stopped looking either. And the Headwaters Trail is still there. The corridor is still open. The trees are still thick. And somewhere in Northeast Ohio, 10 people are still trying to explain what they saw in the first week of March, when something that wasn't supposed to exist walked through their county in broad daylight and didn't leave a trace.
except the smell. They all remember the smell. The voices in the Sierras. Remote deer camp. Sierra Nevada mountains, California. 1971 through 1974. I need to tell you about a sound. Not a sighting, not a footprint, not a shape in the tree line or a shadow in the dark. A sound. A voice. Something that spoke from the forest in a language that no human being has ever been able to identify. In a place where no human being should have been. This started in 1971. I was living in Merced, California, working as a hospitality manager, sitting on the board of my church. Normal life, normal man. I was not looking for Bigfoot. I had never thought about Bigfoot. I didn't care about Bigfoot. Then a friend of mine, a fellow church board member, a man I trusted completely, came back late from a hunting trip in the high Sierras. 2 days late. His wife was worried. When he finally got home, he told us what happened. He and his hunting party had been at their usual camp, a remote spot in the wilderness between Lake Tahoe and Yosemite. High elevation, no roads, no trails, no other people for miles. They'd been going there for years, but this time, something found them. At night, sounds started coming from the ridgeline around the camp. Not animal sounds, not wind. Vocalizations. Loud, powerful, coming from multiple directions, as if whatever was making them was circling the camp. And in the morning, they found footprints. 5-toed, enormous, pressed deep into the ground around the perimeter of their shelter. One man in the party refused to go back. Ever. He was done. My friend asked me to come on the next trip. Not to hunt Bigfoot. To keep the group calm. To be another set of eyes. To help figure out what was making those sounds. I said yes. I'm an adventurer at heart. I've never been the kind of man who turns away from something I don't understand. We went up in the fall of 1971. The camp was crude. A shelter built from deadfall logs. Nothing fancy. Deep in the wilderness where you could go a week without seeing another person. We set up, we hunted, we waited. The first night, nothing. The second night, they came. It started with whoops. Sharp, high-pitched calls from the ridge above us, echoing off the rock faces. Then knocking. Heavy, rhythmic impacts, wood against wood, like something was beating a log against a tree trunk. The sounds came from different positions around the camp, spaced out, coordinated, not random, organized. Then the chattering began. I don't have a word for what we heard. The researchers later called it samurai chatter because of the rapid, staccato quality, like someone speaking fast in a language you've never heard, with consonants and vowels and rhythm and structure. It didn't sound like an animal. It didn't sound like a person. It sounded like something in between. A voice that was almost human, but pitched wrong. Too deep, too resonant, with a chest cavity behind it that no man I've ever met could produce. There were multiple voices, at least 2, sometimes more. They spoke to each other, back and forth like a conversation, interrupted each other, responded to each other. One voice was deeper than the others. We came to call it the old man. It had authority. When it spoke, the others went quiet. 40 feet. That's how close they were. 40 feet from where we sat in our shelter, in the dark, listening to something speak in a language we could not understand. This is where Al Berry comes in. Al was a journalist, an investigative reporter for the Sacramento Bee. Vietnam veteran, master's degree. The man was not a fool, and he was not a believer. He came to our camp for one reason, to expose a hoax. He was certain, absolutely certain, that someone in our group was faking the sounds, and he was going to prove it. He brought recording equipment, the best cassette recorder money could buy at the time, microphones that he threaded through the deadfall logs of our shelter, pointing outward into the woods. And he searched our packs, every bag, every pocket. He was looking for speakers, playback devices, anything that could produce the sounds we'd described. He found nothing. The first night Al was there, the voices came back, and this time we recorded them. The microphones picked up everything. The whoops from the ridgeline, the knocking, and the chattering. Clear, close, unmistakable. Al sat in the shelter with the recorder running and his eyes wide, listening to something he had come here to prove didn't exist.
He couldn't prove it. He spent the rest of his life trying to figure out how someone could have faked those recordings, and he never could. He told people, right up until he died in 2012, that it would have made the story even more interesting if he could have discovered how anyone could have pulled this off. He never found an explanation, and he never said the sounds were fake. We went back, year after year, 1971, 1972, 1974. Each time, we recorded more. The vocalizations changed over the visits. In 71 and 72, they were aggressive. Intimidation displays, loud, meant to scare us off. By 74, something had shifted. The sounds were different. Rhythmic rapping, pounding, whoops that sounded almost playful, and phrases, almost understandable phrases, as if whatever was making them was trying to communicate with us. I started imitating the sounds. I would make a vocalization, and something in the dark would respond. Back and forth, call and answer. I don't know if it understood me. I don't know if I understood it, but the exchange was real. It was listening to me and responding to what I said, and that is not something an animal does. We sent the tapes to the University of Wyoming. They ran them through a year-long evaluation. Their conclusion? The sounds were primate in origin, produced by a creature with a vocal range and lung capacity significantly greater than the average human being. Then a man named Scott Nelson got hold of the recordings. Nelson was a retired cryptologic linguist for the United States Navy. His job, his professional, government-trained job, was to listen to recordings of unknown languages and break them down into components. Phonemes, morphemes, syntax, the building blocks of communication. He had spent his career analyzing intercepted transmissions in languages he didn't speak, identifying patterns, finding structure. He listened to our tapes. His conclusion, in his own words, it is definitely a language. It is definitely not human in origin, and it could not have been faked. I want you to sit with that for a moment. A man who was trained by the United States Navy to identify languages. A man whose literal job was to listen to unknown communications and determine what they were. Listen to what we recorded in the Sierra Nevada mountains and told us it was a language. Not random noise, not animal vocalizations. A language. With structure, with grammar, with intent. Whatever is in those mountains, it talks, it communicates, it has something to say. I'm an old man now. Al is gone. The tapes are digitized, preserved, available for anyone to listen to. And every time someone new hears them, really hears them, with headphones on in a quiet room, I see the same look on their face. The same look Al had the first night in camp. The look of someone hearing something that changes what they thought was possible. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're an undiscovered primate, or a relict hominid, or something else entirely. I know that they were 40 feet from me in the dark, speaking to each other in a language that a Navy codebreaker couldn't decode, and that they've been there, in those mountains, between Tahoe and Yosemite, in the deep places where the trees are old and the silence is absolute, for longer than any of us have been alive. Listen to the recordings, close your eyes, put your headphones on, and tell me what you hear. Because whatever it is, it's still out there, and it's still talking.
The smell. The Florida Everglades. 1974 through 2000. We spent hours in the mountains. The Sierras, the Cascades, the Rockies, the Appalachians. Cold air, old timber, deep snow. Now I'm going to take you somewhere that doesn't have any of those things. I'm going to take you to a swamp. Because in Florida, they don't call it Bigfoot. They call it the skunk ape. And the first thing you'll notice about it isn't how it looks. It's how it smells. The Seminole called it Esti Kapkaki, furry tall man, hairy giant. They've been seeing it in the Everglades for centuries before any of us got here. It was the protector of the woods, they said. You didn't go looking for it. If it wanted you to see it, you'd see it. And if you smelled it, you were already too close. The smell. I have to start with the smell because every single person who has encountered this thing mentions it first. Not what it looked like, not how tall it was, the smell. A mixture of wet dog, skunk musk, sulfur, and something rotting. Concentrated, chemical, so strong it causes nausea. It clings to your clothes. It fills your car. It hangs in the air for hours after the creature is gone. In the heat and humidity of the Everglades, it's almost unbearable. If Bigfoot is the mountain king, the skunk ape is its swamp cousin. Shorter, 6 to 8 feet instead of 9 to 10. Stockier, covered in reddish-brown to dark brown hair, matted and thick. 4 toes instead of 5, if the footprint casts are to be believed. And the smell. Always the smell. January 9th, 1974. Just after midnight. Richard Lee Smith was driving along U.S. Route 27 near Hollywood Boulevard, on the eastern edge of the Everglades in Pembroke Pines. It was dark, the road was empty, and something stepped into his headlights. He hit it. His car slammed into something that he initially thought was a tall man in dark clothing. He stopped. He got out. And what he saw standing up from the road was not a man. It was 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in hair. It lifted itself off the pavement, turned toward him, and roared. Then it charged his car. Smith got back in and drove. He reported the collision to the Florida Highway Patrol. They might have dismissed it, except that over the next few hours, other drivers on US 27 reported seeing something. A limping giant walking along the shoulder of the highway in the dark. Enormous, hairy, moving south. At 2:12 in the morning, a patrolman from Hialeah Gardens radioed in. He had visual contact with a huge, hairy creature limping along the road a few miles south of the accident scene. Then it stepped off the pavement and disappeared into the brush. At dawn, they launched 2 helicopters. They searched the swamp from the air. They found nothing. That same year, 1974, was the year the Everglades caught fire. Record drought. Wildfires burning through the sawgrass. And as the swamp dried up and the habitat shrank, the sightings exploded. Something was being pushed out of the deep Everglades and into the places where people lived. In Dade County, suburban neighborhoods reported sightings through the fall. A farmer named Buddy Sterrett, out near Lake Worth, said a skunk ape lifted one of his hogs.
over 100 pounds, and tore it apart. Two Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputies, Marvin Lewis and Ernie Milner, encountered a tall creature west of Lantana. They shot at it. It grunted and vanished into the swamp. Deputy Lewis went on the record. "I know it exists." A security guard named Kerry Cantor, working in Wellington, shot a skunk ape after it walked out of the tree line toward him and ignored his commands to stop. He hit it. The wounded creature turned and ran back into the brush. No body was ever recovered. 3 years later, Key Largo, July 14th, 1977. Charles Stokeman was a Vietnam veteran and former police officer. Not the kind of man who spooked easily. He and his 13-year-old son Charlie were in the thick red mangroves behind their home near mile marker 94.5, collecting bottles. They smelled it before they saw it. That smell. Wet dog and rot and something chemical underneath. Something that made your eyes water. And then, through the mangroves, they saw it. 8, maybe 9 feet tall. Massive head and shoulders. Long fur, dark, hanging off its body in matted clumps. It had a huge head and shoulders, Stokeman said later. Long fur all over, and it stank like a dirty, wet dog. A Vietnam veteran who had been shot at by other human beings looked at this thing in the mangroves behind his house and felt fear. That tells you something. That tells you everything. 1997. A tour bus.
John Vickers was driving a group through the Everglades when something stood up on its hind legs and crossed the road in front of the bus. 7 feet tall, red hair, moving fast through the sawgrass on 2 legs. 30 to 40 people on that bus. Every single one of them told the same story. 2 days later, a real estate agent named Jan Brack saw the same thing cross the road in front of her car. She thought it was a bear at first. Then she realized it wasn't a bear. She had no idea what it was. Minutes after Brack's sighting, the Ochope fire chief, Vince Dorr, came down the same road. He saw the creature and pulled over. He took a photograph. It shows a dark, upright figure standing in the swamp. It is not a bear. And then there's the woman with the camera. December 2000, 3 days before Christmas, somewhere near Myakka, Florida. A woman, she has never given her name, and I will respect that, woke up to a loud noise on her back porch. Banging. Something heavy moving deck chairs around. And with the banging came a sound she had never heard before. A low, deep grunting. And the smell. The smell came through the walls. She went to the window. There, on her back deck, was an animal. Enormous. Covered in hair. It had been taking apples from a basket she kept outside. She picked up her camera. She took 2 photographs through the window. Clear, close. The creature's face is visible. Flat, wide, with eyes that catch the light. She did not call the police. She did not call a news station. She did not call a Bigfoot researcher. She put the photographs in an envelope, wrote a letter explaining what had happened, and mailed them anonymously to the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. She didn't sign the letter. She didn't give her address. She wanted someone official to have the pictures, and she wanted to be left alone. Those photographs are known as the Myakka photographs. They are, to this day, among the clearest, close-range images ever taken of what appears to be an unknown primate in the state of Florida. The woman who took them has never come forward. She never wanted attention. She just wanted someone to know what was on her porch. The Everglades cover 1.5 million acres. That's an area larger than Rhode Island. The sawgrass grows over your head. The water moves even when the wind doesn't. The ground shifts under your feet. There are places in there that no human being has walked in decades, maybe ever. The scientists say the skunk ape doesn't exist. No verified specimens, no bones, no remains. Just photographs, footprint casts, hair samples that come back unknown primate, and a smell that every witness describes the same way, independently, across 50 years and 1,000 miles of swamp. Maybe they're right. Maybe it's bears with mange and overactive imaginations. But I keep coming back to the deputies, Lewis and Milner, career law enforcement officers who shot at something in the brush west of Lantana and watched it absorb the impact and run. "I know it exists," Lewis said. He didn't say, "I believe." He said, "I know." In the mountains, they see Bigfoot and feel wonder. In the swamps, they smell the skunk ape and feel their stomachs turn. It's the same mystery with a different mask. And down here in Florida, in the heat and the wet and the rot, the mask stinks.
They were here before us. North America. 1721 to the present. And long before that. We've been telling you stories, one encounter at a time, one witness at a time, stretched across 100 years and a dozen states. But I want to step back now. I want to show you something that most Bigfoot videos don't. I want to show you how old this really is. Before Roger Patterson brought his camera to Bluff Creek, the creature was already old. Before Fred Beck fired his rifle at Ape Canyon, it was already old. Before Albert Ostman was carried through the mountains in his sleeping bag, before William Rowe sat on his rock and watched it eat wild cherry leaves, before the first white settler set foot on this continent, it was already here. And the people who were here first already knew its name. Not one name, dozens of names, hundreds maybe. Because every culture that has lived on this land, from the Arctic to the Everglades, has a word for the same thing. The Lummi people of the Pacific Northwest call them Tsemekwes. The stories vary from family to family. What they eat, where they live, how they behave, but the existence of the creature itself is not debated. A professor at Northwest Indian College, who lived on the Lummi Reservation and heard one scream at 3:30 in the morning, asked his students about it afterward. They weren't surprised. Almost everyone knew someone who had seen one. To them, questioning whether Tsemekwes exists would be like questioning whether the rain exists. The Stutziles Nation of British Columbia call them Saskets, the hairy man. That word, anglicized by a Canadian Indian agent named J.W. Burns in 1929, became Sasquatch. The name that half the world uses today for this creature is a Coast Salish word. We borrowed it. We borrowed their knowledge, their experience, their 10,000 years of coexistence with something we've only been arguing about for 70. The Cherokee of the Appalachian Mountains tell of Sulkalu, the slant-eyed giant, the lord of the game. He lives in the high places, in the gaps and the balds, where the ridgelines meet the sky. He is not a monster in their stories. He is a being of power, a keeper of balance, something that was here when the mountains were young. The Ojibwe of the northern plains speak of the Rougarou, a hairy apparition that appears in times of danger, a messenger of warning, telling mankind to change its ways. The Seminole and Miccosukee of Florida call it Esti Kapkaki, the furry tall man, the protector of the forest. They've been seeing it in the Everglades for centuries. The Dena'ina of Alaska call it Nantina, those who steal people. The word that gave us Nantinaq, the creature that emptied the town of Portlock. The Yokuts of Central California described a being they called the Hairy Man, a giant covered in long, shaggy hair, who ate the animals that might harm people. Parents told their children not to go near the river at night, or they might encounter him. The Alutiiq, the Tlingit, the Yupik, the Chinook. Nation after nation, tribe after tribe, language after language. The same creature described with different words. The oldest written account in English comes from 1721. A Jesuit priest was living with the Natchez people in the region that is now Mississippi. He reported stories told by the tribe of hairy creatures that lived in the forest. They screamed loudly. They stole livestock. They were large, bipedal, and they did not want to be seen. 1721. That is more than 300 years ago. More than 50 years before the Declaration of Independence. The United States did not exist yet, and people were already telling stories about this creature. In 1818, newspapers in what is now Apalachicola, Florida, reported a man-sized monkey that raided food stores and stalked fishermen along the shore. The first published skunk ape sighting, 208 years ago. In 1840, a Protestant missionary named Reverend Elkanah Walker was living near Spokane, in what would become Washington State. He recorded stories told to him by the native people of the area. Stories of giants who lived on and around the peaks of the nearby mountains. These giants, they said, stole salmon from the fishermen's nets. They came down from the peaks at night and took what they needed, and then they went back up into the places where humans could not follow.
Walker wrote it down. He didn't know what to make of it. He was a man of God, not a man of cryptozoology. But he wrote it down, and it survived, and when you read his account today, 186 years later, you recognize immediately what the Spokane people were describing. The same creature, the same behavior, the same mountain territory, the same quiet coexistence, punctuated by theft and avoidance. In 1929, J.W. Burns collected stories from the Stasilas Nation and published them in Maclean's magazine under the title Introducing BC's Hairy Giants. One of the accounts described a tribal member's encounter with a hairy wild woman who could speak the language of the Douglas fir people. Not a beast, a person. A different kind of person, living in the spaces between the places humans claimed. 16th century Spanish explorers on the California coast told stories of the Dark Watchers, large creatures that stalk their camps at night, standing motionless on the ridge lines, watching. Every expedition, every settlement, every wave of people who came to this continent found the same stories waiting for them, told by the people who were already here. And here is the thing that most Bigfoot discussions miss entirely. These are not fringe beliefs held by a handful of superstitious individuals. These are core cultural narratives shared across dozens of nations spanning thousands of miles, maintained through oral traditions for hundreds of generations. The consistency is remarkable. Not identical, because these are different peoples in different landscapes, but structurally consistent. Large, bipedal, hair-covered, intelligent, powerful, territorial, nocturnal, or crepuscular, avoidant of humans, but capable of aggression when provoked, possessed of a smell that announces their presence. If one culture told this story, you might call it mythology. When every culture on a continent tells the same story, independently, for millennia, you have to at least consider the possibility that they're describing something real. The Western scientific establishment has spent 70 years trying to prove or disprove the existence of a creature that indigenous peoples have known about for 10,000. We approach it as a mystery to be solved. They approach it as a neighbor to be respected. Maybe the difference isn't about evidence. Maybe it's about listening. A Lummi student, when asked by her professor whether Bigfoot was real, didn't argue. She didn't present evidence, she just looked at him the way you'd look at someone who asked if the mountains were real, and said nothing. Because some things don't require proof. Some things just require attention. The creature you've been hearing about tonight, in Oregon and Washington and British Columbia and Alaska and Virginia and Ohio and Florida and California, has been here longer than any of us. Longer than our cities, longer than our roads, longer than our languages. It was here before the Jesuits came. It was here before the missionaries came. It was here before the prospectors and the loggers and the highway builders and the trail cameras and the podcasts and the television crews. It will be here after all of that is gone. The only question is whether we're willing to listen to the people who have been telling us this for 10,000 years.
The Grapevines, Gate City, Virginia. November. Sometime in the late 1970s or early 1980s. I was a boy. I need you to understand that first. I wasn't a researcher. I wasn't a hunter. I wasn't out looking for anything. I was a kid on a bicycle, riding home after dark on a cold November night in Gate City, Virginia. My friend came running up behind me, out of breath. I could hear his sneakers slapping the road before I could see him. When he got close enough to talk, he grabbed my handlebars and said something I have never forgotten. Something is following me. When I move, it moves. When I stop, it stops. He wasn't joking. I knew this kid. He didn't scare easy, but his voice was shaking and his eyes were wide, and he kept looking over his shoulder at the dark behind him. We were spooked, both of us. I decided to take the shortcut home through my grandparents' backyard. It was faster, it was closer to the house, and there were lights on inside. Whatever was out there, I wanted to be near a door I could lock. We cut through the yard. I was pedaling. He was running beside me. And as I passed the grapevines, my grandfather's grapevines, the ones that grew along the fence at the edge of the property, I heard something move in the brush next to them. I turned and looked. It was standing right there, 7 feet tall, maybe more. It was leaning forward, not hunched exactly, but bent at the shoulders, making a hump where its neck and back joined. The way something looks when it's trying to stay low but can't, because it's too big to stay low. It was dark hair, dark shape, and it was close enough that if I'd reached out my arm, I could have almost touched the grapevines between us. I didn't stop. I didn't scream. I pedaled. My friend ran. We got to the house. We got inside. We locked the door. I didn't tell anyone that night. Who would I tell? My grandparents? My parents? What would I say? There's a monster by the grapevines. But I never forgot it. The lean, the hump, the size of it, standing in my grandfather's yard like it had every right to be there. Like the yard was its yard, and we were the ones trespassing. I'm a grown man now. I co-founded a group called Blue Ridge Monsters and Legends, where people in these mountains can share what they've seen without being laughed at. I've collected hundreds of stories, but when someone asks me why I started, why I care, why I believe, I don't tell them about the research or the evidence or the history. I tell them about the grapevines. It stood up. Provo Canyon, Utah, October 2012. I need to tell you this quickly because that's how it happened. Quick. 1 second we were filming trees and the next second we were running. It was October 2012, Provo Canyon, Utah. My friend and I were up in the mountains. Nothing special, just a day hike. Beautiful area. Fall colors, aspens turning gold. The kind of afternoon where you take pictures because the light is so good. We were on a trail above a drainage, looking down into a stand of trees, when we noticed something below us, maybe 50, 60 yards away. A dark shape, hunched over in the brush. Big. My first thought was bear. We get black bears in the canyon, and this looked like one. Dark, bulky, head down, foraging or feeding on something. I pulled out my phone and started filming. Not because I was scared, because it was a bear, and a video of a bear in the canyon is the kind of thing you post and your friends say, cool, normal stuff. I zoomed in. The shape was clearer now. Black, massive, rounded back. Definitely an animal. Definitely big. It was doing something on the ground, rooting around, moving its arms or its front legs. I couldn't tell from that distance. The brush was thick. And then it stood up. I don't mean it reared up the way a bear does, shifting its weight back, lifting its front paws, still essentially a four-legged animal trying to look tall. I mean it stood up, straight, all the way, on two legs, the way you stand up from a chair. One fluid motion, hips under shoulders, shoulders under head. And suddenly, the thing I was looking at wasn't 4 feet of hunched bear. It was 7, maybe 8 feet of something standing upright in the trees, and it was looking in our direction. We ran. I don't remember deciding to run. I don't remember saying anything to my friend. I remember the phone shaking in my hand, and the sound of our feet on the trail, and the overwhelming animal certainty that we needed to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. As fast as possible. We didn't stop until we got back to the car. I posted the video that night. I didn't know what I had. I thought maybe 20 people would see it, and someone would tell me it was a bear and I'd feel stupid. Instead, it went everywhere. Millions of views, news coverage, comments from people who study this stuff telling me the proportions were wrong for a bear, that the way it stood was bipedal, that the limb ratios didn't match any known animal in the Utah mountains. Other people told me it was a guy in a suit. Other people told me it was a bear with mange. Other people told me I faked the whole thing for views. I didn't fake anything. I was trying to film a bear, and then the bear stood up like a person, and I stopped being interested in wildlife photography. The video is still up. You can watch it yourself. It's 53 seconds long. The thing stands up at about the 40-second mark. 11 seconds of something standing upright in Provo Canyon before the camera whips away and all you can hear is running. 11 seconds. That's all it takes to change what you think is possible. I've been back to Provo Canyon since then. I hike there. I bring my phone. I never film the dark shapes anymore. If I see something hunched over in the brush below the trail, I turn around. I go the other way. I don't need another 11 seconds. The first 11 were enough. Bait. I've spent my career explaining away the things that frighten people. Vampires are a cultural response to plague and the misunderstanding of decomposition. Werewolves arise from communities processing the violence of men they thought they knew. And Bigfoot, the great American boogeyman, is what happens when lonely people in isolated places stare into a dark forest long enough for the darkness to stare back. I've written 3 books on this. I've been to every backwater, Every mountain town, every swamp edge settlement where someone swears they saw something in the tree line. I've sat in living rooms and kitchens across this country and listened to people tell me, with shaking hands and wet eyes, what they encountered in the woods. And I have believed with absolute certainty that every single one of them was wrong. Fear the dark long enough, and it becomes a vampire, a werewolf, or a Sasquatch, a reason to stay out of the woods and next to the campfire. I wrote that. It's in my second book. I'm proud of that line. Or I was. My name is Dr. Jim Dunham, and this is the story of my last interview. I was in the Ozarks. 6 weeks of fieldwork for a new book on monster mythology in rural American communities. I'd done a dozen interviews already. The usual mix of sincere believers, obvious frauds, and lonely people who just wanted someone from outside their world to listen to them for an hour. The last interview was with a bow hunter in the Arkansas Hill Country who claimed he'd fallen from his tree stand and met a Sasquatch face to face while lying on the ground with a shattered pelvis. His name was Frank. We'd spoken on the phone. He had a thick Ozark drawl and seemed friendly enough. His property wasn't on any map. I had to use a paper road atlas to mark the turnoff. And even then, I got lost on the back roads in the July heat, sweating through my shirt, squinting against the sun, wondering if the whole thing was a hoax. A lifted Tacoma pulled up next to my Prius. A sun-worn face leaned out the window and spat chewing tobacco onto the road shoulder. "Jim Dunham?" "That's me." "I'm Frank. Figured you might get turned around out here and decided to come looking." He had a good-natured grin, friendly eyes, the kind of man who makes you feel welcome before you've said a word. He looked at my rental car and winked. "I got my doubts your little silicon sipper is up to what comes next." He was right. The road to his place, if you could call it a road, was a steep, boulder-studded climb into the hillside that would have killed my Prius in the first 100 yards. I rode with Frank, the cab of his truck tossing us like dice, empty beer cans rattling on the bare metal floor. His home was a small trailer at the edge of a dirt clearing, surrounded by tree line. He brought out a cooler and 2 camping chairs. We sat in the shade. He handed me a Busch Light. I'm not a beer drinker, but in that heat, it tasted like the most refreshing thing in the world. I turned on my recorder. Frank fidgeted. I recognized the hesitation. I'd seen it in 100 interviews. The moment where they decide whether to trust you. "Just tell it the way you'd tell it around a campfire," I said. The line I always use. The line that works. He looked at me. "Your book is on Bigfoot?" "Not exactly, but you believe in Bigfoot?" "I'm open to believing in Bigfoot." Something changed in his face. The friendliness didn't disappear exactly, but something harder moved underneath it. "Nah, we both know that's bullshit. You think we're all a bunch of country bumpkins making up stories, right?" "I don't think that. I've read your books, Jim. Dr. Jim Dunham." He leaned forward. It takes very little to sustain a legend in the minds of the simple and the lonely. Were you lonely when you wrote that, Jim? I set my beer down. The temperature in the conversation had changed. I was suddenly very aware of how far I was from the main road, from my car, from cell service, from anyone who knew where I was. "What is this, Frank? You think you're the first backwoods nut to try and rattle me? I stood up. Thanks for the beer. I'll see myself back to the road. I turned to walk away, and the ground tilted. Not the ground, my head. A wave of dizziness crashed through me, starting behind my eyes and rolling down through my legs. My vision blurred. The trees swam. The heat doubled. "How's that beer, Jim?" Frank said behind me. He was laughing.
The beer. He'd put something in the beer. I tried to turn. I tried to say something. The words came out thick, garbled, wrong. Frank's voice was still going, but the syllables had turned into noise, meaningless noise. And the ground was coming up to meet me, and I couldn't stop it. And then I woke up, tied to a tree. My right leg was broken. I knew it before I opened my eyes. The pain announced itself like a siren, a white-hot scream from my knee that radiated up through my hip and into my spine. I was sitting on the ground, my back against a broad oak, rope wrapped around my chest and arms. The woods were thick around me. Afternoon light filtered through the canopy. Frank's voice came from above and to my right. I craned my neck. He was sitting in a tree stand, maybe 20 feet up, a large compound bow in his hands. "I'm real sorry about that, Jim." Frank, listen to me. I'm hurt. I'm hurt bad. Untie me, please." "I can't do that. I didn't want to hurt you, but I think it's the only way to get her to come." Her. He'd said her on the phone too. The female Sasquatch. He kept talking, calm, conversational, as if we were still in the camping chairs with our beers. He told me this was the spot, right here. This was where he'd fallen from his tree stand years ago and shattered his pelvis. This was where she'd come to investigate him, sniffing like a bear, only bigger, much bigger. He'd passed out, and when he woke up, she was chewing on his shoulder. He'd driven an arrow into her eye. She'd fled. He pulled down his shirt collar. The scar was enormous, a ragged crater of healed tissue covering most of his left shoulder. She gave me that, a little love bite. I tried to reason with him. I told him I believed him. I told him I'd write whatever he wanted. I told him I wouldn't tell anyone. None of it worked. He just sat up in his tree stand with his bow and his patience and waited. "Tell you what," he said. "You sit down there squirming till midnight. If she doesn't come, I'll untie you and drive you to the nearest police station. I'll go quiet and nice, and you can write your best book yet. Hillbilly kidnaps a professor to use as bait in a Sasquatch hunt. Probably earn you a place on the bestseller list." I screamed at him. I threatened him. I called him every name I could think of. He didn't react. He just sat in his stand, scanning the tree line, waiting for something I didn't believe existed to come and eat me. Then I lost consciousness again. When I woke up, it was dark, full dark, the kind of dark that has weight, that presses against your eyes. I could hear cicadas buzzing in waves, and somewhere far off, something that might have been an owl. The pain in my leg had settled into a deep, pulsing ache that matched my heartbeat. "Frank?" I called into the dark. Nothing. "Frank, goddammit!" Nothing. Then I smelled it. Not a skunk, not exactly. Something worse, heavier, more complex, with a rotting undertone that coated the inside of my throat and made my stomach lurch. It was thick, physical, the kind of smell that has a presence, that occupies space in the air around you like fog. I worked at the ropes. They'd loosened slightly during the day. My sweat, my struggling, the give of the bark behind me. I rocked my shoulders, feeling the rope burn, feeling the fibers stretch a fraction of an inch at a time. I told myself it was an animal, a dead deer,
A skunk den. Anything rational. Anything with a name. I stared into the darkness. A shape moved between two trees, maybe 100 feet away. I wasn't sure I'd seen it. I wasn't sure I hadn't. The more I stared, the more the shadows seemed to shift. Then a branch cracked. Not a twig snap, a branch, something heavy and deliberate. And I stopped pretending. Something was out there. It was moving between the trees with a fluidity that made no sense for its size. I caught it in glimpses, a silhouette passing from one trunk to another, tall, impossibly tall, moving with a grace that something that large should not possess. It wasn't lumbering. It wasn't stumbling through the brush the way a bear does. It was threading through the forest like it owned every inch of it. I tried to yell. The bear encounter advice. Make noise, make yourself big. I yelled until my throat ached. The thing stopped, crouched, went still. It was fast, that transition from motion to stillness, like a light switch. 1 second it was moving, the next it was a statue, and I could feel it watching me from the dark with an attention that had weight.
I kept working the ropes. The slack was growing. My shoulders were raw, the skin burning, but the ropes were moving. I focused everything I had on my arms, on the rhythm of pushing and pulling, while the shape in the darkness stayed perfectly still. Then it stood, 2 steps closer. I kept rocking. The ropes gave a little more. It took 2 more steps. Closer. I could see it now, or the outline of it. A torso wider than any man's, arms that hung nearly to its knees, a head that sat low between massive shoulders. It was studying me, the way I study a subject, the way a mind evaluates something it's never seen before. Then it charged. Not all the way, a burst of speed toward me, 3, 4 strides covering the distance in a heartbeat, and then it stopped, maybe 10 feet away. A false charge, testing me, testing whether I'd run, fight, or freeze. I froze. I had nothing left. The adrenaline was gone, burned through by hours of pain and terror. I slumped against the ropes. I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see it anymore. I didn't want to see anything. I just wanted the pain to stop. I felt its breath on my face, hot, wet. It had come the rest of the way while my eyes were closed. It was right there, inches away, and I could feel the heat of it, the mass of it, the intelligence of it bending down to examine me. It sniffed my head, my hair, my skin, the way an animal investigates something new, but slower, more deliberate, with a curiosity that felt less like instinct and more like thought. I opened my eyes. I wish I hadn't. The face was enormous, sunken eyes beneath a protruding brow, one eye dark and alive, the other a scarred, empty socket where Frank had put his arrow. The lips pulled back, showing teeth that were too large, too sharp, too purposeful. The smell was overwhelming now, a living wall of rot and musk that made my vision swim. It was the thing Frank had described, the thing I'd spent my career saying didn't exist, the thing I'd built a professional reputation on dismissing, debunking, explaining away as folklore and fear and the psychology of isolation. It was real, and it was looking at me the way I had looked at every witness I'd ever interviewed, with assessment, with judgment, with the calm certainty of a mind that has already decided what it's going to do. I heard Frank's bowstring snap from the tree stand above. The arrow hit the creature in the shoulder with a wet, heavy sound. It howled, a sound I will hear for the rest of my life, however long that turns out to be, and spun toward Frank. It crossed the distance to the tree in 3 strides and reached up and pulled him out of the stand the way you'd pull a doll off a shelf. Frank hit the ground with a sound that ended the question of whether he was alive.
The creature stood over him and pounded, fists the size of my head, rising and falling with a terrible rhythm. I heard what Frank became. I don't have words for those sounds. I don't want words for them. I was free. The ropes had given. The adrenaline was back, flooding my ruined body with one final surge of chemical survival. I crawled. One good leg and two elbows, dragging myself through the dirt, away from the tree, away from the sounds, away from the thing that was still destroying what was left of the man who had tied me there. I don't know how far I got. Not far enough. I felt the weight land between my shoulder blades, a foot pressing me into the earth with a force that cracked my ribs like kindling. It had me. I felt its hands close around my wrists, and in the last seconds of my consciousness, I felt it pull. I wrote 3 books explaining away the things that frighten people. I spent my career telling witnesses they were wrong. I sat in their living rooms and their kitchens, and I listened to their stories with a patient, professional smile. And I went home and wrote chapters about how fear creates mythology, and mythology sustains itself through the credulous and the lonely. I was not credulous. I was not lonely. I was educated and rational and certain. And I died tied to a tree in the Ozarks, eaten by the thing I said didn't exist.
Action Jackson. Fan Creek Drainage. Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming. Late 1970s through 1980s.
I need to tell you who I am before I tell you what I saw. Because if you don't know who I am, you'll think this is just another story from just another guy who spent too much time alone in the woods. My name is Bob Jackson. People in the park called me Action Jackson. I was a backcountry ranger in Yellowstone National Park for 30 years. Seasonal. I'd come in every spring and stay through the fall, then go home to my bison ranch in Iowa for the winter. In those 30 years, I logged somewhere between 50 and 70,000 miles on horseback. I patrolled a region called the Thoroughfare, 500 square miles in the park's southeastern corner, the farthest point from a road in the lower 48 states. I caught more poachers than any ranger in the history of the park. I faced down grizzlies, outlaw outfitters, armed hunters on the wrong side of the boundary line. I was given commendations. I was also given a gag order because I talked too much about things the Park Service didn't want discussed. I say all of this so you understand. I am not a man who is easily fooled. I am not a man who sees bears and thinks they're monsters. I have encountered more bears, grizzly and black, than I could begin to count, across more miles of wilderness than most people will see in a lifetime. I know what a bear looks like. I know how a bear moves. I know what a bear sounds like. What I encountered in the Fan Creek drainage was not a bear. The first time was the late 1970s. 1978, I believe, though the years blur when you've spent that many of them in the same mountains. I was riding up Fan Creek with an outfitter. The northwest corner of the park, the Gallatin Mountains, high country, subalpine meadows surrounded by dense fir and spruce, beautiful, quiet, remote. We were just talking on our horses, easy pace, clear afternoon, when we heard it. A sound. I don't have a comparison for this sound that does it justice. The closest I can get is, imagine 1,000 elk, all screaming at once. An elk in distress makes a high, haunting cry. Most people have never heard it, but if you've spent time in the backcountry, you know the sound. It raises the hair on your arms. Now multiply that by 1,000 and sustain it. Not a series of cries, but one continuous vocalization that filled the entire valley. It came from everywhere. It bounced off the canyon walls and the ridge lines until you couldn't tell where it started. It just was. It occupied the air the way a thunderclap occupies the air, except it didn't stop. It went on and on and on. The outfitter and I looked at each other. We didn't say anything. We didn't have words for what we were hearing. The horses were agitated, ears back, nostrils flaring, dancing sideways on the trail. They knew something was wrong before we did, and they couldn't get away from it because the sound was coming from everywhere. Then it stopped, and the silence that followed was worse than the sound.
because the silence meant that whatever had made that noise was now quiet, and quiet things in the backcountry are usually quiet for a reason. They're listening. They're deciding what to do next. We didn't investigate. We rode out of the drainage and didn't talk about it again. Not that day, not that week. It sat in the back of my mind like a stone in a boot. Always there, always uncomfortable, but not enough to stop walking. I should have paid more attention. A couple of weeks later, I was coming out from Sportsman Creek with a pack string and 2 other park employees. We were on horseback, heading down a trail that switchbacked along a steep side hill above a subalpine meadow. The horses were acting up again. The same agitation I'd seen on Fan Creek. Ears forward, tight-muscled, unwilling to move at a normal pace. I looked down the side hill into the meadow below. A deer was running, hard, moving through the meadow at full sprint, the way a deer moves when something is behind it and closing. And behind the deer, maybe 50, 60 yards back, was something else. A large, black, shaggy figure, running on 2 legs, arms swinging, moving fast but not in a straight line. That's what stopped me. A bear, when it runs, takes the straightest path between 2 points. That's how bears move. Direct, powerful, efficient. This thing was not running straight. It was angling. It was using the thickets for cover as it pursued the deer, cutting between stands of brush, staying in the heavy vegetation, moving from one pocket of concealment to the next. It was thinking about where it was going. It was hunting with tactics.
I watched it for maybe 10, 15 seconds before it disappeared into the timber on the far side of the meadow. I sat on my horse and tried to make it into a bear. I wanted it to be a bear. I've seen hundreds of bears in the Yellowstone backcountry, and not one of them has ever moved like that. Not one of them has ever used the terrain for concealment while chasing prey. Bears don't need to hide. They're the apex predator. They don't care if you see them coming. This thing cared. This thing was choosing its path with intelligence. It was maybe 6 feet tall, maybe 6'5". Stocky, but not bear stocky. More compact, with a torso that looked dense rather than broad. The arms swung more than a human's would, and the elbows weren't cocked the way a person's are when they run. They hung loose, long, swinging from the shoulders. The side of the head, in the brief moment I got a good look, appeared to have heavy fur or hair. I tied it together with the sound from Fan Creek. Whatever made that sound in the valley, that 1,000 elk scream that filled the drainage wall to wall, was on the same side of the park as what I just watched chase a deer through a meadow on 2 legs. Same general area, same drainage system. Then came the tracks. I was on a patrol in the backcountry. I don't want to specify exactly where, because I don't want people going in there looking. And I came across footprints in the snow. Deep snow. 3.5 feet of it. The prints were 18 inches long, and they went down almost to the bottom of the snowpack. Whatever made them was heavy. Far heavier than a human. Far heavier than a bear on its hind legs. A bear's hindprint doesn't look like this anyway. A bear's hind foot is narrower, with visible claw marks. These prints were wide, flat, 5-toed, and they showed a heel strike and a toe off consistent with bipedal locomotion. Something was walking through waist-deep snow on 2 feet, and it was sinking 3 feet with every step. In 30 years of backcountry patrol, 50,000 miles on horseback, I had never found footprints like that in Yellowstone. Not once. And the experience gave me chills. Real, physical chills, standing alone in the snow, miles from the nearest road, looking at tracks that should not have existed. The last incident was near Eagle Creek Pass. My team and I were approaching the Howell Creek cabin just before dark, one of the old patrol cabins the rangers use in the backcountry. As we got close, we heard the sound again.
The same mechanical, rhythmic noise I'd heard at Fan Creek. That continuous, sustained vocalization that seems to come from everywhere at once. I timed it this time. 26 seconds. 26 seconds of a sound that no known animal in Yellowstone produces. Not an elk, not a wolf, not a bison, not a grizzly, not a mountain lion. I have heard every animal in this park vocalize, at every time of day, in every season, under every circumstance. This was none of them. It came from maybe 300 to 400 yards beyond the cabin, from the heavy timber, and it lasted 26 seconds without a pause for breath. The next morning, we searched the area. We found nothing. No tracks, no broken branches, no scat. Whatever made that sound was gone, and it left no trace. Here's what I need you to understand about Yellowstone. The park is 2.2 million acres. The backcountry. The part away from the roads, away from the geysers, away from the tourists with their phones, is vast in a way that people who haven't been there cannot comprehend. There are drainages in Yellowstone that I patrolled for 30 years and never fully explored. There are meadows I rode past 100 times where the timber on the far side was so thick I could never have gotten a horse through it. There are entire watersheds that go years without a human footprint. In 30 years, across 50,000 miles of backcountry travel, I found exactly 2 bear carcasses. 2. And there are hundreds of grizzlies in the park, and hundreds of black bears. If an animal that common, that large, that well documented, can die and decompose and vanish without anyone finding the remains, in a park crawling with rangers and researchers and biologists, then the absence of a Bigfoot carcass proves nothing. The backcountry swallows things. It has always swallowed things. The Absaroka people, the Crow, told stories about this land long before it was a national park. They said the Absaroka Range was the home of the Bigfoot. The Indians knew. The way the Lummi knew. The way the Cherokee knew. The way every nation on this continent knew, long before any of us arrived with our cameras and our skepticism and our insistence that if it hasn't been cataloged, it doesn't exist.
I started asking around after my sighting.
Quietly. The way you ask about things you're not supposed to talk about. I talked to outfitters, guides, packers, other backcountry rangers, people who spent their lives in the same mountains I spent mine. They had stories. Strange sounds in drainages where they'd never heard strange sounds before. Footprints in the snow that didn't match any known animal. Horses that refused to go certain directions on certain trails. One crew, fighting white pine blister rust, found an elk carcass that had been completely deboned. The meat stripped clean, the bones laid out, surrounded by giant footprints. 5 or 6 miles from where I saw the black figure chase the deer. Every one of these people had a story, and every one of them told it to me the same way. Leaning in, voice low, eyes checking to make sure no one else was listening. Because you don't talk about this if you work for the Park Service. You don't put it in your patrol reports. You don't bring it up at staff meetings. You mention Bigfoot in Yellowstone, and your credibility is gone. Your career is over. You become the ranger who sees things. I was the only one who went on the record. In 30 years, I was the only one. I waited until I retired to say it publicly. I waited until I was back on my bison ranch in Iowa, where nobody could fire me, or gag me, or hand me an unsatisfactory performance review for telling the truth. And then I said it. Something lives in the backcountry of Yellowstone National Park that is not in any field guide. I saw it chase a deer through a meadow on 2 legs. I heard it scream for 26 seconds without drawing a breath. I found its footprints in 3.5 feet of snow. I don't know what it is. I am not going to stand here and tell you it's an undiscovered primate, or a surviving Gigantopithecus, or a visitor from another dimension. I don't know what it is. I only know what it isn't. It isn't a bear. It isn't a human. And it isn't going away. The park is 2.2 million acres. The backcountry is deep and old and patient. It keeps its secrets the way the mountains keep their snow. Slowly, quietly, in places where the sun doesn't reach. I spent 30 years in there, and I barely scratched the surface. Whatever it is, it was there before the park. It was there before the rangers. It was there before the tourists and the geysers and the gift shops and the road maps. The Absorica knew. They always knew. And now, for what it's worth, I know too.
2 of them. Rural Washington State, early 1970s. I grew up on a farm in Washington State, rural, the kind of place where the nearest neighbor was far enough away that you couldn't see their lights from the house. We had livestock, chickens, a few head of cattle, the usual. The property backed up to heavy forest, Douglas fir, big leaf maple, underbrush so thick in places you couldn't see 10 feet into it. I was 15 years old. I'd been hunting with my father since I was old enough to hold a rifle. I knew the woods around our property the way most kids know their own backyard, because it was my backyard. I knew what a bear looked like. I knew what a cougar sounded like. I knew the difference between a raccoon knocking over a trash can and something bigger moving through the brush. I was a farm kid. I was not afraid of the dark. Something had been bothering the property at night. We'd been finding signs in the mornings. Feed disturbed, animals agitated, things moved that shouldn't have been moved. My father thought it was raccoons, maybe a skunk. I thought it might be a stray dog or a coyote. Either way, whatever it was needed to be dealt with, because on a farm, a predator that finds your livestock once will come back until you stop it. One evening, I don't remember the exact date, but it was late spring or early summer. I heard something in the tree line at the edge of the property. Rustling. Heavy. Not the quick scrabble of a raccoon. Something with weight, moving through the brush with a deliberateness that didn't sound like an animal passing through. It sounded like an animal that had arrived. My father had always told me, if you hear something in the trees that might have rabies, a raccoon, a skunk, a stray, you take a rifle and you deal with it. That's farm life. That's how it works. So I grabbed one of my .22 rifles and a couple of rounds and went out. My dog came with me. He was a good-sized dog, not a lap dog, not a house pet. A farm dog, the kind that chases things and brings them back and isn't afraid of much. He'd treed raccoons. He'd run off stray dogs twice his size. He was fearless. He ran ahead of me toward the tree line the way he always did. Full speed, ears up, body low, ready to flush whatever was hiding in the brush. He was maybe 20 feet ahead of me when he reached the edge of the trees, and he stopped. Not slowed down, stopped, dead in his tracks, rigid, every muscle locked, staring into the darkness between the fir trees with an intensity I had never seen in him. His tail was down, his ears were flat. He stood there for maybe 2 seconds, just long enough for me to register that something was wrong, and then he turned, and he ran. Not toward me, past me, back to the house. He didn't stop until he reached the porch, and when I looked back, he was sitting there pressed against the door, shaking. Not panting, shaking.
I should have followed him. The dog knew. The dog had better instincts than I did, and his instincts said run. But I was 15, and 15-year-olds don't run from things they can't see, especially not when they're holding a rifle. I pushed through the low-hanging fir branches at the edge of the tree line. The branches scraped against my arms and my face, and then I was through, and I was standing in a small clearing under a very large maple tree. What I saw was 15 feet in front of me. I'm not going to exaggerate. I'm not going to embellish. I've told this story for 50 years, and I've never changed the details, so here they are. It was at least 8 feet tall. I grew up on a farm. Estimating the weight and size of livestock was something I did every day, and based on its build and proportions, I estimated its weight at around 800 pounds. It was built generally like a man, 2 arms, 2 legs, upright, bipedal, but different. The proportions were wrong. The shoulders were too wide. The arms were too long. The torso was too thick, too dense, more like a barrel than a chest. It was covered in dark hair, not fur like a bear's, but hair, coarse and heavy, covering everything. It was standing in the clearing under the maple tree, maybe 15 feet from where I'd come through the fir branches. It was looking at me.
In that moment, in the milliseconds between seeing it and reacting, so much went through my mind. The first thought was, what in the hell is that? The second thought was, that must be what made the tracks. Because we had found tracks before, in the snow the previous winter. Big tracks, 5-toed. We didn't know what made them. My friend's father had told us stories about creatures in the woods. Big ones, hairy ones. The kind of thing you don't talk about in polite company. We'd laughed about it. We were kids. Kids laugh about things that scare them. I wasn't laughing now. The third thought was, is it going to attack me? I was holding a .22 rifle. A .22 is fine for raccoons and squirrels and maybe a coyote if you're lucky. Against something 8 feet tall and 800 pounds, a .22 is a noisemaker. It is not a weapon. I might as well have been holding a stick. I decided that if I fired into the air, the noise might scare it, might make it run. I raised the rifle and fired once, straight up. The shot cracked through the clearing and echoed off the trees. The creature did not flinch. It did not move. It stood there and looked at me with an expression that I have spent 50 years trying to describe and have never found the right words for. It wasn't angry. It wasn't afraid. It wasn't curious exactly. It was something else. Something that felt like recognition. Like it knew what I was, and it had already decided that I was not a threat. That the rifle in my hands was irrelevant. That I was irrelevant. Then I heard something behind me. To my right, close. The sound of brush being pushed aside, of something heavy moving through the fir branches I had just come through. I turned my head, not all the way, because I could not take my eyes off the creature in front of me, but enough to see what was coming from behind. A second one. It walked out of the brush and past me, 10 feet away, maybe less. It walked past me the way you would walk past a piece of furniture. It did not look at me. It did not acknowledge me. It did not speed up, slow down, or change its path. It walked past me, close enough that I could have reached out and touched it, and it went to the first creature and stood beside it. The second one was smaller, about a head shorter, a couple of 100 pounds lighter, but otherwise the same. Same build, same proportions, same dark hair. Standing next to the first one, shoulder to shoulder, both of them looking at me now. 2 of them, 15 feet in front of me.
One of them had just walked past me within arm's reach and hadn't even glanced in my direction. I want you to understand what that felt like. Not the fear, although the fear was total. The kind of fear that empties your bladder and locks your knees and turns your hands into wood. I mean the irrelevance. I had a rifle. I had fired it, and neither of these creatures cared. The second one had walked past me, past a human being with a gun, the way you walk past a fence post. I was not a predator in their eyes. I was not a threat. I was not anything. I was just a small, loud, frightened thing standing in a clearing where I didn't belong. That's when I ran. I ran the way my dog had run. Blind, panicked, crashing through the fir branches without caring about the scratches, without looking back, without breathing. I ran to the house and I went inside and I locked the door. And my dog was already there on the porch, still shaking, and we looked at each other with the shared understanding of two living creatures who have just seen something that the world says doesn't exist. I called my friend John. His father was the one who had told us the stories. We gathered a couple more friends and went back the next day in daylight, in numbers, with bigger guns. We found the clearing. We found the maple tree. We found broken branches and disturbed ground where something heavy had stood. But they were gone. Of course they were gone. I went on to spend the next 50 years of my life in this field. I co-founded the Pacific Coast Sasquatch Investigation Team. I've been contacted by researchers, television producers, journalists. I've investigated sightings across the Pacific Northwest. I've written about what I know. But all of that, the research, the organization, the decades of fieldwork, comes back to one moment, one clearing, one maple tree, two creatures standing shoulder to shoulder in the dark, looking at a 15-year-old boy with a .22 rifle and not caring. The first one looked at me and assessed me and found me negligible. The second one walked past me like I was part of the landscape.
I've carried that feeling for 50 years. Not the fear, the insignificance, the realization that in those woods, on that night, I was the smallest thing in the clearing. That everything I'd been told about human beings being at the top of the food chain, about us being the dominant species, about the forest belonging to us, all of that evaporated in the 3 seconds it took for the second one to walk past me without looking down. We are not the biggest thing in the woods. We never were. My dog knew it before I did. He always did.
The piney woods. We've been in the mountains all night. The Cascades, the Rockies, the Sierras, the Appalachians. Cold country. High country. Places where Bigfoot stories feel almost natural. Ancient forests, deep snow, the loneliness of altitude. Now I want to take you somewhere else. Somewhere flat. Somewhere hot. Somewhere the pines grow so thick and so close that the sunlight gives up before it hits the ground. East Texas. In East Texas, we don't call it Bigfoot. That's a Pacific Northwest word, a Washington State word. Out here in the piney woods, the old-timers had their own names. The woolly booger, the wild man of the woods. And if you were from Cass County, near the little town of Atlanta, not Georgia, Texas, you might have heard your grandfather call it the Burton Bottom Creek Monster. A thing that shadowed people in the timber. A thing that screamed like a woman in the dark and made the hair on your arms stand up like toothpicks. People have been seeing it in East Texas for as long as there have been people in East Texas. The Piney Woods region runs from the Louisiana border west to about Dallas,
and from the Oklahoma line south to the Gulf. It's 54,000 square miles of dense pine and hardwood forest, creek bottoms choked with brush, bayous that don't go anywhere, and bottomland so thick a man can walk 30 feet off a logging road and disappear. The Sam Houston National Forest alone is 163,000 acres of wilderness, where the trees grow so close together you can't see the sky. There are over 800 Bigfoot sightings on record in Texas. Most of them are in the eastern third of the state. Most of them come from hunters. I'm one of them. I was hog hunting. Panola County, which sits right on the Louisiana line, deep East Texas, about as far from a city as you can get in this state. If you've never been, let me paint you a picture. Red clay roads that turn to soup when it rains. Pine timber so thick it blocks out the sun by 3 in the afternoon. Creek bottoms where the brush grows head high and the cottonmouths don't move for you. And hogs. Feral hogs. The kind that root up a pasture overnight and weigh 300 pounds and have tusks that'll open up your leg if you're not careful. We hunt them because if we don't, they'll eat everything that isn't nailed down. I was set up in a spot I'd used before, near a creek crossing where the hogs like to come through at dusk. I had my rifle. I was alone. The sun was going down, and the light was doing that thing it does in the piney woods, turning everything gold for about 20 minutes before it goes dark all at once, like someone pulled a shade. The hogs came through right on schedule. A group of them, maybe 6 or 7, moving along the creek bank, grunting and rooting the way they do. I was picking my shot, waiting for a clean angle on the biggest one, when something came out of the woods. Fast. Faster than anything that size should be able to move. It came out of the timber on the far side of the creek bottom, and it hit the group of hogs like a truck hitting a fence. It grabbed one. A full-grown hog, not a piglet. A grown animal that weighed at least 150 pounds. And it picked it up. It picked up a 150-pound feral hog the way you'd pick up a bag of dog food. One arm, one motion. The hog was squealing, kicking, fighting, and this thing had it clamped against its body like it was nothing. I couldn't move. I couldn't raise my rifle. I couldn't do anything except watch, because what I was seeing was not possible, and my brain was spending all its energy trying to make it possible. It was tall, 7, maybe 8 feet, upright, 2 legs, covered in dark hair. Not black, more of a dark reddish brown, matted, thick. The shoulders were massive, the arms were long. It was holding the hog the way you'd hold a football against your ribs, tucked in, controlled. And the hog was still fighting, and the creature was not struggling. It was not even working hard. Then it made a sound. A loud, full-chested whoop. A single vocalization that came up from somewhere deep inside it and rolled out across the creek bottom like a gunshot. And from somewhere in the timber, maybe a quarter mile away, something answered. A howl. The same kind of sound, but from a different throat, from a different direction. Call and response, like they were talking. The creature stopped. It was still holding the hog, and it turned and looked at me.
I want to be very specific about this. It did not glance. It did not scan the tree line and happen to notice me. It turned its head, and it looked directly at me, and it knew I was there. It had known I was there the whole time. It had come into that creek bottom
and taken that hog in front of me, and it was not afraid of me, and it wanted me to know that. It growled, low, sustained, vibrating through the ground under my boots. Not a warning, a statement. A sound that said, I see you. You are not relevant, but I see you. Then it turned and walked into the timber, with the hog still clamped against its body. 3 steps and the pines swallowed it. The hog was still squealing. I could hear it getting fainter as the creature moved deeper into the woods. Then nothing. Just the creek and the last of the light, and me standing there with a rifle I never raised. That was my encounter. One sighting, maybe 45 seconds from start to finish. 45 seconds that rearranged everything I thought I knew about what lives in these woods. But I'm not the only one, not by a long way. In the Sam Houston National Forest, about 100 miles southwest of where I was standing, they've been seeing them for decades. A retired NASA engineer saw one on a frozen January morning. He said it parted the pine trees like curtains, emerald eyes. He'd spent 30 years working with some of the most advanced technology on Earth, and he stood in the woods and watched something walk through the pines that no technology could explain. A police officer, a man who carries a gun for a living, a man whose entire profession is built on observation and credible testimony, had a 3-second encounter on an ATV trail in the same forest. 3 seconds. He said it was enough. His skepticism was gone before the thing was out of sight. A professional photographer was set up in the timber with thousands of dollars of camera equipment when something started snapping trees. Not branches, trees. Trunks breaking like matchsticks somewhere in the dense pines around him. He didn't stay to get the shot. He abandoned his gear, thousands of dollars of it, and he ran. He went back for the equipment the next day, in daylight, with other people. In 1996, 2 campers on private land near Etoile, a tiny town in Nacogdoches County, heard something scream outside their camp in the pitch dark. Not once, 7 times in rapid succession, each scream coming from a different position around them, as if whatever was making the sound was circling the camp at a speed that shouldn't have been possible. Or there was more than one of them. The BFRO investigated. Their conclusion: the volume and movement of the sounds precluded human origin. In the big thicket, 100,000-acre labyrinth of swamp and pine and hardwood so dense it was the last place in Texas to be surveyed, 2 boys on a hog hunt in 1962 watched a 7 to 8 foot creature step out of the shadows and lock eyes with them. The woods had gone silent before it appeared. No birds, no insects, just the pressurized quiet witnesses describe again and again. The silence that means something bigger than you has just entered the room. The town of Jefferson, Texas, population 2,000, tucked into the piney woods near the Louisiana border, has hosted an annual Bigfoot conference every year since 2001. Hundreds of people come. They share sightings, compare evidence, listen to researchers. They don't come because they think it's funny. They come because they live in these woods, and they know what they've seen. East Texas isn't like the Pacific Northwest. There are no snow-capped mountains, no glacier-fed rivers, no old-growth stands of cedar and spruce. It's flat, it's hot, it's buggy. The timber is pine, and it grows in rows so tight you can barely walk between the trunks. The creek bottoms are choked with vines and briar and the kind of brush that'll cut you if you push through it wrong. It is not romantic country. It is not postcard country. It is the kind of country that hides things, not because it's vast and wild, but because it's thick and close and dark at the margins. Something lives in the margins. I saw it pick up a hog. A NASA engineer saw it part the pines. A cop saw it on a trail. A photographer heard it snap trees. 2 boys saw it in the big thicket 60 years ago, and people are still seeing it today. In East Texas, we don't argue about whether it exists. We argue about what to call it. The woolly booger, the wild man, the Burton Bottom Creek monster, the thing in the piney woods that screams like a woman and takes your hogs and doesn't care that you're watching.
It was there before the loggers came. It was there before the oil rigs went up. It was there before the highways cut through the timber and the towns grew up along the crossroads. And when the lights go out on the last house on the last red clay road at the edge of the last pine thicket in Panola County, it's still there, standing in the tree line, watching. I know. I watched it watch me.
Interstate I-80, near Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, 2025.
I want to tell you exactly what happened, in order, the way I'd write up a field report. I'm a retired civil engineer. I spent my career measuring things, distances, loads, angles, tolerances. Before that, I served in the military. After that, I hunted bear. I've been in the woods for over 50 years. I know what a bear looks like standing up. I know what a bear looks like walking. I know what a bear looks like crossing a road, because I've watched bears cross roads more times than I can count. In Pennsylvania, in New York, in West Virginia, in every state that has bears and highways running through the same country. What crossed Interstate 80 in front of my vehicle was not a bear. I was driving northeast on I-80, about 11.5 miles out of Bellefonte. For people who don't know central Pennsylvania, this is ridge and valley country. The Appalachians run through here in long, parallel ridge lines covered in hardwood and hemlock, with valleys between them that carry the creeks and the small towns. Bald Eagle State Park is nearby. The Sproul State Forest is to the north. Nittany Mountain and Sand Ridge run through the area. Low, forested ridgelines, heavily wooded, lightly populated. Good bear country. Good deer country. Good country for anything that wants to stay hidden. Traffic was moving at highway speed, 75, 80 miles per hour. It was daytime. Visibility was clear. I was alert, both hands on the wheel, eyes on the road. Something stepped out of the tree line on the right side of the highway and began to cross. I need you to understand the speed at which I processed what I was seeing, because at 80 miles per hour, you don't have time to study anything. You have seconds, maybe 3, maybe 4, between the moment something enters your field of vision and the moment you've passed it. In those seconds, my brain did what 50 years of field experience has trained it to do. It cataloged. Height, tall, well over 6 feet, closer to 7, possibly more. The proportions were wrong for a human. The torso was too thick, the shoulders too wide, the arms too long. It was upright, fully upright, walking on 2 legs with a stride that was fluid and purposeful, covering ground the way something covers ground when it knows exactly where it's going and is not concerned about what's around it. Color, uniformly dark, black or very dark brown. There was no variation, no light patches, no clothing, no reflective material. Just a solid, dark form moving across the highway median. Gait, bipedal. Not the way a bear moves when it rears up. Bears wobble. They shift their weight from side to side. They look uncomfortable on 2 legs because they are. This thing walked the way you and I walk, except each stride was longer, each step was more deliberate, and there was a mechanical confidence to the movement that I have never seen in any animal. Arms, they swung. Not the way human arms swing, tighter, closer to the body, but with a wider arc, the way arms swing when they're longer than they should be and hang past the knees. It did not look at my vehicle. It did not speed up. It did not hesitate. It crossed a 4-lane interstate where vehicles were traveling at 80 miles per hour, and it walked across it the way you'd walk across your living room, as if the highway wasn't there, as if we weren't there. I passed it. I looked in my rearview mirror. It was stepping into the tree line on the far side of the highway. 3, maybe 4 strides, and it was in the trees. Gone. I pulled over. I sat in my vehicle for several minutes, engine idling, hands on the steering wheel, replaying what I had just seen. I am a rational man. I am a trained observer. I have a background in engineering, in military service, in field work. I do not see things that aren't there. I checked my Waze app. I was looking for a disabled vehicle report. Maybe what I'd seen was a person walking from a broken down car. There were no reports. I looked at both shoulders of the highway as far as I could see in both directions. There was no vehicle. There was no person. There was no explanation that involved a human being crossing I-80 on foot, in uniformly dark clothing, at that height and with that gait in the middle of traffic. I went home. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing it. The dark shape, the long arms, the stride. I started reading. I'd never cared about Bigfoot. I'd never thought about it. I'm a bear hunter. I believe in bears. Bears are real. Bears have bones and fur and tracks, and they end up on taxidermists' walls. Bigfoot was a campfire story for people who spent too much time watching television.
Then I found the BFRO database. I found the Pennsylvania reports. And I found something that made the hair on my arms stand up. Other people had seen it. On the same stretch of highway. On the same day. A second witness, an experienced hunter with 50-plus years in the woods, like me, had independently submitted a report to the BFRO describing an encounter on I-80 in the same area, the same day. His description matched mine. Large, dark, bipedal, moving across the highway with a confidence that did not belong to any known animal. He wrote, "I just want to add, I know what I saw, but don't know what I saw. I'm an avid hunter with 50-plus years in the woods. This was not a bear." That's when I contacted the BFRO. They sent an investigator. He interviewed me by phone first, comparing my verbal account to my written submission, checking for inconsistencies. There were none. I drove over 100 miles back to the site. I wanted the investigator to have concrete data, exact mile markers, sight lines, terrain features. I'm an engineer. I don't give people guesses. I give them measurements. The investigator described me as sincere and credible. He noted my background: civil engineering, military service, decades of hunting experience. He noted that I had never believed in Bigfoot before this encounter, and that I only arrived at that conclusion after reading other reports of similar creatures in the area and being unable to produce a better explanation. The BFRO classified my sighting as Class A, clear visual observation.
No ambiguity. Here's what I've learned since that day. Pennsylvania ranks third in the nation for Bigfoot sightings, behind Washington, behind California, ahead of every other state in the country. 138 documented encounters in the BFRO database alone, and the actual number is certainly higher, because most people don't report what they see. They're afraid of what it'll do to their credibility, their careers, their reputations. I understand that fear. I'm a retired civil engineer with a military background. I built things for a living. I measured the world and made sure the numbers added up. And now, I'm the man who saw Bigfoot on Interstate 80. And there are people who will never look at me the same way again. I don't care. I know what a bear looks like. I have killed bears. I have skinned bears. I have measured bears. I have watched bears cross roads in every state I've hunted in for half a century. What crossed I-80 in front of my vehicle was not a bear. It was not a person. It was not a trick of the light, or a shadow, or a misidentification, or a momentary confusion brought on by highway hypnosis. It was something that walked on two legs with a stride longer than mine, stood taller than any man I've ever met, had arms that swung past its knees, and crossed a 4-lane interstate at highway speed without breaking stride or looking at a single vehicle. And the most disturbing thing about it, the thing I keep coming back to, the thing that wakes me up at 3 a.m, is how little it cared. It didn't dodge traffic. It didn't wait for a gap. It didn't run. It walked across a highway where vehicles were traveling at 80 miles per hour. And it walked the way you walk through your own house in the dark. It knew where everything was. It knew the traffic was there. And it did not consider the traffic to be its problem. Whatever it was not afraid of us. It was not impressed by our highway, our vehicles, our speed. It crossed our road the way it crosses everything. Slowly, deliberately, on its own schedule, without asking permission. I used to think we owned this country. The highways, the forests, the ridgelines. I used to think the woods were something we allowed to exist between our towns. I don't think that anymore. Something walked across Interstate 80 in front of my car, and 2 other people saw it the same day, and the BFRO classified it as real. And Pennsylvania has 138 more reports just like it. Whatever is in those ridges, in the Sproul, on Nittany Mountain, along Sand Ridge, it was there before the interstate. It was there before the towns. It's still there. And it crosses our roads whenever it wants.
The 911 calls. Kitsap Peninsula, Washington State, mid-1990s. Every story in this series so far has been told from memory. Days later, weeks later, years later. Someone's sitting down and putting words to something that happened in the past. This one is different. A man, in his house, on the phone with 911, watching something stand in his yard and look at him through the window. The BFRO archive still has the actual call. What you're hearing now is context and transcript. If you can, listen to his real voice on the BFRO site later. It matters. Sometime in the mid-1990s, a man living on the Kitsap Peninsula in Washington State made 2 phone calls to 911. The calls were recorded,
as all 911 calls are. The recordings survived. The BFRO obtained them. And they are, in the opinion of many researchers, among the most compelling pieces of Bigfoot evidence ever captured. Not because they show anything, but because they let you hear a human being trying to describe something he doesn't have words for, to a dispatcher who has no framework for what he's reporting. Here's what happened. The first call. The man had 3 dogs, 2 younger, aggressive dogs, and 1 older German Shepherd. The Shepherd was a calm dog, settled, past its prime, the kind of dog that sleeps by the door and doesn't chase things anymore. The younger dogs were the opposite, territorial, reactive, the kind of dogs that would go after anything that came near the property. One night, something came near the property. The younger dogs would not leave the man's side. That needs to sink in. 2 aggressive, territorial dogs. Animals whose entire behavioral programming is to confront intruders, refused to go outside. They pressed themselves against their owner and would not move. They knew something was out there, and whatever it was, their instinct said, "Do not engage." The old shepherd didn't get the message. Or maybe it did, and ignored it. The shepherd sensed the presence and went outside. It went after whatever was in the yard. The man heard his dog squeal, not bark, squeal. A high, sharp sound of pain that lasted less than a second. Then he heard a heavy thump, and then he saw his dog. His German Shepherd was sailing through the air, over the fence. The dog traveled approximately 35 feet from the point where it was grabbed to the point where it landed on the other side of the fence. The dog was dead. Not from the landing. It had been killed before it was thrown. Something had grabbed the shepherd, killed it, and then thrown the body over a tall fence the way you'd throw a ball. The man called 911. He reported an intruder, a disturbance. Something had killed his dog. He didn't say what he thought it was because he knew that if he said the word, the police wouldn't come. He needed them to come. So he said what he had to say. The second call. 3 weeks later. Same house, same yard, same man. He had a motion sensor security light installed on the exterior of his house. Sometime during the night, the light triggered. Something had entered the detection zone. The yard, the area between the house and the fence where his dog had been killed 3 weeks earlier. The man looked outside. In the light from the motion sensor, he could see a figure standing in his yard. He called 911 again. On the recording, the dispatcher hears a man trying very hard to sound calm and failing. His voice is tight, controlled, but underneath the control, you can hear it. The frequency of real fear, the kind that tightens your throat and makes your words come out shorter than you intend. He told the operator there was someone in his yard, a large person, very large. "That son of a bitch is about 6'9", he said. Then he corrected himself. "I don't know." The operator asked if he could see the figure. "Yes, I'm looking right at him." She asked if the figure was in his yard. "Yeah, God, he's big." She asked what the figure was doing. "He's looking at me." There was a pause. The operator, trained to categorize, trained to dispatch the right response to the right situation, asked the question her protocol required. "Okay, but it is a person?" And here, right here, is the moment that makes this recording unlike anything else in the Bigfoot canon. You can hear the man's brain short circuit. He has to answer. He has to say something. If he says, "No, it's not a person," the operator will ask what it is, and he will have to say a word that will make her think he's drunk or crazy or both, and the police won't come. If he says, "Yes, it's a person," he'll be lying, and he knows he'll be lying, because what he's looking at through his window is not a person.
Yeah, he said. I'd say it was a person, or somebody really big. But he's all in black. The operator pressed. Is he a black male or a white male? Did you actually see, or was he just wearing black? He's all black and he's big. He is big. All black. Not wearing black clothing. Not a black man in dark clothes. All black. The way an animal covered in dark hair from head to foot is all black when lit by a motion sensor at night. The man was describing what he saw in the only vocabulary the operator would accept. The vocabulary of a prowler, a trespasser, a human intruder, while knowing in every cell of his body that what he was looking at was none of those things. He's looking at me. That's the last significant line before the call winds down. The police were dispatched. By the time they arrived, the figure was gone. It did not stick around. It had been seen, it had been lit up by the security light, and it had left. No tracks, no evidence. Just a dead dog 3 weeks prior, and a man standing at his window, phone in his hand, staring at an empty yard where something impossible had been standing moments before. The aftermath. Ron Moorhead, the man who recorded the Sierra sounds, obtained the 911 recordings. He and veteran Bigfoot researcher Peter Byrne traveled to the Kitsap Peninsula to interview the witness. The man confirmed what the recordings suggested. He knew what he had seen. He had seen it twice. Once through its actions, the dead dog, the impossible throw, and once through his own eyes, the figure in the yard, lit by the security light, looking at him through the window. He wanted nothing to do with the Bigfoot community. He did not want to be interviewed on television. He did not want his name published. He did not want researchers coming to his property. When Moorhead asked if they could examine the shepherd's body for evidence of what had killed it, the man refused. He just wanted it to stop. He had called 911 because that's what you do when something is in your yard. He had described it as a prowler because that's the only word that would bring help. And when the help arrived and found nothing, and the yard was empty, and the security light was shining on bare grass, he was left alone with the knowledge that something had come to his property twice, killed his dog, looked at him through a window, and could come back whenever it wanted. He didn't want to be part of a legend. He wanted to feel safe in his own house. Listen to that call when you can. Headphones, eyes closed. Listen to the man's voice, not the words, the voice. The timbre of it, the way it tightens and loosens, the way he says, "God, he's big." Not with wonder, not with excitement, but with the flat, exhausted realization of a man who is seeing something he cannot unsee. And listen to the operator. She's doing her job. She's asking the right questions. She's trying to fit what he's telling her into a box that her system can process. Male or female, black or white, armed or unarmed. And the answers don't fit. They can't fit. Because the thing standing in his yard under the security light isn't in any box she has. Is he a person? I'd say it was a person, or somebody really big. That pause, that or. That's the sound of a man standing at the edge of what language can do, looking at something language wasn't built to describe, and choosing the closest word he can find that won't get him committed. The call is real. The dog is real. The fence is real. The 35 feet the body traveled through the air, that's real. And somewhere on the Kitsap Peninsula, a man who made 2 911 calls in the 1990s was still alive until recently, or may still be alive,
and he still doesn't want to talk about it. Some encounters end with wonder. Some end with understanding. Some end with a man and a dead dog and a phone call to a dispatcher who asked, "Is he a person?" and never got a straight answer. Because the straight answer was no, and the straight answer would have meant the police didn't come. And when something that big is standing in your yard looking at you, you need the police to come. Even if they can't do anything when they get there, you need someone else to know. That's what a 911 call is. It's not only a request for help, it's a request for a witness. He needed someone else to know.
The wrong side of the lake. Upper Peninsula, Michigan. The trip was my uncle's idea. Some campground on a lake in the middle of nowhere. Upper Peninsula of Michigan. If you've never been to the UP, it's hard to explain how remote it is. It's not remote the way people in suburbs think remote is. An hour from a grocery store, maybe no cell service. The UP is remote the way the word was invented to mean. Millions of acres of forest. More trees than people. Roads that end at lakes nobody's named. The kind of place where if something didn't want to be found, it wouldn't be found. Because there's more hiding places than there are people looking. We got to the campground and set up. Nothing special. A camper, some gear, the usual. My uncle hung a bag of food from a tree branch, high up. Bear protocol. You put the food where a bear can't reach it, and in the morning, it's still there. In the morning, the bag was gone. Not torn. Not scattered the way a bear would scatter it, ripping the bag apart and leaving wrappers and cans everywhere. Gone. Taken cleanly off a branch that my uncle had specifically chosen because it was too high for a bear to reach. Something with hands had climbed that tree, or reached that branch, and removed the bag whole. I knew, standing there in the morning light, looking at the empty branch, that something was out there. Something that wasn't a bear. But I went fishing anyway. Because that's what you do. You came to fish, you fish. You don't let a stolen food bag run you off. I took the rowboat out. A rowboat. Not a motorboat, not a kayak. A flat-bottomed rowboat with oars, the kind that moves at the speed of effort. I was probably rowing for half an hour to get to the other side of the lake. It was a decent-sized body of water. You could see the far shore, but it wasn't close. I was looking for a cove, somewhere sheltered, out of the wind, where the fish might be sitting in the shallows. I found one. A little inlet on the far side, tucked between two ridges, with a path running along the top of a low hill above the water. I pulled into the cove, shipped the oars, and tossed a line in. Quiet. Just me, the boat, the water, and the sound of absolutely nothing. The UP in the morning is so quiet it has weight. I hadn't been fishing long when I heard thunder. Distant, but building. That was enough to start thinking about heading back. Storms on a lake in a rowboat are no joke, especially when you're half an hour from shore on the wrong side. I started reeling in my line. That's when I saw the doe. She was standing at the water's edge, maybe 40 yards from the boat. Just a white-tailed deer, coming down to drink. Normal. I see deer all the time. She had her head down, drinking, and I was watching her the way you watch any animal when you're sitting still and quiet. Just appreciating it, not thinking about it too hard. Then she stopped drinking. She lifted her head. She turned to run. And she froze. A deer doesn't freeze. That's not what deer do. A deer that senses danger either bolts or it flags its tail and stamps its foot as a warning. Freezing, locking up, going rigid, becoming a statue. That's what prey animals do when the predator is so close and so overwhelming that running won't help. It's the last response. The one that means the animal's brain has calculated the odds and decided that stillness is the only option left.
the doe froze, and I looked where she was looking. At the top of the little hill, on the path, standing in full view against the tree line, was a Bigfoot. I'm going to use that word because there is no other word for what I saw. It was standing upright on two legs. It was massive. I'm not good with heights and distances, but it was tall, much taller than a man, with a width across the shoulders that didn't look right for anything human. It was dark hair, dark shape, the kind of silhouette that absorbs light instead of reflecting it. And it was looking down at the cove, at the deer, at me. I was in a rowboat, in the middle of a cove, on the wrong side of the lake. The closest land to me was the shore where the deer was frozen, the shore at the base of the hill where the creature was standing. If I rowed to shore, I was rowing toward it. If I rowed back across the lake to camp, I had 30 minutes of open water with my back to whatever was standing on that hill. I sat in the boat and I did not move.
The creature stood there for I don't know how long.
Time does strange things when you're looking at something impossible. It felt like minutes. It might have been seconds. It stood on the path at the top of the hill, visible against the sky, and it watched the cove the way a man watches television. Not hunting, not stalking, just observing, taking it in. The deer, the water, the man in the boat, all of it at once, with a calm that made me feel very small and very far from the camper. Then it turned. It walked along the path, away from the cove, and the trees took it. 1 second it was there, a dark shape against the sky, and the next second, it was gone. Absorbed by the forest, the way a stone is absorbed by water. No sound, no crashing through brush. It just walked into the trees, and the trees closed behind it. The doe bolted. The spell broke and she was gone, whitetail flagging, crashing through the brush, the way deer do when they've been scared past the point of caution. I heard her hooves on the forest floor, and then, nothing. I was alone in the cove. I picked up the oars. I rowed. I rowed hard, steady, not looking back, across that lake for 30 minutes, with my shoulder blades tingling and my eyes on the far shore, where the camper was, where my uncle was, where the world made sense. I didn't tell my uncle what I saw. Not right away. I didn't have the words yet. What do you say? I saw Bigfoot while I was fishing? It sounds like a joke. It sounds like something a drunk guy says at a bar. But I wasn't drunk, and I wasn't joking. And the doe saw it too. The deer saw it too. That's what I keep coming back to. I can question my own eyes. I can wonder if the distance was wrong, if the light played tricks, if my brain filled in details that weren't there. But I can't explain the deer. A white-tailed doe, standing at the water's edge, who turned to run and couldn't, whose body locked up with the kind of fear that is beyond running, beyond escape, beyond anything except standing perfectly still and hoping the thing on the hill doesn't come down. The deer didn't know what Bigfoot was. The deer didn't have a word for it. The deer didn't have theories or debates or television shows. The deer just had 10 million years of prey instinct, and every bit of that instinct said, freeze. If you don't believe me, believe the deer. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan has 225 documented Bigfoot sightings. 8th in the nation. The Ojibwe, who have lived here for thousands of years, spoke of a creature they called Wendigo, a giant, hairy being connected to the deep woods and the cold. The Porcupine Mountains, the Tahquamenon, the Hiawatha National Forest, the Seney Wildlife Refuge. Every major wilderness area in the UP has reports. In 2015, 2 fishermen at Tahquamenon Falls saw a massive figure watching them from the shoreline before it disappeared into the trees. In 1993, a DNR officer near Baraga County saw a creature standing by a creek before it sprinted away at a speed he couldn't reconcile with its size. In 2019, hunters in the Sturgeon River Gorge heard deep, chest-rattling roars that didn't match any known wildlife. And at the Seney National Wildlife Refuge, a woman sleeping in her car with her baby woke up to find a large, hairy creature peering through the car window at her child, staring at the baby through the glass. She didn't get out. She started the engine and drove. This is the Upper Peninsula. This is what lives here. This is what the Ojibwe always knew was here, and what the rest of us are just beginning to admit. I went to that lake to catch fish. I caught something else. A memory I can't put down, and a question I can't answer. If I had rowed to shore instead of back to camp, if I had pulled the boat up on the bank at the base of that hill, what would have happened? I don't want to know. And I never went back to that cove. But the cove is still there. The hill is still there. The path is still there. And whatever walked along that path and stood against the sky and watched me with a patience I will never understand, it's still there too. The deer knew. The deer always knows.
The Window, Seney National Wildlife Refuge, Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I need to tell you about the worst night of my life. It wasn't in a forest. It wasn't on a trail. It wasn't in the backcountry or the mountains or any of the wild places where you'd expect something like this to happen. It was in a parking area off a road in the Seney National Wildlife Refuge in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. And I was in my car, doors locked, engine off, my baby asleep in the car seat behind me. I'd been driving, a long drive. I don't want to say where from or where to because I don't want people to find me. I was tired. The kind of tired where your eyes close at stoplights and you know you need to pull over before you kill yourself or your child. The refuge was dark, quiet, empty. I pulled into a small gravel area off the road, killed the engine, tilted my seat back, and closed my eyes. The baby was asleep. The doors were locked. It was safe. I told myself it was safe. I don't know how long I slept. An hour, maybe 2. Long enough for the windows to fog up from our breathing. Long enough for the car to go cold inside. I woke up because something felt wrong. Not a sound, not a movement, a feeling. The way you wake up in your own house sometimes and know, before you open your eyes, that someone is in the room. A presence, a weight in the air that wasn't there when you fell asleep. I opened my eyes. There was a face at the window. Not my window, the rear window. The window next to my baby's car seat. Something was standing outside the car, leaning down, and looking through the glass at my child. I couldn't see it clearly. The windows were fogged. But I could see the shape, the mass of it, the width of the head, the darkness of it against the slightly lighter darkness of the night outside. It was close enough to the glass that the fog around its face had been cleared by its breath. A circle of clear glass in the fog, and behind it, a face. Not a human face. I knew that instantly. The way you know the difference between a dog and a coyote. The way you know the difference between someone you love and a stranger in your house. The proportions were wrong. The face was too wide. The brow was too heavy. The features were flat. Flat nose, flat profile. And the eyes were catching the faintest ambient light and reflecting it back. 2 points of dim luminescence in the fog-cleared circle. It was looking at my baby, not at me. It hadn't noticed me in the front seat, or if it had, it didn't care about me. It was looking at the car seat, at the small shape bundled in blankets, at my 7-month-old daughter sleeping with her fist curled against her cheek. It was studying her. Its head moved slightly, a small tilt, the way you tilt your head when you're trying to understand something you've never seen before. I did not scream. I want you to know that. I did not scream. I did not cry. I did not make a sound. Because every cell in my body, every molecule of whatever ancient thing lives in a mother's brain that is older than language and older than thought, told me the same thing. Do not let it know you're awake. Do not draw its attention from the baby to yourself. Do not escalate. Do not provoke. Be still. Be silent. And when you move, move toward the ignition. I reached for the key. Slowly. My hand was shaking so badly, I couldn't feel my fingers. I found the key. I turned it. The engine caught. The headlights came on. I'd left them on auto. The light swept across the gravel, the trees, the road. In the rearview mirror, I saw the shape at the back window pull away from the glass. Not fast, not startled by the engine or the lights. It straightened up, and up, and up. And what had been a face at a car window became a figure that was taller than the car, standing upright, shoulders wider than the rear windshield, dark, covered in hair. It looked at the car for another moment, then it turned and walked into the tree line. The same unhurried walk I've heard described in every story I've read since that night. The walk of something that is not in a hurry, because nothing in the forest is faster than it is. I put the car in drive. I drove. I drove until I found a gas station with lights and people, and I parked under the brightest light I could find, and I sat there until the sun came up, with my baby in my arms and my doors locked and my hands shaking. For hours. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. Who do you tell? My mother? My husband? My friends? What words do I use? Something was looking at the baby through the car window. Even now, saying it out loud, it sounds like a dream. A nightmare. The kind of thing a tired young mother imagines when she's been driving too long and her brain manufactures something from the fog and the dark and the exhaustion. I know that's what people would say. I know that's what the reasonable explanation is. But the fog on the window was cleared in a circle where it breathed. Its breath cleared the glass. That's not imagination. That's condensation physics. Something warm and alive was close enough to the glass to defog it with its exhalation. And when I looked through that clear circle, there was a face on the other side. And my baby was fine. She slept through the whole thing. She didn't wake up when I started the engine. She didn't wake up when I drove to the gas station. She didn't wake up when I held her in the front seat under the fluorescent lights and cried into her blanket for 45 minutes. She doesn't know. She'll probably never know. I don't know if I'll ever tell her. What would I say? When you were 7 months old, Something came to the car window and looked at you while you slept. And I couldn't tell if it wanted to hurt you or if it was just curious. Because that's the thing that haunts me. Not the fear, although the fear was absolute, the most total fear I have ever experienced in my life. What haunts me is the tilt of its head. That small, gentle inclination, the way you tilt your head when you see something that amazes you. It was looking at my baby the way I look at my baby, with wonder. Something that shouldn't exist stood at my car window in the middle of the night and looked at my daughter with wonder. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know where to put it in my understanding of the world. I just know that it happened, and that the fog was cleared in a circle where it breathed, and that my baby slept through all of it, and that I drove until I found light.
The Click, Caddo Lake, East Texas, and a bow hunter in Grain Valley, Missouri. Stories like this keep turning up wherever deer hunters sit in the dark. I need to tell you about something that happened in a deer stand. If you've never sat in a tree stand, I need to explain what it's like so you understand why this encounter was different from other accounts you may have heard. A tree stand puts you 15, sometimes 20 feet above the ground. You climb up before dawn, 3:30, 4 in the morning, and you sit there in the dark and you wait. You don't move. You don't talk. You don't shift your weight if you can help it. You become part of the tree. The whole strategy is invisibility. Your scent rises above the deer's nose level. Your silhouette blends with the trunk and the branches. You are above the world, looking down at it. And if you've done your job right, nothing below you knows you're there. I've been hunting since I was old enough to hold a rifle. I know these woods. My family has been on this land for generations. My grandmother used to walk the property line with a garden hoe for protection. Snakes, stray dogs, whatever came through. She wasn't afraid of much. Neither am I. Or, I wasn't. It was early morning, maybe 2 hours before sunrise. Cold, clear, full moon. The kind of moon that turns the woods silver and gives you visibility you don't normally get before dawn. I'd been in my stand for about an hour, settled in. Rifle across my lap, safety on, waiting. There's a pipeline clearing that runs through this section of the property. A strip of open ground, maybe 30 feet wide, cut through the timber for a gas line. The grass is kept short on the clearing, and at night, under a full moon, it glows. Anything that crosses the pipeline is silhouetted against that strip of silver. That's why I set my stand near it. Deer use it as a crossing. So does everything else. I was watching the clearing when I saw movement at the far end. Something had come out of the timber and was walking up the pipeline, toward me. My first thought was, that's a person. It was on 2 legs, walking upright, with a stride that was steady and purposeful. But it was 4 in the morning. There are no other houses near this property. Nobody walks a pipeline clearing in the dark during deer season. You'd get shot. I started to feel uneasy, and I looked harder. As it closed the distance, 75 yards, then 50, then closer, the shape stopped looking like a person. The proportions were wrong. The shoulders were too wide. The body was too thick, too barrel-shaped. It was walking with a slight forward lean, hunched at the shoulders, and I could see, in the moonlight, clear as I can see my own hand right now, that it was not wearing clothes. It was covered in something dark. Hair, fur, I don't know what to call it. It was uniform, head to foot, and it moved with the body the way an animal's coat moves. It was maybe 50 yards from my tree when I decided I needed my rifle ready. I reached down, slowly, carefully, the way you do everything in a tree stand, with control, without sudden movement. I found the safety with my thumb. Click. That's all it was. The softest mechanical sound in the world. A safety being flipped off. I could barely hear it myself with my thumb on the switch. The creature heard it. From 50 yards away, in the dark, walking on a grass clearing, it heard the click of my rifle safety. And it reacted instantly. It stopped mid-stride. It turned its shoulders toward me. Not its whole body, just the shoulders and the head, the way something does when it's localizing a sound. It was facing me now. It knew exactly where I was. 15 feet up in a tree, motionless, scent carried away by the breeze, invisible against the trunk. And it had pinpointed my position from the sound of a half-inch lever moving a quarter of an inch inside a steel receiver. For a moment, 3 seconds, maybe 5, we were locked. It was looking up at my tree. I was looking down at it. 50 yards, full moon. I had the rifle in my hands. The safety was off. I could have fired. I had a clear shot at a target I couldn't identify, in the dark. And everything in my training said, don't shoot what you can't identify. So I didn't shoot. And the creature did something I have never seen any animal do in 30 years of hunting. It walked backward. 4 steps. Backward. Without turning around. Keeping its face toward me, keeping its eyes on my tree, it took 4 deliberate reverse steps. Not stumbling, not shuffling. Walking backward with the same fluid coordination it had been walking forward. As if backing up was as natural as going forward. As if it had practiced.
After 4 steps, it spun. One fast rotation, facing away from me now, and it moved into the timber at a pace that covered ground so quickly I couldn't track it. 1 second it was on the clearing. The next second, it was in the trees. And the next second, the sound of its movement was gone. I sat in that tree stand for another 2 hours. I did not climb down. I did not move. I sat there with my rifle in my lap and my safety off and my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my teeth. And I watched the clearing, and nothing else came through. When daylight came, I climbed down and went to look. I walked the pipeline to the spot where it had been standing when it heard the click. The grass was pressed down where its feet had been. I could see the 4 backward steps, impressions in the short grass, spaced evenly, heading away from my tree. Then the spin, a pivot point where the grass was torn slightly from the rotation. Then nothing. The trail entered the timber and disappeared into brush so thick that I would have needed a machete to follow it. I didn't follow it. I want to talk about the click. A rifle safety is not a loud sound. It is, by design, one of the quietest mechanical actions a firearm can produce. I have sat in tree stands and flipped my safety off at deer standing 30 yards away, and the deer didn't hear it. White-tailed deer have hearing that is exponentially better than a human's. They can hear a twig snap at 200 yards. They can hear a zipper open at 100. And they cannot hear a rifle safety click at 50 yards on a calm night. This creature heard it. It heard a sound that a white-tailed deer, an animal whose survival depends on hearing predators approach, cannot detect at that distance. It heard it, it located it, it identified it as a threat, and it responded. All in less than 1 second. From the moment my thumb moved the safety to the moment the creature's shoulders turned toward my tree was less than a heartbeat. That tells you something about what this thing is. Not just big, not just strong, not just fast. It is operating with senses that exceed the best equipped prey animals on this continent. Its hearing is better than a deer's. Its reaction time is faster than a deer's. And its tactical response, walking backward while maintaining eye contact, then spinning and evacuating at speed, is more sophisticated than anything I have ever observed in any animal, including predators. This is not a bear that learned to walk upright. This is not a man in a suit. This is something with sensory capabilities and tactical intelligence that we do not have a category for. It heard a sound I could barely hear from my own hands, and it knew exactly what that sound meant. It knew what a safety click was. It knew that the click meant the next sound would be a gunshot, and it left. It knew what a rifle was. Let that sink in. Standing on a pipeline clearing in the dark, 50 yards from a tree, it heard a piece of metal move inside a gun and understood the implication. That's not instinct. That's knowledge. That's an animal that has been around hunters before, that has heard that click before, and that has learned, through experience or through something passed down from others, what comes after the click. They learn. That's what keeps me awake at night. Not the size, not the speed, not the strength. The learning. They watch us. They listen to us. They study our tools and our patterns and our habits. And they have been doing it for a very long time. I still hunt. I still sit in my tree stand in the dark before dawn and wait for the sun. But I listen differently now. I listen for the thing that doesn't fit. The footfall that's too heavy. The breathing that's too low. The silence that means something bigger than a deer just entered the clearing. And I keep my safety on until I know what I'm looking at. Because whatever heard that click from 50 yards away in the dark, it's still out there. In my woods. On my family's land. Walking the same pipeline it's probably been walking since before the pipeline was there. It heard the click. It knew what it meant. And it left before I could decide what to do about it. That's not an animal. That's a neighbor who doesn't want to be seen.
The Shelter, Appalachian Trail, Southern Appalachians, near the North Carolina and Tennessee line, Smokies country. I was 4 weeks into a through hike when it happened. Northbound, Georgia to Maine, which means by week 4, you're somewhere in the Southern Appalachians, North Carolina, the Tennessee border, the Smokies, the highest, oldest mountains east of the Mississippi, forests that have been here since before the last ice age, spruce and fir at the summits, rhododendron thickets in the hollows, fog that sits in the gaps like something breathing. I need to explain the shelters. Along the Appalachian Trail, roughly every 8 to 12 miles, there are shelters. They're simple structures, 3 walls, a roof, a raised wooden sleeping platform, and an open fourth side that faces the forest. Some have stone walls and fireplaces. Some are just wood and tin. All of them are open on one side. That's the design. That's how they've always been built. The idea is that you carry less gear because you don't need a full tent. You just unroll your sleeping bag on the platform and sleep with the forest right there. 3 feet from your head. No door, no wall, no barrier between you and whatever is out there.
During the day, the shelters feel friendly. Other hikers share food, swap stories, compare blisters. At night, when the fire dies and the headlamps go off, and you're lying on your back staring at the underside of a tin roof, the open side feels different. You can hear everything. The creak, the wind in the canopy, the small sounds of small animals moving through leaves, and occasionally, the larger sounds. A branch cracking under weight, something heavy shifting in the brush just past the firelight that you tell yourself is a deer. It's always a deer. It has to be a deer. I was alone at the shelter that night. That happens sometimes on the AT, especially on sections between popular stops. You get to a shelter at 4 in the afternoon and nobody else shows up. You cook your dinner, you hang your food bag, you write in the register, the little notebook where hikers leave messages for whoever comes next. And then you get into your sleeping bag on the platform, and you are alone in a 3-walled room open to the Appalachian night. I had a small fire going in the ring outside the shelter. Not for warmth. It was summer, warm enough, but for the light, for the comfort of it. The way fire has been comfort since before we had language. I was lying on the platform, half in my sleeping bag, watching the fire burn down, listening to the forest settle into its nighttime register. The first thing I noticed was the silence. I don't mean quiet. The forest is never quiet. There are always insects, always the white noise of moving air, always something. What I mean is that the layer of sound that sits on top of the base layer, the frogs, the birds settling, the rustle of small mammals, went away. Like someone had turned off a radio. The base layer was still there. The creak, the wind, but everything else stopped. Every hiker on the AT knows this silence. It happens when a predator enters the area. A bear, a coyote, a bobcat. The small animals go quiet because something bigger has arrived. You learn to recognize it. You learn to sit up a little straighter when it happens. You learn to look at the dark edges of the firelight and try to see what made the forest hold its breath. I sat up. I looked at the tree line beyond the fire ring. The fire was low, just coals and a few small flames, throwing maybe 10, 15 feet of orange light before the dark started. Beyond the light, the forest was shapes. Tree trunks, rhododendron, shadows that could be anything. Something was standing at the edge of the firelight. I saw the eyes first. 2 points of reflected light, maybe 7 feet off the ground, catching the glow of the coals the way an animal's eyes catch light. The tapetum lucidum, the eye shine that predators have and humans don't. Except these were too high, 7 feet. No animal in the Appalachians has eyes 7 feet off the ground. A black bear standing on its hind legs might reach 6, but bears don't stand still in the dark at the edge of a campfire, staring at a hiker for minutes at a time. These eyes were staring at me. I didn't move. I want to say I was brave, that I was calm, that I was rationally assessing the situation. The truth is that I couldn't move. My body had made a decision without consulting my brain, and the decision was, do not draw attention. Be small. Be still. Be a log on the platform, a lump in a sleeping bag, a thing that is not worth investigating. The eyes didn't move. As my own eyes adjusted, as the adrenaline sharpened everything the way adrenaline does, I started to see more. The shape behind the eyes. Broad shoulders, much broader than a man's. the outline of a head that sat low between the shoulders, with almost no visible neck. A torso that was thick, dense, covered in something dark that absorbed the firelight instead of reflecting it. It was standing at the very edge of the light, one step away from being invisible, one step into the fire's reach, positioned exactly at the boundary, as if it knew where the light ended and the dark began, as if it had calculated. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Time had stopped being reliable. I was breathing in short, shallow pulls, trying to be silent, trying to be invisible in a shelter with no fourth wall. Then it moved. Not toward me. Not away. It raised one arm, slowly. The way you raise your hand to wave at someone across a distance. Not a threatening gesture. If anything, the opposite. A slow, deliberate lifting of the right arm, the hand open, the fingers. I could see fingers. I could count them. 5 of them, spread slightly. I stared at the raised hand. Without thinking, without deciding to do it, I raised my own hand. The same hand. The same slow motion. A mirror response, pulled out of me by something deeper than thought. The same instinct that makes you return a wave from a stranger. The same social reflex that is older than manners, older than culture, older than language. We held there. 2 hands raised in the dark. One human, one not. The fire popping softly between us. Then it tilted its head. The same tilt I've heard described by other witnesses. The same slight rotation that means I'm looking at you differently now. And it lowered its arm. And it turned its head sharply to the left, toward the deeper forest, as if it heard something I couldn't hear. It made a sound. Low, brief, rumbling. Felt in my chest before I heard it with my ears. A growl, but not aggressive. More like a word. A single syllable of communication directed not at me, but at the forest behind it. As if it was telling something else that it was leaving. Then it stepped backward, out of the light, and the dark took it. 1 step, and it was a shape. 2 steps, and it was a shadow. 3 steps, and there was nothing. Just the tree line, the rhododendron, the coals of my fire sending orange light into empty space. The forest sounds came back. The frogs, the insects, the small rustling of small animals resuming their business. The silence lifted the way a held breath lifts when you finally exhale. I did not sleep. I sat on the platform with my back against the shelter wall and my headlamp in my hand and my eyes on the open side until the sky started to lighten and the first birds began their morning calls. I packed my gear in the gray light before dawn and I hiked out. I hiked fast. I hiked until I reached the next shelter, where there were other hikers, other people, other voices. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. Not that morning. Not for a long time. The Appalachian Trail runs 2,190 miles from Springer Mountain, Georgia, to Mount Katahdin, Maine. Every year, thousands of hikers attempt the through hike. They sleep in 3-walled shelters open to the forest. They cook over small fires. They hang their food bags from trees, and they lie in the dark and listen to the sounds outside the light. Most of them hear deer. Most of them hear raccoons, bears, owls, the wind. Most of them sleep through the night and wake up in the morning and hike north. and the forest is just a forest, and the shelters are just shelters. But the BFRO has reports from the AT. Hikers near Franklin, North Carolina, who found enormous footprints crossing the trail and heard a howl at night that didn't match any known animal. A pair of backpackers who discovered tracks and strange formations. Mushrooms placed deliberately upside down along a game path, as if marking territory. Hikers near the Virginia-West Virginia border who were startled by something at a remote cabin. And Jeff Carpenter, a BFRO investigator who had his own Class A sighting on Highway 64 in North Carolina. Investigated a report from hikers just 6 days later. They were on the AT in Macon County, North Carolina, 5.5 miles from where Carpenter saw his creature. Same week, same mountains, different witnesses, same thing.
Whatever I saw at that shelter, standing at the edge of my firelight with its hand raised, looking at me with eyes that caught the glow of dying coals. It has been there as long as the trail has been there. Longer. It was there when the Cherokee walked these ridges and called it Sulkalu. It was there when Daniel Boone cut through the gaps. It was there when the Civilian Conservation Corps built the first shelters in the 1930s. And it's there now. Tonight. At a shelter on the AT that is empty because no hiker stopped there today. The fire ring cold. The platform bare. The open side facing the forest the way it always faces the forest. With no door, no lock, no wall. 3 walls and an invitation. I raised my hand, and it raised its hand back. And for one moment, in the firelight, at the edge of what I could see and what I couldn't, we were 2 living things acknowledging each other across a distance that was shorter than I wanted it to be. I don't hike alone anymore.
The drive home. Highway 129, near Blairsville, Union County, North Georgia. January 24, 2019. My husband and I don't fight about what we saw. I want you to know that up front. I've heard stories from other people. One person sees something, the other doesn't, and they spend the rest of their lives arguing about whether it happened. That's not us. We were both there. We both saw it. And we haven't argued about it once, because there's nothing to argue about. We saw the same thing. We're retired. We live in the mountains of North Georgia, Union County, near Blairsville. If you don't know the area, it's southern Appalachia at its finest. The Blue Ridge Mountains come through here, not the tallest peaks on the eastern seaboard, but deep. Old mountains, worn smooth by time, covered in hardwood forest that goes on for miles in every direction. Chattahoochee National Forest, Blood Mountain, Brasstown Bald. Thick, wild, beautiful country that looks gentle until you're a mile off the road and realize you can't see the sky through the canopy. We've lived here for years. We hike, we camp, we know these mountains. We know what a bear looks like. We see them in our yard sometimes, going after the bird feeders. We know what a deer looks like at night in headlights. We know what a coyote looks like, trotting across a road. We know every animal in these woods, by sight, by sound, by the way they move. It was January 24th, 2019, a Thursday night. We'd been visiting friends in town and were driving home on Highway 129. If you've ever driven the mountain highways in North Georgia after dark, you know what it's like. 2 lanes, no streetlights, the road curving through the forest, with your headlights carving out a tunnel of visibility, and everything beyond that tunnel, a wall of black. You drive these roads with your high beams on and your eyes on the shoulders because deer are constantly crossing. You learn to watch for the eye shine, the yellow-green flash of a deer's eyes in your headlights. You see it, you slow down, you wait for the deer to decide which way it's going. It was 12:30 in the morning. We were tired. My husband was driving. I was in the passenger seat, half watching the road, half ready to doze off. The road was empty. No other cars, no other headlights, just us and the trees and the dark. My husband said, "What is that?" Not loud, not panicked, just puzzled. The voice of a man who has seen something in the headlights that he can't immediately categorize. I looked up. Something was crossing the road. It was in the right lane, moving from right to left, heading toward the left shoulder and the steep embankment that dropped off into the forest below. It was in our headlights, fully illuminated, bright as day for those few seconds. And it was not a deer. It was tall, 7 feet approximately. My husband is 6'1", and this thing was a full head taller than him. I know that because I immediately compared, the way your brain does, finding the nearest reference point and measuring against it. It was upright, walking on 2 legs, not hunched, not bent, walking the way a man walks, but taller and wider, and with a stride that covered more ground than a man's stride should. It was muscular. That's the word I keep coming back to. Not fat, not bulky the way a bear looks bulky. Muscular. The shoulders, the back, the thighs. You could see the definition even through the hair. It looked like an athlete. It looked powerful in a way that had nothing to do with size and everything to do with how it was built. It was covered in hair. Brown. Not black, not red. Brown, like the color of dead oak leaves. Matted in places, particularly across the back and the shoulders. The hair moved as it walked. It wasn't a suit. It wasn't fabric. It was organic, part of the body, moving the way hair moves on a living animal. And then it looked back at us, over its right shoulder. A half turn of the head, the way you'd glance back at someone who called your name. It looked back over its shoulder, and I saw its face. Briefly, a flash, maybe 2 seconds, and I saw the eyes. Dark, large, reflecting our headlights with a deep reddish gleam. Not the yellow-green of a deer, not the orange of a raccoon. A dark reddish reflection that I have never seen in any animal's eyes before or since. It didn't stop. It didn't speed up. It glanced back at us the way you'd glance back at a car passing on a road you cross every night, acknowledging, unimpressed. And then it stepped off the left shoulder and went down the embankment. 2 steps and the slope took it below our sight line. We heard a faint rustling, brush parting, branches bending, and then nothing. Just the road, the headlights, and the dark. 5 to 7 seconds. That's how long the entire sighting lasted. From the moment my husband said, "What is that?" to the moment it disappeared down the embankment. 5 to 7 seconds. My husband kept driving. He didn't stop. He didn't pull over. He drove at the same speed, in the same lane, and for about a mile, neither of us said anything. Not because we were in shock, although we were, but because we were both processing. We were both running through the same mental checklist. and we both knew the checklist was failing. There? No. Bears don't walk upright for 40 feet across a road without dropping to all fours. Bears don't have that body shape. Bears don't glance over their shoulder at you with that kind of casual indifference. Person? No. No person is 7 feet tall with brown hair covering their entire body. No person is walking across Highway 129 at 12:30 in the morning in January in the mountains of North Georgia, barefoot and naked. Anything else? No. There is no anything else. We have lived in these mountains for years. We know every animal in these woods. What crossed the road in front of our car was not any of them. After about a mile, my husband said, "That was a Bigfoot." He said it flat. No drama, no question mark. A statement of fact from a man who has never in his life believed in Bigfoot, who has never watched a Bigfoot show, who has never read a Bigfoot book, who has spent 60 years in the outdoors and has never once considered the possibility that something like this existed. I said, "I know." And that was the entire conversation. For the rest of the drive home, another 20 minutes of dark mountain highway, we didn't talk about it again. We didn't need to. We had both seen the same thing, at the same time, from the same angle, in the same light. There was nothing to debate. There was nothing to reconcile. There was only the fact of it. A 7-foot creature covered in brown hair crossing Highway 129 at 12:30 in the morning, looking back at us over its shoulder and disappearing down an embankment. We reported it to the BFRO. They classified it as Class A, the highest rating. Clear visual observation. No ambiguity. 2 witnesses. The investigator noted that we were credible, experienced outdoor people with no history of making unusual claims. I don't know what it was. I know what it wasn't. It wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a person. And it wasn't something I can explain. It was something that lives in these mountains. The same mountains I've hiked for years. The same forests I've camped in. The same roads I've driven 1,000 times in the dark. People ask me if I'm afraid to drive that road now. I'm not afraid. I drive it all the time. But I look differently. Before January 24th, when I drove Highway 129 at night, I was watching for deer. Now I'm watching for everything. The headlights carve out their tunnel, and the dark is on both sides. And somewhere in that dark, in the Chattahoochee, on Blood Mountain, in the hollows that have no name, something is standing in the trees, watching my headlights pass, and deciding whether or not to cross. Most nights, it decides not to. We were just lucky enough to catch it on a night when it did. Georgia has 132 documented Bigfoot sightings. The Cherokee, who lived in these mountains for thousands of years, called this creature Tzulkalu, the lord of the game, the giant of the high places. Down in the Okefenokee swamp, they call it the swamp ape. On the Chattahoochee, they call it the Shecky bean. Different names for different landscapes, but the same creature. The same story. The same glance over the shoulder. My husband and I have been married for 37 years. We've hiked together, camped together, raised children together, retired together. And now we share something else. A memory that doesn't fit in any box we have. A 5-second window on a January night, when the headlights showed us something that the world says doesn't exist. We don't argue about it. We don't need to. We both saw it, and it saw us. And then it went down the hill and into the trees. And we went home, and the mountains closed behind it the way they always do.
The rig, US 199 and the Pacific Northwest Trucking Corridor. Northern California, Southern Oregon, sometime in the 2010s. I've been driving truck for 22 years. I'll save you the math. That's somewhere north of 3 million miles, most of it at night, most of it alone. I've driven every interstate in the lower 48. I've driven mountain passes in January and desert straightaways in August. I've seen a moose walk across I-95 in Maine at 3 in the morning. I've seen a mountain lion sitting on the guardrail of I-70 in Colorado like it was waiting for a bus. I've seen things in my headlights that made me slow down and things that made me speed up, and things that made me pull into the next truck stop and sit under the lights until the sun came up. I'm telling you this so you understand. I am not a man who scares easily on a highway. The road is my office. The dark is my shift. I have spent more hours alone in the dark than most people spend awake in a year. I know what belongs on a road at night and what doesn't. What I saw on US 199 did not belong on a road. It did not belong anywhere I have a name for. I was running a load south, timber products, which is about half of what moves through the Pacific Northwest on trucks. I was on the corridor that connects Grants Pass, Oregon to Crescent City, California. If you've never driven it, US 199 is a 2-lane highway that follows the Smith River through the Siskiyou Mountains. It is one of the most remote stretches of paved road on the West Coast. Dense forest on both sides. Old-growth Doug fir, Sitka spruce, redwoods once you cross into California. No towns, no services, no cell signal. At night, your headlights are the only light source for miles in any direction. The forest walls come right up to the fog line. You are driving through a tunnel of trees, and the tunnel goes on for 70 miles. It was around 2 a.m., maybe later. You lose track when you're running night loads. The hours blend into a rhythm of engine noise and centerline reflectors and the sweep of your high beams. I was making good time. No traffic. Dry road. Clear night, no fog, which is unusual for that corridor. You usually get fog off the Smith River that cuts your visibility to nothing. But that night was clean. Stars above the canopy. Good visibility. I came around a curve, a long, sweeping left-hander that drops slightly into a straightaway, and my high beams hit something in the road. When you're driving a semi and your headlights find something in the road, you have time. Not a lot of time, but more than you'd have in a car. A semi's headlights are mounted high, 8 feet off the pavement, and they throw a longer beam than a car's. You see farther ahead, and when you hit the brakes on an 80,000-pound rig, you don't stop fast. You bleed speed. The air brakes engage with that sound. You know it if you've ever been near a semi stopping. That deep pneumatic hiss. And the load pushes you from behind, and you feel the weight of 18 wheels fighting friction. And the whole time, whatever is in front of you is getting closer and more detailed with every foot of road you eat. It was standing in my lane, not crossing, standing, in the middle of my lane, facing the opposite direction, as if it had been walking down the center line and hadn't heard me coming. Or had heard me and didn't care. The first thing I registered was the height. I'm sitting in a cab that's 8 feet off the ground. My headlights are roughly at the same height. Whatever was in my lane was being lit from approximately its own eye level. And it was tall. I'd estimate 7.5 feet, maybe 8. The headlights were hitting it from about chest height, which means the head and shoulders were above the beam, lit by ambient glow,
torso and legs were fully illuminated. The second thing I registered was that it was not a person. The proportions were wrong. The shoulders were too wide, wider than any man I've ever seen, including the bodybuilders you sometimes see at truck stops working out in the parking lot. The arms were too long, hanging well past the waist, almost to the knees. The torso was thick and solid, like a barrel standing upright, and it was covered, completely covered in dark hair. Not fur, hair. It moved. It caught the light the way hair catches light. Individual strands visible at the edges, reflecting my headlamps with a slight sheen. It was facing away from me. I could see the back of its head, the shoulders, the upper back. The hair on the head was longer, shaggier, less uniform than the body hair. No clothing, no pack, no gear, no explanation for why a human being would be standing barefoot and naked on US 199 at 2 in the morning in the middle of a national forest. I was bleeding speed, 40 miles an hour, 30, 20. The air brakes were working, the load was pushing, and the thing in my lane was getting bigger in my windshield with every second. It turned, slowly, over the left shoulder. The same half turn I've heard described by other people. That glance back, that acknowledgement. It turned and it looked at my truck. I want to be precise about what I saw, because I saw it clearly, because my headlights were 8 feet off the ground and 40 feet from its face, and there was nothing between us but clean air and asphalt. The face was flat, not like a human face, flatter. The nose was wide and low, almost flush with the plane of the face. The brow was heavy, a shelf of bone that shadowed the eyes. The jaw was wide, the mouth was closed, and the eyes caught my headlights and reflected them back with a deep amber glow. Not the green eyeshine of a deer, not the orange of a coyote. Amber, the color of old whiskey held up to a lamp. It was not afraid. I want to be extremely clear about this. I was driving a fully loaded 18-wheeler, 80,000 pounds of steel and timber, air brakes screaming, headlights blazing, engine howling, and this creature looked at my truck the way you'd look at a mosquito. Mild annoyance, if anything. It registered my rig, assessed it, and decided it wasn't interesting. It stepped off the road. One step to the left, off the asphalt, onto the shoulder, and then one more step, and it was at the tree line. It didn't run. It didn't hurry. It stepped off the highway the way you step off a curb to let a car pass. A minor adjustment to its trajectory, nothing more. I rolled past the spot where it had been standing. My passenger side mirror caught it as I went by. A dark shape at the edge of the trees, still upright, still facing my trailer as it passed. Then the curve took it out of my mirror, and I was alone on the road again. I did not stop. I want to be honest about that. I did not pull over. I did not back up. I did not get out of my cab with a flashlight and go looking for tracks. I am not a researcher. I am not a hunter. I am a truck driver with a load to deliver and a schedule to keep. And I was alone on a road in the middle of a national forest at 2 in the morning. And something 7.5 feet tall had just looked at my truck with amber eyes and stepped into the trees like it had somewhere better to be. I kept driving. I drove the remaining 40 miles to Crescent City with my hands tight on the wheel and my mirrors checked every 10 seconds and the image of that face. Flat, heavy-browed, amber-eyed, unimpressed, burned into the back of my skull. At the truck stop in Crescent City, I sat in my cab with the engine running and the parking lights on, and I tried to decide what to do. I thought about calling my wife. I thought about calling dispatch. I thought about calling the police. What would I say? There's something in the road on 199. They'd ask what? I'd say I didn't know. They'd say, was it a bear? I'd say no. They'd say, was it a person? I'd say no. They'd say, what was it then? And I'd have to say the word. And the word is Bigfoot. And if you say that word to a dispatcher or a cop or your wife at 2:30 in the morning, you become a different person. You become the trucker who saw Bigfoot on 199. That's who you are now, forever. I didn't call anyone that night. I sat in my cab and I drank my thermos coffee, and I watched the other rigs idle in the parking lot, and I waited for the sun to come up. In the light of day, with other people around, with the engine noise and the diesel smell, and the ordinary machinery of the world doing its ordinary work, it seemed possible to file it away. To put it in the box labeled, "Things I Saw on the Road That I Can't Explain," and close the lid. The lid doesn't stay closed. It's been years now, and the lid doesn't stay closed. I see the face. I see the amber eyes. I see the way it looked at my truck. At 80,000 pounds of American industry bearing down on it at 30 miles an hour, and decided it was not a threat. Decided it was not anything worth worrying about. Stepped off the road the way I'd step over a crack in the sidewalk.
I've talked to other drivers since then. Quietly, at truck stops, late at night, when the conversation drifts to the weird things you see on the road. And some of them, not all, but some, have stories. US 101 in the Redwoods, Highway 20 in the Cascades, the back roads of East Texas, the mountain corridors in West Virginia. They've seen shapes in the headlights. They've seen things cross the road that were too tall and too fast and moved wrong. None of them reported it. None of them called anyone. Because the word costs too much. It costs you your credibility, your professionalism, your reputation. A trucker lives on his reputation, his safety record, his reliability, his judgment. You say Bigfoot to the wrong person, and you're the guy who sees things, the guy who's been driving too long, the guy who needs a rest. So we don't say it. We sit in our cabs at truck stops, and we drink our coffee, and we tell each other, quietly, what we saw. And then we get back on the road, and we drive through the tunnels of trees with our high beams on, and we watch the fog lines. And we know, every one of us knows, that the road belongs to us in the daytime, and to something else at night. The river. Mark Twain National Forest, Missouri Ozarks. A tributary of the Current River. Sometime in the 2000s. I fish at night. That's the first thing. If that sounds strange to you, you're not from around here. In the Missouri Ozarks, catfish fishing is a nighttime operation. The big flatheads and blues come out after dark. They move into the shallow water near the banks and feed along the bottom. And if you know the river and you know the holes, you can sit on a gravel bar with a lantern and a lawn chair and pull them in all night. I've been doing it since I was 14. My father did it. His father did it. It's not recreation. It's what we do. The spot I'm talking about was on a tributary of the Current River, deep in the Mark Twain National Forest. You get to it by taking a Forest Service road off the highway, then a logging road off that, then walking the last quarter mile down to the water. Nobody goes there. That's why I go there. The fishing is good because the pressure is zero. No other lines in the water. No boat traffic. No noise.
Just me, the river, and whatever comes to drink on the other side. I'd been fishing since about 9 o'clock. Good night. Warm, clear, no moon, which is what you want for catfish. Dark water, dark sky. My lantern was set up behind me, throwing enough light to see my rod tips and bait my hooks, but not enough to illuminate the far bank. The river was maybe 60 feet across at that point. Not wide, but deep enough in the channel that you wouldn't want to wade it without knowing where the bottom drops out. Around midnight, I heard a splash on the far side. Not a fish splash, not a beaver tail slap. A rock. A rock hitting the water with that particular plunk. Heavy, singular, thrown. That is different from any natural sound a river makes. I've spent hundreds of nights on rivers. I know the difference between a piece of bank calving off into the water and a rock being thrown into the water. This was thrown. I looked across. I couldn't see anything. The far bank was just a wall of dark, trees and brush melting into the sky. I figured it was a raccoon knocking something loose, or maybe a kid from one of the farms upriver throwing rocks for fun. I went back to my rod. Another splash. Closer. Not on the far bank this time. In the river. Maybe 40 feet from my gravel bar. A rock, landing in the water with enough force to send a plume of spray I could see in my lantern light. I set my rod down. I stood up. "Hey!" I called across the river. My voice sounded thin against all that dark. "Hey, who's over there?" Nothing. The river, the insects, the dark. Another rock, 30 feet out. Closer. The splash was bigger, a heavier rock, or thrown harder, or both. The water where it hit was well within casting distance of my gravel bar. Whatever was throwing rocks was dialing in on my position. I want to be clear about something. Rocks don't throw themselves. Rocks don't migrate upstream. Rocks don't land in a pattern that starts far and works closer, like someone finding their range. What was happening on the far side of that river was deliberate. Something with hands was picking up rocks and throwing them at the water near me, and each throw was more accurate than the last. I turned up my lantern. Not because I thought more light would help me see the far bank. It wouldn't, not at 60 feet. But because light is what humans do when we're afraid. We make more light. We've been doing it since the first campfire. More light means more safety. That's the equation, and it's worked for 100,000 years. The rocks stopped. For maybe 5 minutes, nothing happened. No splashes, no sounds from the far bank. Just the river and the insects, and my lantern hissing in the dark. I thought about packing up. I thought about walking the quarter-mile back to my truck. I thought about all the sensible things a person should do when something they can't see is throwing rocks at them from the darkness. Then I heard something wade into the water. Not on my side. On the far side. The sound of something heavy entering the river. Not jumping, not diving, but stepping in. 1 step. 2 steps. The sound of water being displaced by something with mass. Something pushing through the current with the kind of resistance that tells you, this is not a raccoon. This is not a deer. This is not a person in wading boots. This is something that is walking into a river because the river is not an obstacle. I grabbed my lantern and I held it out in front of me, as high as I could reach, trying to throw the light farther across the water. I could see the surface of the river, the current moving, the ripples catching my lantern light. And out in the middle, maybe 30 feet from my bank, I could see the disturbance. A wake. A V-shaped push of water moving toward me, steady, deliberate, like a boat. But there was no boat. There was just the wake and the sound of heavy steps in water that was getting shallower with every step. It was crossing the river. It was coming to my side. I ran. I didn't grab my gear. I didn't reel in my lines. I didn't fold up my chair or pack my cooler or do any of the things I've done 1,000 times at the end of a night's fishing. I left everything: rod, tackle, lantern, chair, the whole setup, and I ran up the bank and down the logging road in the dark, stumbling over roots and ruts, the beam of my phone flashlight bouncing off the trees until I reached my truck. I got in. I locked the doors. I started the engine. I turned on the headlights. I sat there for 15 minutes, engine running, high beams pointed down the logging road toward the river. Nothing came up the road. Nothing appeared in the light. The forest was dark and still and absolutely silent in the way that forests are silent when something large has recently been in them and everything small is still hiding. I drove home. I went back the next day, in daylight, with a buddy. We walked down to the gravel bar and found my gear, right where I'd left it, undisturbed. The lantern had burned out. The chair was still standing. My rods were still propped in their holders, lines still in the water. On the gravel bar, between my chair and the water line, we found tracks. Not mine. I'd been sitting in the chair, and my boot prints were behind it. These tracks were in front of it, between the chair and the river. Bare feet. Large. Much larger than mine. The impressions were deep. Whatever made them was heavy. And the toes were splayed wide, the way toes spread when you're walking on uneven ground. 5 toes on each foot. The stride was long. Longer than my buddy could match, and he's 6'2". Something had come out of the river, walked up onto my gravel bar, and stood between my chair and the water, while my gear was still set up, while my lantern was still burning. Maybe while I was still running up the logging road, maybe just after. It had crossed the river to where I was, and when it got there, I was gone. My buddy looked at the tracks and looked at me and said, "What do you think that is?" And I said, "I think that's why I'm never fishing that spot at night again." I haven't been back. The gear is replaced, rods aren't expensive, and I've got more lawn chairs than any man needs. But that spot on the current river tributary, the one with the deep holes and no pressure and the gravel bar where the flatheads come in at midnight, that spot belongs to something else now. Something that throws rocks to find your range and then walks across a river to introduce itself. I still fish at night. Different spots. Closer to the road. Closer to other people. I keep my truck within sight of my chair now. Not because I think it makes me safer. If something can cross a river in the dark and leave tracks that big on a gravel bar, a truck isn't going to slow it down. I keep my truck close because running a quarter mile in the dark through the woods is the most terrified I have ever been in my life, and I am not doing that again. The rocks were the warning. I know that now. The rocks landing closer and closer. That wasn't aggression. That was communication. It was telling me to leave. It was saying, "This is my river. This is my night, and you need to go." I didn't listen, so it came to tell me in person. I just happened to be running up the road when it arrived. The Portage, Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, northern Minnesota, Ontario border country, mid-September, sometime in the 2010s. I need to explain what a portage is, because if you've never been to the Boundary Waters, you won't understand why I couldn't run. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness is 1 million acres of boreal forest and interconnected lakes along the Minnesota-Ontario border. No motors allowed, no roads, no cabins. You travel by canoe. You paddle across a lake, and when the lake ends, you pick up your canoe and carry it overland to the next lake. That overland carry is a portage. The trails range from 100 yards to a mile or more. They're narrow, rooted, muddy, and they wind through some of the densest spruce and birch forest on the continent. When you're carrying a canoe on a portage, you flip the canoe upside down over your head and rest the yoke, a crossbar near the middle, on your shoulders. The canoe sits on top of you like a shell. Your hands grip the gunnels on either side. Your head is inside the hull. You can see the ground in front of your feet, and maybe a few feet of trail ahead of you, but your peripheral vision is gone. The canoe blocks everything above and to the sides. You are walking through the woods with a 70-pound aluminum blindfold on your head. You can't see what's around you. You can't move fast. The trail is too rough. The weight is too awkward. If you need to set the canoe down, you have to stop, squat, tilt the bow to the ground, and slide out from under it. It takes 10 seconds. If something happened, if you needed to react to something, you'd be standing in the middle of a trail in the middle of a forest with a canoe on your head and no option except to stop, put it down, and then deal with whatever it was. Unarmed, on foot, miles from anyone. I say all of this so you understand. A portage is the most vulnerable you will ever be in the wilderness. You are blind, slow, burdened, and alone. The only sense you have left is hearing. I've done this portage 100 times, literal 100. It connects two lakes I fish regularly, maybe 800 yards, slightly uphill, through old-growth spruce with a birch understory. The trail is well worn. I can walk it in my sleep. I have walked it in rain, in wind, in the dark, in October cold and July heat. I know every route, every rock, every muddy section where you plant your feet wide and lean forward. I know every sound this trail makes. It was mid-September. I was solo. A 5-day trip, 4 lakes, nothing unusual. The leaves were turning. The birch was going gold, and the tamarack was going yellow, and the spruce stayed green the way spruce always does. I'd paddled the first lake, beached the canoe, loaded my portage pack on my back, and hoisted the canoe onto my shoulders. Standard procedure. Head inside the hull, hands on the gunnels, eyes on the ground, 1 foot in front of the other. I was maybe 200 yards into the portage when I heard something move in the brush to my left. The sound was unremarkable at first. A rustle, a crack, the kind of noise a deer or a moose makes when it shifts position in the underbrush. I hear animals on portages all the time. You're walking through their living room with a canoe on your head. They notice you. Sometimes they move off. Sometimes they watch you pass and don't move at all. I kept walking. The sound continued. Not behind me, not ahead of me, beside me. To my left, maybe 10 to 15 yards off the trail, something was moving through the spruce at approximately my speed. When I walked, it walked. The sounds were parallel. Footfalls in the duff, the soft snap of dead branches, the displacement of brush. Moving with me, at my pace, holding a consistent distance. I stopped. It stopped. I stood on the trail under my canoe and listened. Silence. Not forest silence. Active silence. The particular quality of quiet that means a living thing is standing still and waiting. I could feel it. The way you feel someone watching you in a room before you turn around and see them. There was a presence in the spruce to my left, and it had stopped when I stopped, and it was waiting for me to start again. I started walking. It started walking. I want to describe the footfalls because this is important. The sound was bipedal, not the 4-footed patter of a deer or the heavy rolling gait of a moose. 2 feet, left, right, evenly spaced, evenly timed, and heavy. Each step had weight behind it, a compression sound that told me whatever was walking beside me was significantly heavier than I am. I'm 190 pounds, plus a 70-pound canoe, plus a 40-pound pack. 300 pounds of man and gear. Whatever was in the spruce sounded heavier.
I stopped again.
It stopped again. This time I listened longer. 30 seconds. A minute. I stood perfectly still under the canoe, and I strained my hearing into the spruce to my left, and I heard absolutely nothing. No breathing. No shifting. No rustle. Whatever was there had gone as motionless as a stone. Waiting. Patient. Ready to move the instant I moved. I started walking faster. Not running. You can't run with a canoe on your head. The weight pitches forward, and the gunwales catch on branches, and you go down. But faster. A deliberate increase in pace. A test. It matched me. The footfalls accelerated. The same pace. The same distance. The same parallel track through the brush. It didn't fall behind. It didn't surge ahead. It matched my speed precisely, the way a shadow matches the object casting it. Whatever was beside me was not reacting to my pace. It was mirroring it, with intention, with attention. The portage is 800 yards. I'd covered maybe 300. I had 500 yards left. Another 5 minutes of walking under a canoe with something pacing me through the trees that I couldn't see and couldn't outrun and couldn't even look at because the canoe blocked my vision on both sides. I made a decision. I stopped. I squatted. I tilted the bow of the canoe to the ground and slid out from under it. I stood up. For the first time since the sound started, I could see. The spruce to my left was thick, dense. The lower branches interlocked, and the understory was a tangle of dogwood and alder. I could see maybe 10, 15 feet into it before the green became a wall. I looked hard. I scanned left to right, looking for movement, looking for a shape, looking for the brown or black of an animal's coat against the green and the gold of the birch. I saw nothing, and I heard nothing. Whatever had been walking beside me was not moving, was not breathing loudly enough for me to hear, was not visible through 15 feet of dense spruce. It was there. I knew it was there. The way you know a person is in a dark room because the air feels different. But it was invisible. "Hey!" I shouted. My voice came out steadier than I expected. "Hey! I can hear you!" Nothing. The birch leaves turning in a breath of wind. A jay screaming somewhere behind me. The lake I'd left behind, just visible through the trees. The lake I was heading toward, invisible ahead. Nothing answered. Nothing moved. But nothing left either. I could feel it. Still there. Still 10 yards into the spruce. Still waiting. I picked up the canoe. I put it back on my shoulders.
I walked the remaining 500 yards of the portage trail with something beside me in the trees that matched my every step and went silent every time I stopped. When I reached the far lake and set the canoe in the water, the sounds stopped. Not gradually, they just stopped. One moment there were footfalls in the spruce to my left, and the next moment there was only the lake, the wind, the water. Whatever had been following me had reached the end of the portage trail and gone no farther, as if the trail was its territory and the lake was mine, and the boundary between them was understood. I paddled to the middle of the lake before I stopped shaking. I've been back. I've done that portage since, and I listen for it now. The parallel footfalls, the synchronized stops, the patient silence of something that is 10 yards away and invisible. Sometimes the portage is quiet. Sometimes a moose crashes through the brush and scares me half to death, and it's just a moose, and I laugh about it on the other side. But twice more on later trips, I've heard it, the same sound, the same pattern, walking when I walk, stopping when I stop, matching me through the spruce, step for step, for 800 yards. And when I reach the lake, it stops, every time, at the same point, the boundary. Whatever it is, it doesn't follow me onto the water. It stays in the trees. It walks beside me through its forest, on its trail, for the time it takes to cross its territory. And when the territory ends, it lets me go. I don't think it was threatening me. I've thought about this a lot. If something that large, that fast, that silent wanted to hurt me, it could have closed 15 feet of spruce in 2 steps. I was carrying a canoe on my head. I couldn't have defended myself against a raccoon, let alone something that weighed 400 or 500 pounds. It wasn't threatening me. It was escorting me, making sure I crossed its territory and came out the other side. The way a border patrol watches you through a checkpoint. Not hostile, not friendly, just making sure you keep moving and don't stop. I keep moving. I don't stop.
And when I reach the lake, I set my canoe in the water and I paddle away. And behind me, the portage trail is empty and quiet. And the spruce stands thick and dark on both sides. And somewhere in there, patient and invisible, and waiting for the next canoeist, something is standing perfectly still and listening for footsteps.
The Crossing.
Northern Ontario, Canada. Winter. January. Sometime in the 2000s. I run a trap line in Northern Ontario. I'm not going to say where exactly. I don't want people up there looking for what I found. It's north of Highway 11. That's all I'll give you. If you know Ontario, you know that north of 11 is the beginning of the end of the world. The boreal forest starts. Black spruce, jack pine, tamarack, muskeg, and it doesn't stop until the tundra. There are lakes up there that don't have names. Rivers that don't appear on maps. You can walk north from my trap line for 600 miles and never cross a road. I've been trapping since I was 17. marten, fisher, lynx, beaver. I run about 40 miles of line through the bush, and I check it every 3 or 4 days, depending on weather. In winter, that means snowshoes or snowmobile, depending on the depth. I'm alone most of the time. I have a cabin. Small, wood stove, no electricity, no phone. The nearest town is a 2-hour drive on a logging road that may or may not be plowed, depending on whether the logging company is working that block. I know these woods. I know every animal in them by its track, its scat, its kill, and its behavior. I can tell you from 50 yards whether a track in the snow belongs to a wolf, a lynx, a moose, or a wolverine. I can age a track by its edges. Sharp means fresh. Soft means old. Wind-filled means yesterday. This is not a hobby for me. This is how I make my living. If I can't read the bush, I don't eat. In January, I found tracks I couldn't read. I was on the eastern section of my line, about 8 miles from the cabin. Fresh snow the night before, maybe 4 inches on top of the existing pack, which was already 3 feet deep. Clean, unbroken surface. A blank page. Everything that had moved since the snow stopped would be written in it. I came across the tracks in a stand of spruce near a small lake. They came out of the heavy timber to the north, crossed a ridge, and headed down toward the lakeshore. My first thought was moose. The spacing was wide. The impressions were deep. The stride suggested something large. But moose tracks are distinctive. Two-toed, oval, with a drag mark between steps when the snow is deep, because moose don't lift their feet clear of the surface. These tracks were not moose tracks. They were feet. Human-shaped feet. Bare. In 4 inches of fresh snow over 3 feet of pack, in January, in northern Ontario, where the overnight temperature had been minus 22 Celsius. I stopped the snowmobile and got off. I knelt beside the nearest track. It was approximately 18 inches long and 7 inches wide. 5 toes, clearly visible in the fresh snow. The impression went deep, through the new snow and well into the pack underneath. I could see the compression at the edges, the way the snow had been crushed rather than merely displaced. Whatever made this track was heavy, much heavier than me, and I'm 210 pounds in winter gear. I looked at the stride. The distance between tracks was roughly 4.5 feet. A long stride, longer than mine, and I'm 6'1". But the tracks were in a straight line, 1 foot directly in front of the other, the way a person walks on a balance beam. Inline tracking. Wolves do this. Sasquatch researchers say their subject does this too. I didn't know that at the time. I just knew it wasn't the way a human walks. The tracks were fresh. The edges were sharp. The detail in the toes was crisp, and the new snow inside the impressions was minimal. These tracks had been made after the snowfall stopped, which meant they were less than 6 hours old. Whatever had walked through here had done so sometime between midnight and dawn. Barefoot. In minus 22. I followed the tracks to the lake. The lake was frozen. Of course it was. Everything is frozen up here by November and doesn't thaw until April. The ice was thick. The snow cover on the surface was wind-packed and firm. The tracks went down the bank, across the shoreline rocks, and out onto the ice. I stopped at the shore. I looked across the lake. The lake is maybe 600 meters wide at that point. Not a big lake. There are lakes up here you can't see across. This one I could. The far shore was visible. A dark line of spruce against white snow, low hills behind it, gray sky above. And on the ice, moving from left to right across my field of view, maybe 300 meters out, was a figure. Dark, upright, walking. Against the white of the snow-covered ice, it was unmistakable. A black shape on a white surface, moving with a steady, unhurried stride, heading toward the far shore.
I had binoculars on the snowmobile. I carry them for spotting game. I walked back, grabbed them, and raised them to my eyes. At 10 power magnification, 300 meters became 30. And what I saw at 30 meters was something I cannot reconcile with anything I know about the natural history of Northern Ontario. It was bipedal, walking upright on two legs with a forward lean, not hunched but inclined, the way a person leans into a headwind. The arms swung at its sides, long, reaching below the waist. It was covered in dark hair, not black, more of a dark brown or charcoal, thick enough to see the texture even at that distance through the binoculars. The hair moved with the body, catching the flat winter light. The shoulders were enormous. The head sat low, almost between the shoulders, with little visible neck. The legs were thick, the stride was long, and it moved across the ice with a smoothness that suggested this was not difficult. 300 meters of open ice in broad daylight, no cover, no hesitation. It was not in a hurry. I watched it through the binoculars for maybe 2 minutes. 2 minutes of steady, sustained observation through 10 power optics at 300 meters. That is a long time. That is long enough to study the proportions, the gait, the way the hair lay on the shoulders, the way the arms swung, the way the feet struck the ice. I memorized what I could. The professional in me, the trapper, the reader of tracks, the man who lives by observation, took over. And I watched the way I watch any animal, noting details, building a profile, trying to classify. I could not classify it. There is no animal in Northern Ontario that walks upright on two legs across a frozen lake in January. Not a bear. Bears are in their dens by November. Not a moose. Moose don't walk on two legs. Not a human. No human is that large, that dark, that covered in hair, walking barefoot across a frozen lake in -20 weather. It reached the far shore. It walked up the bank and into the spruce without breaking stride. The dark shape moved into the dark trees, and the trees absorbed it, and the lake was empty. I lowered the binoculars. I went out onto the ice. I followed the tracks. The same bare footprints, the same 18-inch length, the same inline pattern, across the lake to the far shore. They went up the bank and into the spruce, and I stopped following them there because the bush was thick and I was alone, and whatever had made those tracks was large enough to sink 6 inches into hard-packed snow with every step. I went back to my cabin. I sat at my table with a cup of tea, and I thought about what I'd seen. I'm not a man who jumps to conclusions. I'm not a man who has strong feelings about Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever the people down south call it. I'm a trapper. I deal with what's in front of me. And what was in front of me that day was a set of tracks I couldn't identify and a figure I couldn't classify, and the two of them were connected by a straight line across a frozen lake. The Cree and Ojibwe people who have lived in this country for thousands of years have names for this creature. The Cree call it Watiko. The Ojibwe call it Rugaru, or sometimes Wendigo, though Wendigo is a different thing, a spirit of hunger, of cold, of the forest's cruelty. The Rugaru is closer to what I saw, a large, hairy being that lives in the deep bush and avoids human contact. The elders don't debate whether it exists. They tell you where it lives, and they tell you to stay away. I should have listened to the elders. I've found tracks since.
3 more times over the following 2 winters, always in the same general area, within 5 miles of that lake, always in fresh snow, always barefoot, always heading somewhere with purpose. I've never seen the creature again, just the tracks, just the evidence that something with 5-toed bare feet walks through my trapline country in the dead of winter, leaving impressions 18 inches long in snow that wouldn't hold a moose track at that depth. It's still up there. Whatever it is, wherever it goes, it's still walking through those spruce stands and across those frozen lakes in temperatures that would kill a man in hours. It doesn't wear shoes. It doesn't use snowshoes. It walks barefoot through a world of white and cold that I need a snowmobile and 3 layers of wool to survive. I don't know what it is. I know what it isn't. And I know that the Cree and the Ojibwe knew about it long before any trapper from the south ever set a line in this country.
The bush keeps its secrets. I'm just one more person who found a secret he wasn't looking for, in tracks he couldn't identify, on a lake where something walked that shouldn't have been there.
20 feet. Adirondack Park, New York. Fall, weekday afternoon. I came around a bend on the trail and it was standing there. 20 feet, maybe less. A switchback on a ridge trail in the Adirondacks. You know the kind, where the trail doubles back on itself and the inside of the turn is thick with mountain laurel, and you can't see what's around the corner until you're around the corner. I came around the corner and it was standing in the trail, facing me. My first thought was hiker, big hiker. Someone tall, wearing dark clothes, standing still in the middle of the trail for some reason. My brain reached for the most normal explanation it could find, and big hiker was the best it could do. Then the details came. The way details come when you're close to something, and your eyes are adjusting to a reality your brain hasn't approved yet. It was not wearing clothes. What I'd read as dark fabric was hair. Dark brown, dense, covering the chest, the arms, the legs, everything. The face was flat and wide, with a heavy brow that cast the eyes in shadow. The mouth was closed. The expression, if I can call it an expression, was neutral. Not aggressive, not afraid, not curious. Neutral. The face of something that has seen hikers before and has already decided what to do about them. It was tall. I'm 5'10". This was looking down at me from at least 1.5 feet above my eye line. 7 feet, maybe 7.5. The shoulders were wider than the trail. 20 feet. Close enough to see the texture of the hair on the forearms. Close enough to see the nostrils. Close enough to hear it breathe. A low, steady pull of air through a chest that was bigger than a barrel. We looked at each other for 5 seconds. I didn't time it. I didn't count. But 5 seconds is my best estimate. And 5 seconds, when you are standing 20 feet from something impossible, is a very long time. It's long enough to notice that the eyes are dark brown, almost black. Long enough to notice that the hands, hanging at its sides, relaxed, have fingers, 5 of them. Long enough to notice that its weight is on its left foot and its right foot is slightly forward, the stance of something that was mid-step when I came around the bend and stopped moving when I stopped moving. We had surprised each other. I think that's what happened. It was walking down the trail, maybe heading for water, maybe heading for the ridge, maybe heading nowhere in particular, and I came around a blind switchback and suddenly we were 20 feet apart with no warning and no escape route for either of us. It decided first. It took 1 step to its right, my left, and walked off the trail into the hardwoods. Not fast, not panicked. 1 step off the trail, then 2, then 3, and then the undergrowth took it, and it was gone. I heard it moving through the brush for maybe 10 seconds,
Heavy footfalls, branches parting, and then nothing. The birds came back. A chipmunk chattered from a rock somewhere above me. The trail was empty. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. I stood at the bend in the trail, and I looked at the spot where it had been standing, and I breathed. Just breathed. In and out. In and out. Then I walked to the spot. I stood where it had stood. I looked at the ground. The leaves were scuffed. The duff was pressed where its weight had compressed it. I looked at the gap in the undergrowth where it had stepped off the trail. The branches were pushed aside, but already springing back. I looked down the trail in the direction it had been heading. I looked back up the trail in the direction I'd come from. I was alone. The Adirondacks in October, golden light through the canopy, a perfect day on a perfect trail, and something that weighed 500 pounds had been standing right here 30 seconds ago and was now gone, and the forest was acting like nothing had happened. I kept hiking. What else was I going to do? I was 3 miles from the trailhead. I wasn't going to sit on the trail and wait for it to come back. I wasn't going to bushwhack through the woods to avoid the trail. I walked, 1 foot in front of the other, past the spot, around the next bend, and the next, and the next. I finished the hike. I got in my car. I drove home. I didn't tell anyone for 2 weeks. 20 feet, 5 seconds, 1 look, and then it stepped off the trail and let me pass. That's the whole story. I don't have more. I don't have tracks or photos or audio or corroborating witnesses. I have 5 seconds of eye contact with something that wasn't supposed to exist, on a trail in the Adirondacks, on a Tuesday afternoon in October. It was real. It was 20 feet from me, and when it decided to leave, it left.
I keep hiking. Same trails, same mountains, same switchbacks. But I come around the blind corner slower now, and I look. I always look. The Meat Pole, Pocahontas County, West Virginia. Deer rifle season, November, sometime in the 2000s. There were 5 of us at camp. Me, my brother Dale, my cousin Mike, and 2 friends, Tommy and Rich. We'd been hunting the same piece of mountain in Pocahontas County for 15 years. Same cabin, same ridges, same hollow where the big bucks come through every November. The cabin belongs to a friend's family. A 1-room building with a wood stove, 5 bunks, a propane stove for cooking, and a back porch that overlooks a clearing that runs down to a creek. Behind the cabin, about 30 feet from the back door, there's a meat pole. A crossbar between 2 posts, set about 8 feet off the ground, where you hang your deer to cool. By Wednesday night of rifle week, we had 3 deer hanging. A doe that Mike had taken Tuesday morning, a spike that Tommy got that afternoon, and a good 8-point buck, maybe 200 pounds dressed, that I'd shot Wednesday at dawn. They were hanging from the pole by their hind legs, field dressed, cooling in the November air. Normal. We've been hanging deer on that pole for 15 years, and nothing has ever bothered them. The occasional coyote sniffs around, but coyotes can't reach an 8-foot pole, and they don't try. We had dinner. We played cards. We had some whiskey. The usual deer camp routine. By 10 o'clock, most of the guys were in their bunks. I was still up, sitting at the table, cleaning my rifle. Dale was awake too, reading a magazine. The wood stove was going. The cabin was warm. Around 11, we heard something outside. Not an animal sound, or not any animal sound I recognized. A cracking, a thumping,
a heavy scraping, coming from behind the cabin, from the direction of the meat pole. Dale looked up from his magazine. "Coyotes?" he said. "Coyotes don't make that much noise," I said. We listened. More sounds. Heavy. Deliberate. Something was at the meat pole, and it wasn't being shy about it. I could hear the pole itself, the crossbar, creaking. Something was putting weight on it, or pulling on something that was hanging from it. Mike woke up, then Tommy. Rich was still asleep. Rich could sleep through a mortar attack. 4 of us stood in the cabin, listening to something outside wrestle with our deer. "Bear," Mike said. "Season's over. They should be denning up," Dale said. "A bear that's not denned yet. It happens." "Go look," Tommy said. Nobody moved. I grabbed the spotlight, a Q-beam, the handheld kind that plugs into the truck's cigarette lighter, but we had a battery adapter for it. 500,000 candle power. You could light up a mountainside with it. I went to the back window. The window looks out onto the clearing, and from the right angle, you can see the meat pole. I pressed the spotlight against the glass to cut the reflection, and I turned it on. The beam hit the meat pole like daylight. Something was standing next to it, standing upright, facing away from the cabin, slightly turned, one arm extended upward. Its hand, and it was a hand, not a paw, I could see fingers wrapped around the hind leg, was gripping my 8-point buck. The buck was still on the pole, but the rope was strained. The creature was pulling it, pulling a 200-pound dressed deer down from an 8-foot crossbar with one arm, the way you'd pull a jacket off a coat rack. It was enormous. I don't say that word lightly. I've been around large animals my whole life. I've seen elk, I've seen moose, I've seen bears that would go 500 pounds. This was bigger. The head was above the crossbar of the meat pole, which meant it was well over 8 feet tall. The shoulders were the width of the cabin door. The body was covered in dark hair, black or very dark brown, hard to tell under the spotlight's white light. The hair was thick on the shoulders and upper back, thinner on the arms. When the spotlight hit it, it turned its head toward the window. 4 grown men stepped backward at the same time. I almost dropped the spotlight. Mike said a word I won't repeat. Tommy grabbed his rifle from the bunk. Dale just stood there with his mouth open. It looked at the cabin, at the light, at the window where 4 faces were staring back at it. It did not flinch. It did not squint. It looked at us with the flat, unreadable expression of something that has been interrupted during a meal and is deciding whether the interruption is worth reacting to. It decided it wasn't. It turned back to the deer. It pulled. The rope snapped. Not untied. Snapped. A 1/4-inch nylon rope, rated for 500 pounds, snapped like sewing thread. The buck came off the pole, and the creature caught it. Caught a 200-pound deer in one arm, the way you'd catch a sack of potatoes, and tucked it against its body. Then it walked into the tree line at the edge of the clearing. 4 steps. 5. The spotlight followed it until the trees swallowed the light. Then it was gone, and it had my deer with it. Tommy was holding his rifle. He hadn't raised it. None of us had raised a weapon. We had 5 rifles in that cabin and 3 pistols, and none of us had so much as clicked a safety off. I said, "What was that?" Nobody answered. Mike sat down on his bunk. Dale went to the window and looked out at the meat pole, which now had 2 deer hanging from it instead of 3. Tommy put his rifle back in the case, slowly. Rich, who had slept through the entire thing, rolled over and said, "What's going on?" "Nothing," Dale said. "Go back to sleep." We didn't go outside until morning. 5 hunters, 5 rifles, and we waited for daylight. I want you to sit with that. 5 men who have been in these mountains for 15 years, who have killed deer and skinned deer and tracked deer through brush so thick you can't see your feet. 5 men who are comfortable in the dark, who carry weapons, who are not afraid of the woods. And not one of us opened that back door. At dawn, we went out. The meat pole was intact except for the broken rope. The other 2 deer were untouched. On the ground near the base of the pole, the dirt was torn up. Deep impressions in the frozen mud where something heavy had stood and shifted its weight. The prints were large, very large, 5-toed. The stride between them was over 4 feet. We followed the tracks to the tree line. They went into the woods heading uphill, toward the ridge. We followed for maybe 100 yards before the terrain got steep and the brush got thick and we stopped. Not because we couldn't go farther, because we didn't want to find what was at the other end of those tracks. My deer was gone. 200 pounds of venison carried uphill through dense mountain forest by something that had snapped a 500-pound rated rope and walked away from 5 armed men without hurrying. We don't talk about it much. When we do, it's short. We don't argue about what it was because there's nothing to argue about. 5 of us saw it, 4 through the window, and the tracks confirmed it for everyone, including Rich. We still go to that camp every November. We still hang our deer on the meat pole. Nothing has bothered them since. Maybe it moved on. Maybe it doesn't need our deer. Maybe it got what it wanted that night and doesn't need to come back. But we lock the cabin door now. We didn't used to. 15 years of deer camp, and we never lock the door. What's the point? There's nobody out there. Now we lock it. Every night. And when we hear sounds from the meat pole after dark, we don't go look. Some things you're better off not seeing twice.
The tide line. Southern Oregon coast, Curry County. Early morning, early spring. I walk the beach at dawn, every morning I can. I live close enough to the coast that I can be on the sand before sunrise if I leave the house by 5:30. I've been doing it for years. It's my church, if you want to call it that. The tide goes out, the tide comes in, and whatever the ocean has been holding on to gets left on the sand for a few hours before the water takes it back. Agates, driftwood, kelp, shells, the occasional glass float from a Japanese fishing net. Treasures. I walk and I look and I pick things up and I put them in my pockets and I go home with sand on my boots and salt in my hair and I am happy. This stretch of coast is remote. Curry County, Southern Oregon, where the forest comes right down to the bluffs and the bluffs drop to the sand and the beaches are long and empty and the nearest town is a 20-minute drive. In summer, you'll see people. In winter, you won't. In early spring, which is when this happened, you'll see nobody. Just the ocean, the sand, the gulls, and whatever the tide left behind. I was on the beach by 6, pre-dawn. The sky was just starting to lighten in the east, not sunrise yet, just the first gray lifting off the horizon. The tide was going out. The wet sand was that dark, packed surface that holds detail like clay. Every shell, every piece of gravel, every footprint shows up clean and sharp. I was walking south, headlamp on, scanning the tide line the way I always do. I noticed the tracks about a quarter mile from where I'd come down to the beach. At first, I thought they were human. Someone else had been here before me, a surfer, a fisherman, someone walking their dog in the pre-dawn dark. The tracks came out of the dry sand higher up on the beach, from the direction of the bluffs and the forest above, and turned south along the tide line, heading the same direction I was walking. Whoever it was had been walking the wet sand, same as me, same tide line, same direction, just earlier. I followed the tracks without thinking about it. That's what you do when you're a beachcomber. You follow lines. The tide line itself is a line. The tracks were another line. I followed them the way I follow the edge of the water, scanning, looking, my headlamp sweeping left to right. It took me maybe 100 yards to realize something was wrong. The feet were too big. I'm a size 8 women's. These prints were... I stopped walking, and I stood over one, and I looked at it. These prints were enormous, much longer than my boot, much wider. And they were barefoot. Barefoot. On the Oregon coast, in early March. The sand temperature was maybe 40 degrees. The air was colder. The water rolling up the beach was Pacific winter cold, low 50s at best. And someone was walking this beach barefoot. I knelt down. I put my hand next to one of the prints. My hand, fingers spread wide, from the heel of my palm to my fingertip, is about 7 inches. The print was more than twice that, 18 inches, maybe more. 5 toes, clearly defined, deeply pressed into the wet sand. The toes were broad, splayed, not the narrow, compressed toes you see in a human footprint shaped by years of wearing shoes. These toes spread wide, gripping the sand, the way feet look when they've never worn shoes at all. The depth of the prints was what got me. The wet sand on that beach is packed hard by the tides. It barely takes my boot print, and I weigh 140 pounds. These impressions were 3 inches deep, 3 inches into packed wet sand. Whatever had walked here was heavy, very heavy. 300 pounds minimum, probably more. I followed the tracks for another quarter mile. They stayed on the tide line, consistent, steady, the stride about 4 feet. No wandering, no stopping, no turning aside. A straight line south along the water's edge. And they were fresh. The edges were crisp, no wind erosion, no wave wash. Whatever had made them had been on this beach within the last hour. I was following something. Something that was ahead of me on the beach, walking the same direction, not that long ago. I stopped and I looked south, down the beach, into the gray pre-dawn light. The beach curved ahead, bending around a headland maybe a half-mile south. I couldn't see anyone. The beach was empty as far as I could see. But the tracks kept going. I kept following. I don't know why. Curiosity, stubbornness, the beachcomber's compulsion to follow a line and see where it goes. The headlamp was getting less necessary as the sky brightened. Dawn was coming. The gray was turning to blue at the edges, and the first pink was touching the undersides of the clouds. I came around the bend by the headland, and I saw it. Maybe 300 yards south of me, on the wet sand, walking the tide line. A figure, dark, upright, moving south at a steady pace, arms swinging at its sides, feet leaving the same tracks I'd been following for half a mile. At 300 yards, in pre-dawn light, I couldn't see detail, just shape. But the shape was wrong for a person. Too wide at the shoulders, too narrow at the waist. The arms too long, swinging too low. And the height, even at that distance, calibrated against the drift logs and the sea stacks I knew the size of, it was tall, well over 6 feet, maybe 7. It was walking the beach the way I walk the beach, following the tide line, heading south, at dawn, alone. I stopped. I watched. It didn't turn around. It didn't look back. It kept walking, steady and unhurried, and the distance between us stayed constant, because I had stopped and it hadn't. After maybe a minute of me standing on the wet sand, watching a dark figure walk the Oregon coast at dawn, it reached the rocks at the base of the next headland, and it turned. It went up, off the beach, up the rocks, and into the spruce that drew on the bluff above. I watched it climb, bipedal, upright, using its hands on the rocks the way you'd use your hands on a ladder. And then the trees took it, and it was gone. I stood there on the beach, and I listened to the ocean, and I watched the sky turn pink, and I tried to understand what I had just seen. I walked to where it had left the beach. The tracks went up the rocks. I could see scuff marks, displaced gravel, a handprint on a flat rock that was wider than both of my hands together. They went up the bluff and into the tree line, and I did not follow them. I am a beachcomber, not a mountaineer, and whatever had climbed those rocks with that kind of ease was not something I wanted to meet in the spruce. I walked back north along the tide line, following the tracks in reverse. My tracks and its tracks, side by side on the wet sand. Mine in hiking boots, small, shallow. Its barefoot, enormous, 3 inches deep. 2 sets of tracks on the same beach, going opposite directions, like 2 commuters passing on a sidewalk. The tide was coming in. I could see the water reaching higher with each wave, licking at the lower edges of the tracks. By noon, every print would be gone. The water would wash the sand flat and smooth, and there would be no evidence that anything had walked here. Not me, not it, not anyone. The ocean would take it all back, the way the ocean takes everything back. I took photos. I knelt in the sand and I photographed every track I could. Close-ups of the toes, the heel, my hand for scale, my boot beside the print for comparison. I photographed the stride length. I photographed the line of tracks stretching south along the tide line, curving with the beach. I got 17 photos before my phone battery died. The cold kills batteries fast. The photos exist. They're on my phone. They show large barefoot prints in wet sand with my hand and my boot beside them for scale. They show a line of tracks along a tide line on a beach in southern Oregon. They don't show the figure. I didn't think to photograph it when I could see it. I was too busy watching. By the time I thought of it, it was gone. I've walked that beach 100 times since. Same stretch, same tide line, same pre-dawn hours. I've never seen the tracks again. I've never seen the figure again. Just the ocean, the sand, the gulls, and whatever the tide brings in. But I walk differently now. I walk the tide line and I look at the sand ahead of me. And I'm not just looking for agates anymore. I'm looking for prints. Large ones. Barefoot ones. The kind that sink 3 inches into packed wet sand and disappear with the next tide. The ocean erases everything. That's what the ocean does. It takes the evidence and it smooths it flat, and by afternoon, there's nothing left. If I hadn't been on that beach at 6 in the morning in early March, I would never have known. The tracks would have come and gone with the tide, and the figure would have walked the coast the way it has probably walked it for years, for decades, for centuries. At dawn, when nobody is there, along the tide line, alone with the waves and the wind. I was there, just once, just early enough, and I saw what walks the beach when the rest of us are sleeping.
The log entry.
Eastern Kentucky, rural county, night patrol, sometime in the 2010s. I'm going to tell you something I've never put in a report. I've been a deputy sheriff in this county for 20 years. I'm not going to tell you which county. I'm not going to give you my name. I'm still on the job, and what I'm about to tell you would end my career faster than a DUI or a discharge complaint. In law enforcement, there are things you can survive on your record and things you can't. Excessive force, you can survive. Administrative reprimand, you can survive. Telling your sergeant you saw Bigfoot on County Road 7 at 2:30 in the morning, that you cannot survive. That follows you. That becomes your name. You're not deputy anymore. You're the guy who saw Bigfoot. And the guy who saw Bigfoot doesn't get promoted. The guy who saw Bigfoot doesn't get trusted with warrants. The guy who saw Bigfoot gets the desk, the dispatch shifts, and the quiet understanding from everyone in the department that his judgment is compromised. So I wrote the log entry the way I had to write it. 0237 hours, County Road 7. Large animal, unidentified, crossing roadway. No hazard to traffic, no action taken. That's what I wrote. Every word of it is technically true. It was 237. It was County Road 7. It was large. It was an animal, I think. It was crossing the road. And I took no action, because there is no action to take when the thing you're looking at is not in any field guide, any training manual, or any protocol you've been given in 20 years of law enforcement. Here's what actually happened. County Road 7 runs along the eastern edge of the Daniel Boone National Forest. 2 lanes, no center line, no shoulder. The asphalt is cracked and patched, and the edges crumble into gravel that crumbles into ditches that crumble into the forest. At night, it's one of the darkest roads in the county. No houses for miles, no street lights, no nothing. Just the road, the trees, and whatever's in them. I patrol it twice a week, part of the circuit. You drive it slow, you check for broken down vehicles, you look for spotlighters. Guys poaching deer with spotlights, which is a misdemeanor I've written up more times than I can count. It's routine. I've driven County Road 7 at 2 in the morning 1,000 times. That night was clear. Cold, but not freezing. Mid-40s maybe. Late fall. Dry road. I was running my headlights and my light bar was off. Just cruising. Windows cracked for air. Radio quiet. The kind of shift where nothing happens and you're grateful for it. I came around a curve. Long, gradual, climbing slightly, and my headlights picked up something on the right side of the road.
standing on the gravel edge, partially in the ditch, partially on the pavement. My first thought was deer. My second thought was, deer don't stand on two legs. I slowed the cruiser. I was maybe 80 yards out when I hit the spotlight. A patrol car spotlight is not a flashlight. It's not a headlamp. It's a roof-mounted 500,000 candle power halogen unit that will light up a football field from 100 yards. When you hit that switch, whatever you're pointing at goes from darkness to daylight in a quarter second. Subjects who run from police freeze when the spotlight hits them. It's overwhelming. It's disorienting. It is the brightest light most people will ever stand in. The spotlight hit the figure on the side of the road, and I saw it as clearly as I have ever seen anything in my life. It was standing on two legs at the edge of the pavement, upright, facing the road. Facing me, or facing across the road, I couldn't tell at first, because it wasn't quite perpendicular. It was tall. I'm trained to estimate height. It's part of suspect description, part of the job. I put it at 7 to 7.5 feet. The shoulders were broad, broader than any human I have ever encountered. And I have encountered some very large humans. The body was covered in dark brown hair. Not clothing, hair. Uniform, head to foot, with slight variation in length and density. The hair on the head and shoulders was longer and darker. The hair on the arms was shorter, lighter. The face. I need to talk about the face, because the face is what I see when I close my eyes.
Under 500,000 candle power at 60 yards, I could see it in detail. The face was wide and flat. The skin, what was visible around the mouth and the nose, was dark, leathery, like weathered hide. The nose was broad, flat, almost flush with the face. The brow ridge was prominent, a shelf of bone that cast the eye sockets in shadow, even under the spotlight. The jaw was heavy, squared, with a width that matched the shoulders. The mouth was closed, no expression, no snarl, no grin, no bared teeth, just closed, neutral. The eyes reflected the spotlight. The reflection was amber. I have seen eye shine from every nocturnal animal in eastern Kentucky. Deer, coyotes, raccoons, opossums, foxes, bobcats, the occasional black bear. I know what animal eye shine looks like. This was not any of them. The reflection was too high, too widely spaced, and the color was wrong. Amber, not green, not yellow, not orange. It was looking at my cruiser, at the spotlight, at me, behind the windshield, behind a badge and a radio and a sidearm, and 20 years of training that had not prepared me for this moment. I have been in 2 armed confrontations in my career. I have cleared meth labs. I have responded to domestics where the suspect had a weapon. I have pulled people from burning vehicles. I know what adrenaline feels like. And I know what fear feels like. And I know the difference. What I felt on County Road 7 was not the adrenaline of a confrontation. It was the fear of being in the presence of something I had no authority over. My badge meant nothing. My radio meant nothing. My sidearm, a .40 caliber, 15 rounds, meant nothing. Everything I carry, everything I wear, everything I represent is built on the assumption that I am the biggest,
most authorized thing in any situation I respond to. That assumption evaporated in the spotlight on County Road 7. It looked at my cruiser for maybe 3 seconds. 3 seconds under 500,000 candle power. Then it turned, not away from me, but toward the road, as if it had been interrupted in the process of crossing and had decided to continue. And it walked across the pavement. 3 strides. 4. Long, fluid, unhurried strides that covered the width of the road in less time than it takes a person to cross a living room. It stepped off the far edge of the pavement, into the ditch, and into the tree line. The brush swallowed it. The spotlight, which had been tracking it, was now illuminating empty trees. I sat in my cruiser with the engine running and the spotlight pointing at nothing for a long time. I don't know how long. Long enough for the adrenaline to subside. Long enough for my hands to stop shaking. Long enough to make a decision. I picked up the radio. I keyed the mic. And I said nothing. I put the mic back in the cradle. I turned off the spotlight. I put the cruiser in gear, and I drove the remaining 4 miles of County Road 7 at the posted speed limit, checking my mirrors. And I went back to the station. I sat at the desk. I opened the log. And I wrote, 0237 hours, County Road 7, large animal, unidentified, crossing roadway. No hazard to traffic. No action taken. Every word true. Every word useless. Because the truth of what I saw doesn't fit in a log entry, and doesn't fit on a radio, and doesn't fit in any conversation I can have with my sergeant, my sheriff, my wife, or any other human being who would need me to be credible afterward. I am a law enforcement officer. My entire professional existence is built on being believed, on being the person in the room whose account is trusted, whose observations are accurate, whose testimony stands up in court. If I say I saw a suspect with a weapon, the district attorney takes my word. If I say I saw a vehicle cross the center line, the judge takes my word. If I say I saw a 7.5-foot creature covered in brown hair cross County Road 7 at 2:37 in the morning, no one takes my word. Not my sergeant, not the DA, not the judge, not my wife. So I wrote, large animal, unidentified. And I went home. And I went to bed. And I stared at the ceiling in the dark. And I saw the face. Wide, flat, leathery, amber-eyed, neutral. And I didn't sleep. I've talked to other officers since. Not many. Not openly. The way the truckers talk. Quiet. At the margins. When nobody official is listening. And some of them have stories. Night patrols in rural counties. Spotlights on things that don't belong. Log entries that say, unidentified, because the identified version would end their careers.
We're the ones who are supposed to protect you.
We're the ones with the training and the guns and the authority. And when we see something that our training doesn't cover, and our guns can't stop, and our authority doesn't reach, We write large animal, unidentified. And we go home and we don't sleep well for a while. County Road 7 is still on my patrol circuit. I still drive it twice a week. I still hit the spotlight at the curves where the visibility is short. I haven't seen it again, but the log entry is still there. 0237 hours, County Road 7. Large animal, unidentified. Anyone can read it. Nobody will know what it means. I know what it means. And now, so do you.
The Trail, Oregon Caves National Monument, Southern Oregon, summer 2000. I'm a psychologist. I work with people's minds for a living. I understand perception. I understand how stress and fatigue and expectation can distort what a person sees. I know about pareidolia, the tendency to see patterns where none exist. I know about confirmation bias. I know about false memory. I know all of that. And I know what I saw. It was the summer of 2000. I was hiking with my family at Oregon Caves National Monument. My wife and my kids. A vacation. A trail through old-growth forest. The kind of trail the Park Service maintains, with signs and benches and other families walking past you in both directions. Nothing remote, nothing extreme. Just a day hike in a beautiful place. I'm 6 feet 9 inches tall. I weigh over 250 pounds. I am not a man who feels small. I have never in my adult life looked up at another living thing and felt the way I felt on that trail. I was about halfway around the loop when I saw something standing on the trail ahead of me, maybe 100 yards, partly obscured by the trees, but visible, upright, motionless, facing my direction. My first thought was, hiker. My second thought was, that is not a hiker. It was tall, about 8 feet. I know what 8 feet looks like because I'm only 9 inches short of 7. And this thing was looking down a horizon I've never had to look up to before. It was covered in black hair. Not fur, not fabric, hair. The face was flat and broad, with heavy features. The chest was deep and wide. The arms were proportionally longer than a human's arms should be. It was standing on the trail the way you'd stand in your own hallway, relaxed, at home. When it realized I had stopped and was looking at it, it turned. Not fast, not startled. It turned with the easy, unhurried rotation of something that has never been chased, never been threatened, never had a reason to rush. It looked at me. For a moment. 3 seconds, maybe 5, we were looking at each other. 100 yards apart, on a forest trail in the middle of the afternoon. A psychologist, and something that psychology does not have a name for. Its expression was not aggressive. It was not afraid. If I had to put a clinical term on it, I would say it was assessing. It looked at me the way I look at a new patient in the first 30 seconds. Gathering information, forming an impression, deciding how to proceed. There was cognition behind those eyes. There was decision-making. There was a mind. Then it turned back toward the trail and stepped off into the brush. It didn't run. It moved with purpose, like it knew where it was going. 3 steps, and the forest absorbed it. The branches didn't shake. The ground didn't thunder. It was just gone, as if the trees had opened a door and closed it behind something they were keeping safe. I stood on the trail for a long time. My family caught up to me. I told my wife what I'd seen. We went back the next day with a park ranger named John Roth. Roth searched the area. He found no tracks. The ground was rocky, the brush was dense. but he went on the record afterward. There's no question at all, he did not make this up. A Bigfoot researcher named Derek Randalls interviewed me later. He rated my credibility a 10 out of 10. He said I was not your typical person that sees Sasquatch. I don't know what the typical person looks like. I know what the typical creature looks like now. I've seen it. I went into that forest as a scientist who understood the human mind. I came out as a man who had looked into a mind that wasn't human and recognized it anyway. It was calm. It was intelligent. It was not afraid of me. And when it was done looking, it left. Not because I scared it away, but because it had somewhere to be. Wherever it was going, it's still going. Right now, tonight. In the old-growth forests of southern Oregon, on trails that close at sunset and belong, after dark, to something else. You've been listening for a long time now. Maybe you're still awake. Maybe you're almost gone, drifting at the edge of sleep with the sound of these voices still in your ears. Either way, I want to leave you with one thought. Every story you heard tonight came from a real person. A retired millwright who built his cabin with his own hands. A prospector who kept his secret for 33 years. A professor who heard something scream in the dark. A 10-year-old boy who ran from something in a hollow. A cowboy who never changed his story. A woman who mailed photographs to the sheriff and never gave her name.
They didn't go looking for this. Most of them would have preferred it never happened. But it did. And every one of them, from the gold miners at Ape Canyon in 1924 to the dog walkers in Ohio last month, told the same story in different words. Something is out there. It's big. It's smart. And it's been here longer than we have. Tonight, wherever you are, in your bed, on your couch, in your car, in a room with the lights off, the nearest forest is closer than you think. And in that forest, in the spaces between the trees where the light doesn't reach, something might be standing very still, listening to the same silence you're listening to right now. It's not waiting for you. It's not hunting you. It doesn't need you. It just knows you're there. Sleep well.